do is I'm gonna have to reset the game capture because I have stream avatars on and it likes to do that to me. Oops, wrong button. Bam, bam. Let's make sure all this is getting ready. And then let me go ahead and set this. I need to figure out how to make it automatically set it the way I want it, but it likes to give me trouble. Bam. Bam. Okay, bam. Then starting. Coolsies. Is it starting? Yes, there it goes. Actually, I want to keep that off while I log in. Hold on. Fuck, I forgot. My time ran out. My account. Yeah, I haven't updated my time. Let me buy some time real quick. Oh my fucking god. Now I have to get into my email. I'm stupid. I should have done all this before. I even thought this before I got started, that I needed to update it, but I didn't. Hold on. Okay. Do. Bam. I'm just going to subscribe for 1 month right now, and if I really hardcore get back into it again, I'll do the full year thing, but right now, I kind of go in and out of... I forgot that my dad named the account after him because I had it through my dad. 1 second. The technical account name on my account, it's my email address, but the account name on my account is my dad's, the name my dad chose, because me, my dad, and my brother used to share an account. Yeah, give me a second. Yeah. It should have always. I'm stupid. I literally thought all this, like, one of the things when I told you, Scars, that I was gonna be, taking a moment to get ready was make sure to update my subscription because I haven't played in a while. And then I didn't do that. So I let my subscription die a while back. When I realized I hadn't played like in a month, I was like, I'm not going to pay for another month. I'll pay for it whenever I start playing again. And I kept saying that, yes, I was going to start playing again soon. And then I just kept not doing it. Because there were other games. I was getting really into 76. Yeah, I'm dumb. Okay, cool. That is updated. Reconnect? Is it going to let me reconnect? There you go. Don't give me this Hail Traveler shit. I've been playing this since like 2006 or whatever. Yeah. I just turned it off. I'm fucking stupid. I'm a streamer. I know what I'm doing. I'm so good right now. I'm so good right now. I am so good. Then they dropped Classic 20. Yeah, well, I've been wanting to get back into it, but that was definitely like a motivation. Like, oh my god, they're doing the 20th anniversary stuff. They have Warcraft 1 and 2 now available. They have Diablo 1 now available. Because I'm definitely going to do a full Diablo playthrough again. What server did you say? Give me a second. Night Slayer. Got it. I don't see Night Slayer, man. Oh, it's because I'm on Cataclysm. Hold on. Yep, I'm stupid. Again, once again, my bad. I'm going to have to install plain old World of Warcraft, not Cataclysm. Son of a bitch. Okay, it might get choppy for a second, but it's not like I'm fucking showing anything right now. I'm stupid. Why don't I just pop into chat and you'll see me? Hold on. Yo.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Another day in paradise. I forgot that they considered them two different games. I forgot that it wasn't a matter of joining a different server. Yeah, I'm stupid.
Yeah, they have like regular classic progression through like all the expansions,
and
then they have basic ass just regular 1 through 60 and the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor WoW.
I'm just fucking psyched for Plunderstorm because I was grinding Plunderstorm hard when it first came out. And pretty much the entire time that it was going on, to the point where, like, I admittedly was getting a little bit rage at some of the bullshit that would happen occasionally. Where there are days when my girlfriend would come home from work and be like, "Hey, do you mind not playing Plunderstorm today? Because you get a little angry and I'm really tired." Like, I wouldn't get angry at her, but she'd just hear me from the other room, like, "Son of a bitch!" She's like, I don't have the energy for that right now. I was like, okay, cool, I'll play something else.
I was so happy that they dropped Plunderstorm. I wanted to play it so badly, but since I was out there in the middle of the fucking desert with shit-ass Wi-Fi and a terrible-ass laptop, I could not do it. I got one game in and my computer crashed. I was like, no!
I am legitimately surprised that they did not just make Plunderstorm its own separate thing, because they don't even need to build a framework around it. They have that, and they could have made it its own separate game and built out more stuff for it, because people fucking loved it. I think they're sticking to the seasonal thing, so it's kind of like having, pumpkin spice coffee only, one part of the year, so it's like that false sense of whatever the fucking financial term is, false scarcity of it, so people will get more into it. But it's not like they're selling anything with it.
Yeah, it's great that they don't even have a fucking battle pass for it either. So it's literally just you go in there, and as you go through it, you just get renown, reputation points, and then you get gear and cosmetics for it too.
Yeah.
It's really awesome.
No, it's great. I love Plunderstorm, and I kept getting really, really close to getting a full ass victory on it. I'm gonna skip the intro. I know the intro by heart.
But by the way, you're not sharing your screen there.
Yeah, no, I am. Yeah, there's a slight delay with. Let me switch servers, motherfucker. Okay, hold on. You're on Night Slayer, you said?
Yeah, Night Slayer. It should, when you go to the realms, it should say 20th anniversary realms.
Oh, anniversary hardcore. There. Yeah. PvP. Okay.
I love the little PvP warning gives you when you create a character too. It's basically saying you're on PvP. If you die by another player, it's not griefing. It's welcome to WoW. Suck it up. This happens a lot.
Bro, that was such a big thing in Classic. Like, there would be guilds and shit that were running around just to stop enemy PvPers so people could progress. It was a fun element of the game. It could get annoying, but like, especially when you got into, I think the first human part where you could get into PvP was Westfall. So once you got into Westfall, you would see battles going on constantly because there's just some dude from the Horde that wanted to fuck up the guys from the Alliance. So then the Alliance guys would come and fight, and then the raids on the cities. The fact that the in-game content was guilds trying to raid cities was awesome. Do I
That,
want?
and I also miss the fucking hunter pulling what's his name from Badlands all the way to Kazakh
Oh
to
yeah,
the fucking
the curse of
Stormwind.
blood thing that CDC actually studied to study how diseases would transmit.
No, that was Hakar's blood plague ability.
Yeah.
I'm talking about what's his name in Badlands, the demon that would spawn there.
Oh, I can't
When
remember. It's been so long.
yeah.
Do I go gnome, warlock, or dwarf hunter?
Hunters are really good. Well, mid to late game dungeons. Warlocks are really good for summoning for people. Like I think they get their summons at level 20.
Yeah.
So
Well, they
so
get
if you
their
wanna start-
earliest summon. They get their imp at like level 5.
Now, if you want to go the cheap option, you go Warlock, because in that way you don't have to fucking spend 100 or 90 gold on a mount. You can. I'm pretty sure you just do a little quest line for that.
Yeah, but all the free mounts are slower than the ones you buy. They're 40% instead of 60.
Yeah, that's because you have to actually like build up your writing skill instead of learning it. You actually have to build it up.
Yeah. I'm gonna go dwarf hunter just because I like the variety of pets, solely from just the little kid in me. Like I want to have a turtle and a cat and a dinosaur.
God dang.
Yeah, no, I mean I spent a lot of time when I was a kid playing, just exploring, because I got this originally when it was just vanilla. We finally got my dad to let me and my brother start playing this by showing him the South Park Make Love Not Warcraft episode. And that was the thing that got him to let us finally start playing WoW. Because he wanted to start playing it. Because before that, he was 100% just like, I don't want you playing any games that are online and blah, blah, blah. And we played a lot of games that were online and you know, MMORPG style, but there were ones that didn't require a subscription, like RuneScape. But we had to get him to buy the subscription cards for us, so we couldn't get away with that. And then once we got him to watch the Make Love Not Warcraft episode, he was hooked. He loved it. We showed him the Leroy Jenkins video, and once we showed him the Leroy Jenkins video, anytime we'd have people over, because my family was the one that always hosted people for like Thanksgiving and, you know, had New Year's parties and blah, 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 and had people over. It was always at our house. So anytime we had people over, he'd be like, Zach, get that video up, that Leroy Jenkins video. And he'd want me to show people, because he thought it was the funniest thing in the world. But it'd be a lot of, like, his military friends and shit that weren't as nerdy as, like, he was, because my dad's, like, a closet geek. And they wouldn't get it. It wasn't funny to them.
Damn.
The stoic dwarves of Iron
Let's skip this.
spent countless generations.
Okay, dwarf hunter time. Let's do this. I don't think I get my first pet until level 10.
Yeah, you don't get your first pet to
What's
level
on
10.
your mind?
Uh,
Safe travels.
I forgot that in Classic you actually have to level your pet too
Yeah.
alongside you.
Yeah. The only thing I'd be like, okay, you can add this, Blizzard, and it's not going to ruin Classic for us, is the fully customizable interface. Like, okay, I get, just give me that too. I'm happy they get rid of the looking for group though, because to me, like, the going to Stormwind and looking for a group was kind of part of the experience. Plus, I made so much money when my dad was deployed to Iraq. Getting on his character because he had a max level mage and just running people through dead mines.
I forgot. All right, yeah, I love and hate mages at the same time. They're great for water if you're like you're using mana.
Yeah.
But oh my god, when you're trying to go through Duskwood or Elven Forest, you just got the mages sitting there casting their stupid ass AoE spell. It's
Just to
so
ruin it for
annoying.
everyone, yeah. No, I got out of WoW really the first time when Cataclysm came out. Like, I played pretty consistent. I'm going to turn this volume down a little bit. I played pretty consistently all the way through Wrath of the Lich King. I never got to the point where I was doing any of the Wrath raids, like the in-game raids, just because I would, get bored of a character and start a new one. But like I played in Wrath, and then when Cataclysm came out, and they did like the major revamp to how fast you can level, and they changed the world, and I've read like all the books up to that point and everything, and they started changing the lore a bit, and I was like, I got knocked out of it. Vanilla was a bit too grindy. Vanilla was definitely a bit too grindy because you would have to spend days and days and days to get like a few levels up. But Cataclysm was way too fast leveling, so it seemed like you were getting through areas. Like I remember you used to have to travel to every single area that was at your level, like that was in your level range, in order to get to the next level range. And then it got to the point where like you could fucking max out your level. Like there's the dude that maxed out. He got to level 60 or got to like level 50 or whatever it was, just in the goblin starting area. Just to prove that you could. So I kind of fell out of it around then. I'd come back every once in a while with new expansions and give it a shot. But once they released WoW Classic, I'm like, yes, I could play the game that I love. I don't.
All right.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. That I love Classic. I prefer it over retail.
Yeah.
Retail is really like I did a little quick snippet for a couple buddies of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Classic killing mobs and versus retail killing mobs. So I hopped on my paladin. I could only kill 2 mobs at the same time without dying. Went to retail. I pulled 15 mobs and I didn't even lose half my health. I was like, yeah.
Oh yeah. No, it's retail is so much, and they just keep adding more stuff that now it's hard for me to get into retail. Like I get what retail was started trying to do is they try to make it more accessible, easier for new people to get into it, have all this interesting stuff. But then as someone who played Classic pretty dedicatedly and really loved Classic, when I finally got back into like retail after taking a few years off from playing, I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. I was like, all my instincts are gone. It's like that thing of it's easier to train someone who's never done the job before. Like it's easier to train someone to shoot who has never shot a gun before than someone who learned wrong.
That spell isn't
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
That was me with retail. Wow, I just could not super get into it. I do need to go ahead and install some of the mods that help with quest progression stuff.
Oh, like Questy.
Yeah.
Atlas Loot.
Yeah. It's all through Direwolf now, isn't it?
Say again?
It's like all through... Are you wifey aggro?
No, I'm not.
Okay, that's just someone trying to get me to...
Yeah, that's a guy trying to get you to join his guild.
Yeah, I remember that.
Off with you.
You could also... You used to be able to make money just by signing people's guild charters because they wanted to get the guild started.
Oh, you can still do that.
Yeah.
That or you just become a night elf, take all your clothes off, and dance on top of a fucking mailbox.
Yep, that's what my brother used to always do. Is in RuneScape, WoW, any other game like this, he'd make a female character and start flirting with dudes to get free money.
Damn. Let me go ahead and hop on my paladin real quick, and I'm gonna shoot you a guild invite so you can stop getting those random ones.
Yeah. But no, I don't begrudge people. Like I know some purists and shit that like really just hate on anyone that plays retail and whatnot. I was like, I don't. If it's whatever experience you enjoy, this is just the one I prefer.
I play both.
Yeah.
I a buddy of mine tried to get me to do hardcore classic, but I did a little science experiment, not on hardcore, but on an actual like basic server.
Mm-hmm.
I got killed at level 19 on the stupidest fucking mob, and it pissed me off.
Yep.
And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing hardcore.
I've never done hardcore WoW because I had done hardcore Diablo, and no, putting all that fucking effort into stuff and then just having something stupid kill you, no. And I imagine there's probably like a lot of rage you'll get in, and you'll get someone fucking trolling you and be like, no, like they're the healer, and then they just said, I'm not gonna heal anyone, ha 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 ha.
Damn. What's your character's name, real quick?
Brannick, Brannek.
Brannek.
Yeah.
See if that worked.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Log off that character.
I also remember, like, it's gonna be one of the things I'm gonna have to re-get used to, having to decide which spell you're gonna buy or upgrade because it costs money.
That or what talent point you actually gonna put it
Yeah,
into.
it actually, has consequences.
Yeah.
Which the last time I checked retail, I think they went kind of back to the complicated talent tree because they made it real simple for a while there. Where it's like just pick a path and pick like one or two options along that path and don't think at all.
About the talent tree they added in Miss Pandaria.
Yeah, and then the last time I played retail, I think they changed it back to a bit more of a complicated one, but there's like no consequences to it because you can just switch whenever you want. Which, like, I don't necessarily mind, because when you're, like, learning the game, you kind of need to, like, have that ability to say, whoops, I fucked up, and try again.
Yeah, that, and I also love how, like, if you want to respec your talents, you have to pay, like, a gold, and then it jumps to 10 gold, so it's, like, punishing every time you respec your talents.
Yeah, it's like, we're going to give you an opportunity to learn, but you can't keep fucking up.
Just like the military does.
Yep. I got one of the greatest comments on one of my videos. My favorite comment on one of my videos when I was talking about, like, how there's a lot of, like, man-children in the military was someone being like, yeah, well, the military is just the new game plus version of high school. I was like, that is the perfect description of the military. That is the perfect fucking description of the military. It is the new game plus version of high school.
That's
I
exactly
love it.
what it is, because you have all the 18-year-olds leaving high school and just going straight into the military.
Yeah.
And then they think that they can do the same shit they do in high school, but they can't.
Yeah. And then
now there's consequences.
Yeah, and then like someone my warrant officer said is joining the military lets you stay a kid for a lot longer than like anyone else, because you can end the month with no money in your bank account and not worried about having a place to live or having food. So you don't really grow up in that way. The cliquey politics still fucking exist, and the likelihood is that when you're 18, when you just joined the military, the dude that's in charge of you is probably 21 maybe. So still immature, hasn't grown up, and has grown up in the military where he didn't have to have the same type of responsibility that like someone who gets kicked out of their house at 18 and has to learn to pay bills and shit does.
Oh, dude, don't remind me. I'm about to fucking rank up to E4. I don't want... You're reminding me I'm going to have responsibilities now of keeping people in track.
Do E4s in the Air Force have responsibility?
Yeah, they can... So, since I'm a fucking aircraft mechanic, they can get
You
early...
could be like a crew chief almost?
Yeah, I'm a crew chief for the 135 flying
Gotcha.
gas station.
Mm.
But... as soon as you hit senior airman, your whole responsibility in the Air Force is, by the Brown Book, you're supposed to be doing what a staff does. A staff is doing what a tech does. And so you're sitting there, you're leading airmen, you're making sure they're getting the job done. You can shift lead, so there might not be a staff sergeant around, so you're going to be the one in charge of the shift. And that's going to all be put on my shoulders next month. It's like,
yeah, I was Navy in like, as opposed to like the Army, where like the Army in E4 can either be a specialist or a corporal, and one of them's an NCO and one of them's not. The Navy is similar, where it's like E4 is a petty officer, which is our equivalent of NCO. But depending on your field and your command, in E4 it can still be a worker bee 100%, or can be in charge of people. My field in E4, we turbo crowed to E4. E4s weren't leading anyone because everyone became an E4 after time in. At least in my field.
so with crew chiefs in the Air Force, there's like skill levels. You got the 1, 3, 5, 7, 9.
Mm-hmm.
3 levels are brand new, just came from their training school, don't know anything. So that's what 3 levels are. 5 levels, on the other hand, are people that's been in for about a year, 2 years, know what they're doing, they can get the job done. They're not going to be slacking. 7 levels are the people that will sign like thread X's on maintenance forms,
Mm-hmm.
and their necks are on the line if something's fucked up. Now, if you're like a senior airman and you transfer to a different jet, your skill level resets back to 1. So you're an idiot.
Because you're
And
learning
that's
a
what I
brand
love.
new job.
Yeah, which I love. That's what I love, is because since you're already a senior airman, you're not gonna be like, hey, I know, go do this. I don't know it. You're not gonna get dogged on if
Yeah.
you just transfer over. You're still a 3 level.
Yeah, no, that is not the case for us. You are going to get shit on, even if it's a brand new job. Like the Navy does it by NECs and rates. So unlike, I don't know exactly how the MOS system for the Air Force works, but for like, I know the Army system because I work with a lot of Army people. You have that MOS, and that is your job. That is it. And like, you'll have an MOS in a series, like, 11 series, 35 series, 92 series, but you learn that specific job. We have a rate, which is the entire series, so we have to learn that entire series' job, and then we have an NEC, which are the specialties that we've learned within that job. But you can hold multiple NECs and you still have that rate, so you're still like a second class with that rate, but with like 3 different NECs, or with 1 NEC. You might only get 1 NEC during your entire career. But that means you'll jump around to a brand new job, be like an E5, E6, expected to be a leader in that field, know nothing about that job, and still be expected to understand that job. So and this was technically even within my same NEC, but at my first command, when I switched teams to a job that I had never done before, was completely only the basic skeleton of it, of this is the type of work we're doing, was familiar to me. But the way to file the paperwork, the way to do the reports, the way to do the products, the way to do everything, and the actual type of product that we were creating was entirely unfamiliar to me. This was at a joint command, so we had Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and my staff sergeant was in charge of that team, was a Marine. We were doing a combat support thing, because my first day on that team, shit hit the fan. It was like, oh, yeah, fuck, everyone in, we got to do this. I had never done the job before. We were doing something with combat support. We were helping like a foreign ally, and I had never done this work before. So at one point, when everyone's going out, they're taking, like, we have a moment of downtime, and a lot of people go to take their smoke breaks, and it's just me and the Marine staff sergeant there, and I'm continuing to work because I don't smoke. I go up to the staff sergeant. I'm saying, Staff Sergeant, I'm not familiar how to use this piece of technology to do this thing. What do I do? Why the fuck are you asking me? You're a goddamn E4. You should know how to do this, blah, blah, blah. He's drilling me for not knowing how to do this thing. I'm like, Staff Sergeant, I have never done this before. This is like my first day on the team. I have no idea. Well, why are you asking me? And I look around. It's like, because you're the only one here. It's like, well, you should wait till someone comes back and ask them. I'm like, we're in the middle of supporting combat operations. How about you just tell me how to do the fucking job so I can continue to do my job? But because I had been at that command for 2 years and blah, 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 I was expected to know everything. I was like, I don't have any idea what I'm doing. I very quickly became that during that little crisis that was happening, I was the person that ended up putting out the most products and basically working the most because people kept going on smoke breaks and shit. That was there. I have a lot to complain about at that command.
Oh, once you said smoke breaks, my biggest pet peeve now in the military is fuckers that take a smoke break every 5 minutes while you're working on the job.
Mm-hmm.
They basically don't do anything. And then, oh my god, the smell, since they smoke so much cigarettes, they smell so bad. So now, mind you, I work on the aircraft, and sometimes we have to work inside the control cabin, the cockpit.
Yeah.
Sometimes inside of there, it is annoying because Oh my god, that fucker will go up. He's smelling like shit, and it just smells the entire cockpit like burnt cigarette ass, and it's so bad. I hate fuckers like that.
I don't know.
They don't even shower.
What's worse though, the ones that dip or the ones that smoke? Because the ones that dip always have that fucking water bottle that's just filled with the most disgusting sludge next to them at all times. You'll be in the middle of a conversation or a meeting, and you hear as they're spitting out the. It's awful. It's disgusting, but at the very least, they don't smell. There's no smell to them, and they don't leave their desk to go do that. The smokers are constantly gone. They're never there. Hey, where's Ryan? I don't fucking know. Probably smoking. Can you go down to the smoke duct to get him? Sure, I'm going to walk down 4 stories and like 10 minutes away from the building, or not 10 minutes, but like 5 minutes away from the building just to go see if he's there, walk back, spend 20, 30 minutes out of my day to go find this asshole because you're allowing him to go on every fucking smoke break he can. Hated it.
God, you just love military sometimes, and the people inside of it.
Yeah, it's what I say a lot is the worst part about the military is the people. I loved my job. I really enjoyed my job. I really enjoyed the work. I didn't mind some of the bureaucracy. Some of it was really bad. But my first command was also a very top-heavy command that was we were integrated with civilians. So that was part of the reason there was a lot of like bureaucracy that I probably would not have had to deal with if I'd gone to any other command first. But the people were the worst. And the backstabby bullshit too, man.
It's always like whenever you go to a new shop or a new base, it's always a 50-50 between the people, because you never know how they're going to treat you. You never know how they're going to treat others. So sometimes you just gotta like suck it up, dude. Like,
yep.
That's a lot. What I tell a lot of my new people that come into the Air Force. Hey, there's a lot of people you might not like. You might not like me, but hey, if I train you and you get the job done and you end up better than I am, I did my job.
Yeah,
that's all that matters.
100%. And then there's just like my first command was really bad about it. My second command was kind of hit or miss with it. My first command, because it was such a top-heavy command, rank didn't seem to mean as much. Like, I got to the point where if you didn't have a fucking star on your, or like a bird on your collar, I wouldn't even like really acknowledge that you existed when I was walking past you. Because we're also even like on the outside on the campus of the command. It was once you were past the once you're past the parking lot, it was no cover, no salute. So I didn't have to salute you. I didn't really acknowledge you unless you had a bird on your collar. Because if I spent all day fucking saying, good morning, sir, good morning, sir, good morning, sir, to that's what I would be doing all fucking day. And they didn't care because they didn't want to do it either. But because of that, we ended up getting a lot of like NCOICs, a lot of LPOs and NCOICs that were more interested in being friends with their subordinates than they were actually making sure there was good order and discipline. So you'd get a lot of people, and because of the weird fuck structure of that command, because it was a joint command, I had like 4 chains of command. I had 4 chains of command that I responded to. I responded to the Navy chain of command administratively. Then I responded to my branch's chain of command because we referred to, or my division's chain of command. And then my branch's chain of command, because there's 3 different branches within the division, not like military branch, but 3 different branches within the division. So I responded to my branch's chain of command, my division's chain of command, the Navy chain of command, and then a different civilian chain of command that I also had to answer to because we were technically supporting a civilian agency at this command. So it was like the Office Space scene. I have 4 different bosses. If I fuck up, I have 4 different people coming to tell me that I fucked up. And it created this weird level of so many people just wanted to stay out of the concept of disciplining their troops and being the bad guy. Which became a big problem once I made rank and started getting put in charge of people administratively, or on my team, it wasn't a problem because I was the one laying down the law. And by the time I made E5, my first class was, you know, a fucking all-star. I loved them. So if someone was being a dick, like, we handled it. But like when I was administratively in charge of people, they didn't want to respect me as an E5 because their E6 was buddy, but they went out drinking with their E6 every day. They went out drinking with their tech sergeant or their staff sergeant or whoever the fuck was in charge of them every goddamn day. And they went to house parties and all this different shit. So they did not think that was a thing. And their guy wouldn't. The one time I actually had to write someone up, and I wish I had joined during the time of, we're not going to write you up. We're going to go into a back room. We're going to kick the shit out of each other. And then you're going to fucking listen. I wish I joined during that time because I didn't want to write people up. I didn't want to potentially affect someone's career because they're being a little shit, but they can be better if I fix it. But that was really the only recourse available to us sometimes. So the one time I actually had to write someone up, it was one of my guys administratively, but an Air Force dude, an Air Force tech sergeant's guy functionally. So he worked on the team that was the Air Force guy, but administratively I was in charge of him. And he mouthed off to me in front of a bunch of people after not getting his eval into me in time and blah, 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 and all this different shit. Long story. So I pulled him aside, and I pulled him to a room with me in my first class because it was the first time ever giving someone a counseling statement, and I wanted to make sure I was doing it right. So I was like, hey, IS-1, can you come with me real quick and help me with this? He's like, yeah, sure. Pulled him into a room. I start telling him what he did wrong, like blah, blah, blah. This is what you did. You mouthed off to me. You didn't get this in time. And he starts mouthing off to me again. It's like, no, we're not fucking doing that right now. You're going to shut the fuck up and you're going to listen. And I start telling him off and telling him what his consequences were, et cetera, and blah, 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 blah. Ultimately, it was, guess what? You're staying late today with me, and we're going to keep rewriting this fucking eval until you get it perfect. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care if we have to pull a cot out of the storage and we're going to sleep here tonight. You're staying, because that's really the most I could do. His tech sergeant came to me afterwards and said, hey, Johnston, man, you know, I heard you talk to blah, 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 blah. And, you know, I get it. You're coming into your own in leadership. I think you were kind of harsh on him, man. And I think you should, like, go apologize. And I just, like, that just infuriated me. And I looked at him and was like, Tech Sergeant, I would not have had to act that way. He would not have had to think that he could talk to me that way in front of a whole bunch of people if he had any actual leadership the time he was here. But you're too busy being buddy-buddy with one of your troops that you really shouldn't be, that he thinks he can act however the fuck he wants. He doesn't know anything about good leadership or military or discipline because of you. So, no, I'm not going to go fucking apologize to him. The counseling statement's staying in his goddamn paperwork. And I, like... and whatever else I said, and I walked off, and I walked back to my first class. I was like, Tech Sergeant might be coming to talk to you because I really should not have done that. We weren't in front of people when that happened, but it was like private. I was like, I as an E5 did just kind of tell an E6 he's a piece of shit leader. I might be in some trouble here. He never did. He might have come and talked to my first class and been like, oh, whatever, and my first class was like, no, he's right, or he might have realized he was wrong, or he might have just been too much of a fucking coward. I don't know. It never came down on me, but for a little bit there, I was a little worried I fucked myself. But no, that was a huge problem at that command of just everyone wanting to be everyone's friend, no wanting a discipline. And the worst part is this dude. And it's one of those things, like, I'm sure you might have seen it, but it's one of those things that you're going to end up seeing if you make a little bit of rank in the military, is all the people that you are friends at your rank, at your command, a portion of them are going to be super bitter and pissy when you make rank and now you're in charge of them, or you outrank them, or you get put on details in charge of them, or whatever it is, because they're pissed off that they didn't make it, and they think, oh, you sold out, and you changed, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I'm doing my job, and when I'm here at work, I am a leader. I have to make you do things that you might not want to do, make you do work you might want to do. I might have to tell you to stay late. I don't know. This guy was one of those. Me and him were like friends. We were like good friends. We worked out together occasionally. We would, you know, hang out on the weekends and stuff. The moment I made rank, I started hearing him bitch about, well, Johnson should have made rank. I do this and this and this and this and blah, blah, blah. Like, why'd he make rank when I didn't? And blah, why is his eval higher than mine? Blah, and it just pissing a bitch about it. So he got super bitter about the fact that I made rank, and that led to a whole bunch of, like, disciplinary issues with him, where we weren't friends anymore, and it wasn't because I made rank, it was because his reaction to me making rank. could not separate like work from personal life.
That's a lot of issues that people come in the military. They need to learn fast is how to separate work and home relationships.
Yeah.
Because then if they bring their home relationships to work and they start fucking up and not doing their job, it's just they're just hurting themselves at that point.
Yeah. It's like I'm at outside of work when my uniform is not on, I'm Zach or I'm Johnston or I'm whatever the fuck you want to call asshole, whatever. I don't give a shit. When I am at work, I am Petty Officer Johnston. Completely separate person, completely separate energy, completely separate responsibilities. And I am more focused on the job getting done. If it comes down to like obviously like, hey, you're having some personal shit going on and whatever, I'm gonna try to look out for you, I'm gonna try to help you. But I'm not gonna not get work done because, oh well, you know, I don't want my buddy to have to work harder, or like I don't want to have to tell him he's fucking up. No, I'm gonna get the fucking job done.
Be good. Keep your feet on the ground.
Especially because like some jobs in the military are low stakes. Really, like it's not that bad. Like if you fuck up as a cook, people are gonna be pissed off, but it's not that big a deal. Some jobs in the military have, if you fuck up, people die, and the wrong people die. So you can't be slack. You can't let good order and discipline fall aside. And I'd rather have all the people I work with in the military think I'm a huge asshole, but get their job done because of it, than be best friends with them and have to worry about the mission being done.
Yeah, I know that feeling. I know that feeling very hard of I fuck up, there's at least a minimum of 3 people on the jet that I work on.
Yeah.
And that's 2 officers and probably another airman or something.
Yeah.
Possibly another staff sergeant. They have families, and if they die, I get drug tested and I get fucking kicked out with a DD because I did something that I wasn't supposed to do.
Yeah. And like beyond that, just the mental aspect of that, you know what, you fucked that up. That the worst part for my job doing combat support the way I did, because I was never in combat. I'm not a combat veteran. I've never seen combat. That was not my job. If I was expeditionary, so I was trained to use weapons because the possibility existed that might happen. But if I ever had to draw my weapon outside of training, shit went really sideways. But I was doing combat support. So one of the things I still kind of dwell on a lot is I will never know if I fucked up enough to cost anyone their life. I will never know if I could have done something different or better or provided support in a different way or done this or done that, and the mission would have been more successful, because I never had a fuck up that was so bad that it came back to me. I never screwed up anywhere enough that it was obvious that I screwed up and that something went so horribly wrong, and it's like, Johnston screwed this up and this is why. So I'll never know, like, could I have done better? Could I have, done my job better, provided more information, provided more support, figured this out, thought about this new tool that we could use, whatever the fuck, enough to know whether or not my failure or success in doing my job cost someone their life.
Well, if you actually think about it, your job in the military, no matter what it is, you're playing a part in somebody dying.
Oh, like that's what I tell people all the time. I tell people that all the time, that no matter what your job is in the military, you are supporting the killing of people. And so all these people that are like, well, I don't support this and blah blah blah, and they have these moral objections to combat and whatnot and war, but they join the military. Your job is supporting the killing of people, no matter what it is. If you're a cook, you're feeding the warfighter. If you're an LS, a supply guy, you are supplying the warfighter. If you're an air crewman, you are repairing the ship or repairing the order of battle that is going to be used to kill somebody.
Yeah, like for me, I'm a maintainer. I fix a plane that refuels a F-16, F-22, F-35,
What can I do
and that
for ya?
F-30, one of those fighter jets are killing somebody. I'm third-hand killing people.
Yeah,
If you think about it.
yeah, and that is. Hold on. I need to actually remind myself to eat my food and drink my protein shake because I will forget, and I'll go to the end of the day and realize I ate like 300 calories today, and that's not good for me. But no, yeah, it's because I'd have a lot of those conversations with people while I was in the military, and when I was in the military, I was obviously much younger, so I was a lot more like kind of right leaning in a lot of ways. I've never considered myself left or right on the political spectrum. I've always been. I look at each issue as its own individual thing, rather than, political leanings. But in a lot of ways, I was more right-leaning when I was younger. And I'd have conversations with people that were, like, that I served with. I'd be talking to people that I served with that were staunchly anti-war, staunchly anti-violence, and thought it was disgusting, and go on rants about war is gross and blah blah blah, and the military is disgusting, and all these war fighters are blah 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 blah. And I was like, you were in the military. It's like, yeah, but I'm not the one that's actually fighting the war. I'm just doing this. I'm just doing my job. It's like, your job is supporting the war. So you can believe all these things. You can believe that what the military is doing as a whole is disgusting and wrong and whatever if you want to, but you have to admit that you are a hypocrite because you are facilitating them doing it. And whatever reason you decided, you needed money, you wanted college paid for, whatever, what you said then is that you were setting your moral and ethical beliefs aside, your integrity aside for gain. And you have to accept that because one way or another, you are supporting ending a life. But they don't like when you say that.
Yeah.
They don't like when you call them hypocrites.
I love calling people hypocrites all the time because sometimes it's just the reactions of how they, when they hear themselves as being called a hypocrite, when they know they're being a hypocrite, it's just so funny.
You gotta, like, once they start trying to justify themselves and you can call out the hypocrisy in it, there's like there's three reactions really. The people that are so self-absorbed and don't really care about their own integrity and their own beliefs that much, and they're like, whatever, I don't care, I'm taking advantage of the system, cool. The people that will, like, very, very rarely be like, oh shit, I'm a hypocrite, and maybe reevaluate what they think and believe, or their actions. But more often than not, people that are gonna rage and rage and rage and be so mad at you and come up with the reasons why you're just an asshole and you're wrong and devalue you, because if they can devalue you and who you are as a person, then they don't have to respect or believe what you just said, no matter how true it is.
Also, I am speed running fucking Northshire Valley right now. Holy shit.
Yeah, you are. What level am I now? I'm not your. I'm 4. I started before you, and you're still. To be fair, though, like, Dune Morag is a little bit more annoying to navigate, just because it doesn't really give you good ideas of where shit is. So I'm gonna give myself a little leeway.
I mean, what you could do once you get out of, like, that little starting zone, you could just take the tram, the deep run tram to Stormwind, and we can just do some Elwyn quests, which Elwyn's really easy.
Are there?
Really
I know there's.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still reading.
Oh God. I don't know, because I know there's a series of quests I have to do as a hunter just to unlock my pet. I don't know if there's, like, prereqs to those quests.
Pretty sure there's not. I think
Okay.
your very first few quests, there's not really much requirements.
Yeah.
It's just like a little quest line. Now, that's coming from a guy that's played Druid, Paladin, and Warlock.
Yeah, I
Not
play
much
Paladin a
other
lot.
classes.
I play Paladin a lot, but I prefer playing Paladin on Horde side. Or not Paladin, Druid on Horde side, just because I don't super care for the Night Elf starting area anymore. But I really like the Tauren one. That said, anytime I go Tauren, Orc, or Troll, I end up going over to the undead and start questing there for a while because once I get to the barrens, I'm like, this is so bleak and dry and boring.
That's what I love Eastern Kingdoms leveling, but I hate with a passion, absolutely hate Kalimdor leveling because it's like a completely unfinished zone to me. Like there's so little scenery there, and it's annoying. Like if you go to Eastern Kingdoms where the heart of Warcraft 3 took place,
Yeah.
it's really interesting because you could see like all the little remnants of it.
Yeah, there's lore. There's
And-
lore there.
Yeah, and I love just you because as a human, you start in Elven Forest, you go to Westfall, then you go to Redridge and Duskwood.
Yep.
Then once you finish Duskwood, you have like 3 options you could choose. I think it's Wetlands, Stranglethorn, and what is it?
Isn't Stranglethorn after the wetlands?
Stranglethorn?
Wetlands is like 30 and Stranglethorn is 40, isn't it?
Okay, so Wetlands will starts at like 20ish too, but
Okay.
with Duskwood, it can carry you to I think 30
Gotcha.
if you play it smart and you do a lot of dungeons. But Stranglethorn Vale will carry you to 40 as well as South Shore.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can get into the Plaguelands until like 50 something.
Yeah. No, Stranglethorn is one of the favorites in terms of it's nice to look at. But
For
then, like,
me,
the only lore in Redridge really, like, is Medivh's Tower. Karazhan Tower is the only real thing that you can know about the lore of World of Warcraft and see in Redridge, and it's like, oh, that's cool. I think that's Redridge.
No, you're thinking of Deadwind Pass.
Am I? Yeah.
Like, yeah, well, you know, like dead zone right beside Duskwood that you pass through to get to Blasted Lands or Swamp Toros.
Yeah,
Me personally, I love the Eastern Plaguelands because not only Strathholm, but you got in-game Nax, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Nax and hardcore, you said earlier people griefing. Have you heard of Teeny Violin?
Mm-mm.
So this guy, I think for about a year, got fucked over multiple times from his guild. Like they wouldn't give him like the good gear he needs, and he was like top DPS and the top tank. So they went to go do Nax, and remind you, these are level 60s on hardcore. If they die, they have to restart from level 1.
Yeah.
Now these guys, this guy, he took the 4 horseman fight, and you know you have to take each one of the horsemen and put them to a different corner of the room. Otherwise, everybody it's a raid wipe.
Yeah.
And he purposely took one of the horsemen and put it to the wrong side of the room and killed the entire raid group.
I mean, don't be a dick and that won't happen.
It was the funniest shit ever. You had people saying that he should have got banned, and you have people that say he shouldn't have gotten banned. But I think like
that's how you let the community handle it thing.
Yeah, I think what Blizz did, they put like a week suspension on him, and then the people that died, they let their characters come back to life once.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah. Well, I was watching Pirate Software, like a short from him the other day, where I guess he was talking to some people that work for Blizzard for World of Warcraft, because he used to. And he's talking about like, well, what happens if I blink and it glitches and has me fall through the world and I die that way? He's like, yeah, no, you lost your character. It's like, oh, well, that sucks. That's just another one of the reasons why, like, I don't want to do hardcore. I don't want to do anything where someone else fucking up can cost me my character.
Yeah, no, I'd love to do hardcore if I was like a better character.
If I was sweatier, yes. If I was far sweatier, I would do hardcore.
If I could get to level 60 in 2 weeks, then maybe.
Yeah.
But no, I think right now with my paladin, I'm at level 29, just hit it, and it took me a day and like 20 hours to get to that point.
Jesus.
And that's over like 2 weeks time right there.
Yeah. I would I would do hardcore maybe if it was like, if you survive the hardcore season, you get X benefit, you get some cosmetic, you get this, you get that, you get an artifact, whatever the fuck. But if you die, you just get to move your character to a non-hardcore server. That way you don't lose the progress. You can still keep the character. It's just you don't get to participate with that character in hardcore anymore. So there's like, oh, I'll do hardcore because if I do well, then I get this vantage. And like, okay, hardcore character makes it to level 60, you get this. Hardcore character completes this dungeon or this raid or whatever, you get this and that. And if hardcore character dies, it's going to a non-hardcore server, but you still get to keep it. Because then I wouldn't. Then it's more of a challenge for me that I can appreciate and I get something out of, you know?
Yeah, that's what I love about Classic. Like, no matter what you do, your main goal in the game is to get to level 60, and that's an accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
You spent, like, I don't know, a month, maybe 2 months getting to that level, and the moment you hit 60, it's like, oh, that feels so good. I'm so happy. And then you start doing the in-game content. You do Molten Core. You're like, oh, this is awesome. I'm loving this. Then you do Encourage, what was that? Again, Zul'Gurub?
Yeah.
Zul'Gurub, and then you do Nax. Once you do all the in-game content, it's like you do every raid once. It's like you feel accomplished.
Yeah.
And it's even better once you get your legendary.
Yeah, and they would always do those like what was it, the Encourage, the little scarab beetle that you could ride was there was a limited time to do it, you had to accomplish it with this amount of time, and they had stuff like that popping up like all the time where there's like this limited time thing that you can do and you get something that is unique to that, and it was you could swag out, you could show off like, yeah, I got this. Like I remember they had I was very low level at the time, so I didn't get to participate, but they had for a while Malfurion was popping up, and there's a quest line you could do with him that was really hard to do, but if you completed it, you got something cool. I can't even remember what it was. And this was when Malfurion was still canonically in the Emerald Dream and stuck and blah blah blah.
Was that for like the Cataclysm pre-patch event? I think that's what that was.
I don't know. Hold on, let me Google it.
And I've only been playing WoW since Cataclysm, anyways.
I've been playing since vanilla, so I think it was way before Cataclysm.
I only took 2 breaks in WoW in my entire life, and that was with Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands. Battle for Azeroth was like, it was not fun for me. And then Shadowlands dropped, and it was like, oh, this is so much worse than Battle for Azeroth.
Yeah, it's them constantly trying to introduce new stuff, especially stuff that like changes the lore, can be very upsetting sometimes, especially when they have in-game stuff that they can work with, like in-lore stuff that they can work with that they're just not doing.
What pissed me off, this was the biggest blunder I think Blizzard has ever made in their entire fucking life of being a game creation studio. So they made Shadowlands. And Shadowlands, you're going to the realm of death. You're talking with old characters that were killed off in the series that can be redeemed. Like Uther. Uther was redeemed. But
wait, why was Uther not redeemed? What did Uther ever do that was wrong?
So basically, in the Afterlife, what Uther did was he went against his Afterlife faction, and then he was like a little rebel. But then he was the one that threw Arthas into the maw, and did not forgive him for what he did.
I mean, you can't forgive Arthas. Well, you can look at Arthas as a tragic hero or a tragic villain because
nothing wrong.
He did nothing wrong until he put on he put on the armor of the Lich King. Then he did a lot of stuff wrong. But
that's when
he was corrupted, so it's like, how much can you blame him? He was basically possessed in a way.
So I think how Arthas went was he was in a fit of rage because of the Scourge attacking the cities, and he wanted to get revenge against Mal'Ganis. So he went on a super long quest, and then he found Frostmourne, and Frostmourne was the start of his corruption into madness. That's when he started killing everybody.
The real start, I would say, of him falling, of Arthas's fall, would be the culling of Stratholme. That's what a lot of people see, but that's like when you can still be like, I agree with what he did, or like
wasn't
I
necessary.
understand what he did. He could have done it differently, but like ultimately, like in my mind, if I were Arthas in that situation, I probably would have done the same thing because it's like there's this off chance that maybe, possibly, maybe we can save these people, but if we don't, we're giving a huge army to Mal'Ganis. It's just, you know, from the lawful good perspective of him being a paladin, yeah, it was fucked.
But I think it was needed, me personally, because if you look at like as you're playing through Warcraft 3 through that mission, all the citizens are actually turning into
Yeah, no,
ghouls
if
and
you wait too
spirits.
long, they turn into a ghoul. Even I think without Mal'Ganis's intervention, I think they just end up turning into a ghoul eventually. So they are all corrupted. They're given that corrupted grain. There's nothing you could do to save them. There's just like, oh, this off chance that maybe the priest can come up with a way to cure them of this ghoul infection. It's like, no, I can't blame him for what he did at all. Like, I probably would have reacted the same way. And then there's the second like fall when he burns the ships to trap his people there. But even that, you can kind of be like, he understands that the only way he can stop Mal'Ganis is with Frostmourne. I think at that point he was having like prophetic dreams almost that were being sent to him by the Lich King. So he was kind of being corrupted by the Lich King. But it's like, okay, I can kind of get why he did that. The fact that he betrayed his own men, like the mercenaries he hired, okay, that's a little bit fucked up. But also, if he didn't do that, his men might not follow him. They might betray. They might be like, "Fuck you! You just trapped us here." And then once he actually grabs Frostmourne, it's almost out of his hands what happens next because he is just straight up under the influence of the Lich King. He is corrupted by the Lich King 100% at that point.
Oh yeah, 100%. Now, like I was saying earlier with Arthas, they could have had a real good opportunity to bring him back and have him redeemed for all the stuff he did.
Yeah,
But they didn't even show him once. What they did was they took him, they put him in a sword, and then they killed him. And which was the stupidest shit.
Well,
It pissed me off.
Did you ever read the Arthur's book?
I don't think I have.
So it's one of my favorite of the Warcraft books, and it goes like deep into like Arthas's childhood, all the way up until all the way up basically until the start of Wrath. And it goes really deep into that, including stuff that you don't see in the game and all these interpersonal relationships. It goes deeper into his relationship with Jaina and his relationship with Uther and all these different people, and you know why him and Myrddin were such good friends, because it turns out Myrddin was one of the people that taught him how to fight, because Uther was teaching him how to fight as a knight and a paladin, and Myrddin was like, nah, you gotta fight dirty. So it goes really deep into that character, but in between every chapter, you're in basically a mindscape of Arthas. Like the intro to every chapter is a mindscape of Arthas where there's him, there's a younger version of him that is sickly, and then there's Ner'zhul. And it's Ner'zhul and that younger version basically arguing to eat with each other and with Arthas, trying to corrupt him to their side to make the younger version of him being like, no, Arthas, be good, blah, 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 stop this. And Ner'zhul being like, nah, submit. And at the end of it, Arthas walks up to, it doesn't ruin the story at all, and it doesn't really matter, but at the end of it, Arthas walks up, he stabs the kid version of himself, Ner'zhul starts laughing, ha 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 ha, and he stabs Ner'zhul, so it's basically Arthas killing both of his influencers and becoming his own person as the Lich King. So Ner'zhul, by that canon, is no longer a part of the Lich King. Ner'zhul's spirit is destroyed and not influencing Arthas anymore, but neither is his own soul and spirit. So he's just his own entity. But they could have used that. They could have left that like on a cliffhanger, or just use that concept, not have it end with him killing him or whatever, and given that as a potential redemption for Arthas. Because when who is it that ends up killing Arthas and taking on the role of the Lich King?
Well, we kill him. Tyrion Fordring almost takes it, but it's Bolvar Fordring that takes.
Yeah. So they could have had a moment there where like you and Tyrion and Bolvar are there and stopping him and whatnot, and there is a redemption thing where they kill him, but his spirit's still there. You are being guided by the spirit of young Arthas to kill him, so that could be the redemption of young Arthas helping you kill the Lich King Arthas. because he's still good and he's still there and he could be resurrected as you know, whatever the fuck without the influence of Ner'zhul in him. There's a lot of stuff they could have do if they wanted to go down an Arthas redemption route. One of the things I did not like is when they started making Jaina evil.
Are you talking about like for Battle for Azeroth?
I think
where she absolutely fucking hated the Horde with no discrimination.
Yeah, because canonically, her and Thrall are constantly working together to keep the peace, because Thrall doesn't want war. Thrall just wants his people to succeed, and Jaina doesn't want war. Jaina just wants her people to succeed. So there's all that lore built up of them working together and having a friendly relationship and mitigating issues and blah, blah, blah. And then it's just like, nah, Jaina's just going to go kind of wild with it, which was a disservice to her character.
They're actually bringing that back. If you look at War Within, you always see Jaina and Thrall together now.
Good.
Now what they're doing for WoW, I don't know if you paid attention to it at all or not. But so what they're doing with retail WoW is they're making it to where Horde and Alliance are now working together and no longer doing the same bickering they've been doing for the past however many fucking years.
60?
Now, yeah.
I think it's like 60 canonically.
Yeah, but now they're like doing joint expeditions and joint task force. They're still like
kind of like end of Reign of Chaos.
Yeah, and there's also like a little bit of like if you go to like a couple of quests, you'll see that they're working together, but they're still like bickering. Like, oh, our soldiers are better. No, our soldiers are better. But but it's really cool that they're trying to make it into one like.
The thing that would make sense when there's an overwhelming threat that is outside of your world. Hey, maybe we put this shit aside and not fight when we have demons and shit happening.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe there's a bigger issue here.
Which I'm glad they're doing, because now that if you also paid attention, they're now doing cross-faction guilds. So you can have Horde and Alliance in the same guild.
That's odd. I think it's a part of that's probably just, again, trying to get the accessibility of it, because then you get people being like, well, what character do I... And basically, someone's getting the shaft sometimes because, oh, their buddy wants to play Alliance and they want to play Horde, and I can get that. It's really going to depend, and I'll admit the last like 2 or 3 expansion I haven't paid too much attention to the lore, because it's just kind of like, okay, this is going so high into the right. And I guess it depends on how they progress the lore more, is how I'm going to feel about that.
I'm kind of stoked for their next expansion, because they're bringing player housing after fucking 25 years.
They're playing player housing?
Yeah, we're getting player housing next expansion.
So what you're telling me is RuneScape did it, and then they took another like 20 years probably to do it after RuneScape did it.
Yep.
About fucking time. Even like KOTOR had it, didn't they? Didn't KOTOR have that player housing?
I think it might have. I know Elder Scrolls Online 100% had player housing.
Yeah, and Age of Conan had guilds could build whole fucking cities.
Yeah, but yeah, now they're. I'm hoping that it's like customizable,
like fully customizable.
Yeah. Otherwise, if it's just like, hey, if it's like, what was it? Warlords of Draenor garrisons, I'm gonna hate it.
It's gonna be instanced. That's kind of the same thing that bothered me with Fallout 76 when they introduced the caravan stuff. Because I was super excited for the caravan Milepost Zero update, and we're gonna have caravans and a customizable base. The customizable base was just you got to decide when you bought which upgrades. That was it. That was the only part of the customizable. There was nothing customizable about it. It's just you decided what you progressed first. I was like, that's not what I want. It's definitely going to be instanced, but like Age of Conan, what it was in any of the areas that a guild can build a base. If you had a guild that owned a base in the area, when you went into, because like every zone was instanced, when you went into the instance, you would go to the one that had your guild's base and whatever the other guilds that had a base there were, and there's like 3 in any area. But then you could build the city in any layout that you wanted. There were like plots in the city that you could build on. You had to build the walls, you had to build everything, but you can lay it out how you wanted. You could lay out the defenses how you wanted. as much as was reasonable in like an MMORPG, but it was a really cool thing, and it's kind of why like for a while I switched from World of Warcraft to Age of Conan, and then realized that Age of Conan was entirely unfinished at its release, so it died for me. But no, hopefully they do player housing right, and they don't really have an excuse not to, because they have a world's worth of feedback net out of people saying this is how you need to do this.
Yeah, so far this World Tour saga that they're doing is really not that bad. I've been enjoying it. This is the first expansion I've truly enjoyed since I don't know, Legion. I don't know if you played Legion or not.
No, not really. I got back into Cataclysm, or I stopped around Cataclysm, and then I finally started doing the Cataclysm stuff, and then eventually I came back for Mists of Pandaria, and then like I would hop back in and out every once in a while and try some of the new stuff, but like I never ended up going super far with a lot of the new stuff. I just, once Classic was around, it's like I'm going to replay through Classic.
What's your thoughts on the dragon race that they added last expansion?
I think everything about the dragon race is a slap in face to anyone that actually understands the lore of WoW. I think it introduced a bunch of new mechanics. It introduced a lot of cool new mechanics that I think are somewhat pointless sometimes, but still. But it's such stupid lore.
Are you talking about the lore about how is it Nefarian or Neltharion?
Neltharion.
Neltharion. You're talking about how Neltharion had them created to be some type of super soldier.
If these things have been existing for as long as they supposedly have, where the fuck were they during the War of the Ancients? Where were they during the Reign of Chaos? Where were they during the Scourge's invasion?
Apparently they were stasis by the dragons.
Why?
20,000 years.
Why? Sargeras invaded Azeroth. Orchabod invaded Azeroth. Kil'jaeden tried to invade Azeroth, and then the Lich King happened. None of these were important enough for these fucking, scalies to wake up and help fight. None of them?
No, they were imprisoned.
Fuck that! It's stupid as shit! Why? Why? It's so dumb! What are they called? What the fuck are they called again?
Drakthir?
Drakthir? Yeah, I thought so. Drakthir fucking... yeah. Where were the Drakthir during all of the biggest events in World of Warcraft and Warcraft lore when the world was a step away from ending? And no, we don't need them yet. Yes, you fucking do. They almost lost the War of the Ancients. They almost lost fucking the war against Sargeras. Fucking Malgios, the aspect of magic was driven insane. They were a step away from losing it if it weren't for divine intervention, literally divine intervention, because all the wild gods came and became a part of it. And there's some thought that Eonar got involved in all that different shit. Malfurion's dad died. Or Cenarius' dad died. They were a step away from dying, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we have these super soldiers, but we don't need to use them yet. They could go toe-to-toe." What we're having all the way up to that point, until the dragons directly got involved, they had no air support. They had absolutely no air support, and the Felguard and and the Succubus and a whole bunch of the other demons were swooping in from the air and fucking them up. It would have been a great time to have scalies with wings just jumping around, fucking saving people. No. So no, they are. I don't give a fuck what Blizzard says. That it's canon, but it's a stupid retcon. I'm angry.
How passionate you are about that.
I'm really into the lore of World of Warcraft. It's the Warcraft and the Diablo books are some of the earliest books, the book IPs that I got really, really into and read all of them. To the point where, so I got my dad into WoW. Me and my brother got my dad into WoW so that he would let us play. So like I said earlier, my dad would not let us play online games because he was worried about, creepers on the internet and stuff, until we showed him the Make Love Not Warcraft episode of South Park. And then he loved that so much that he wanted to play it, so he allowed us to play it, and we all shared one account. And that, World of Warcraft kind of became our thing. It was the game that we played together all the time. He'd come home from work. Eventually, we shared an account, but eventually he bought me and my brother our own computers so that we could all play WoW together. And it was kind of our thing. So I was in the military when the World of Warcraft movie came out, and I think it came out around December. So I came home for leave for Christmas, and he was like, "You want?" One of the first things he said to me was like, "You want to go see the World of Warcraft movie?" I was like, "Fuck yeah, I want to see the World of Warcraft movie." We go to the World of Warcraft movie, and when we get out, we're leaving the theater. We leave the actual theater, and he's like, "So." He's like, oh, "Man, that was awesome, Zach. What do you think about that movie?" I was like, I held my finger up because I was. I held my finger up. He's like, "Okay," because I was like, "I'm not going to start shouting and cursing in the middle of this movie theater." We get into the parking lot. We get into the car. He's like, "So, what do you think?" I was like, "Oh, it's fucking bullshit. That's not how that would work. Gul'dan didn't fight fucking Duratan in a hand-to-hand battle. He had to assassinate Duratan because Gul'dan was a wimpy little bitch, and they try to combine like shit that happened over like 100 years of Warcraft lore and cram it into 6 months, and this is fucking stupid." And I was just fuming about it. So my dad will still, to this day, whenever he gets the chance, be like, "Yeah, we're gonna go see a movie. You know what Zach's favorite movie is the World of Warcraft movie." Like, son of a bitch, no, it's not.
Speaking about World of Warcraft movie,
You better fucking say the right things, or I swear to God, I will find you. I'll call your command and tell them that you're something. I don't know.
So the executive producer of WoW, whatever her fucking name is, old lady that looks like a younger version of Nancy Pelosi, she has stated and confirmed that Microsoft is thinking about heavily creating either World of Warcraft TV shows that are animated or live action, or a follow-up movie to the original World of Warcraft movie.
I am perfectly cool with a TV show happening. In fact, if they did it animated, Diablo needs an animated series because all the anime scenes that they released with like Diablo 3 and shit, holy shit, does that deserve its own series? Like, get the studio that did Castlevania to do the Diablo anime. I would shit my pants with excitement. And if they did a Warcraft show, that would be great. They would have to do several shows, really, because if they don't do several different shows, what they're going to end up doing is similar shit to what they did with the movie and take stuff that happened over, like, generations in WoW lore and make it all happen at the same time because they want that fan service of having all these people together. But if they did, like, a show, it's like, we're just going to cover the Tides of War era, and then we're just going to cover this, and we're going to cover that. But then you have to have the character continuity. So, like, some characters that existed in Warcraft 1 are dead by Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3 and then WoW. But they wouldn't want to do that because they want to keep everyone's favorite character around. So they're going to find excuses to keep these fuckers alive when they don't deserve to be.
I wouldn't mind them doing a series that started off with Warcraft 3. And then like for like stories telling behind, like, say
flashbacks.
they introduce Tyrande, we get flashbacks of the War of the Ancients and all that fun shit.
They could do an entire like series on just the War of the Ancients. They can do like an entire like probably 2 seasons on the War of the Ancients because it's 3 books and there is a lot of shit going on there.
Also, fuck this fucking mine. Everything keeps respawning instantly on top of me, and I hate it.
I'm just trying to find the fucking bucket of bolts, and I might not even... I'm in a cave, just killing troll after troll, and it is not here. I might be in the wrong area. I might be in entirely the wrong area.
Don't you worry. I have Wowhead right here.
I need to have it up. I have 3 monitors. I need to have it up on one of them.
Classic. What's that quest name?
A Refugee's Quandary.
A Refugee's Quandary. Nice.
It's the bucket of bolts I'm looking for.
It's if I can actually get it. Oh, there you got a screenshot.
Yeah.
It's outside.
Son of a bitch. God damn it.
Well, it looks like it's right beside the entrance to the cave.
But no, I would love if they did a World of Warcraft. If they're gonna start doing World of Warcraft lore or World of Warcraft series, Stop calling it World of Warcraft, the movie, or World of Warcraft series. Call it Warcraft, because the number of people that are like notionally into the World of Warcraft lore, but don't realize that the RTS games existed. So, like, do not fucking question me on any Warcraft lore pre-Cataclysm. Do not fucking. I guarantee you, I know it better than you. But just because you didn't read the books, don't assume that I don't fucking know what I'm talking about. No one ever questions me on the truth of something, on if I say, oh, this happened, but they'll question me on, like, if I say, no, this didn't happen, or no, that character wouldn't act that way. That's like, well, because this. I'm like, but based on everything that came before that, fuck you. You suck.
We have 30 years of Warcraft lore to digest entirely.
Yes.
Think about it.
I read basically every book up until the Shattering. Every single book up until the Shattering, I have read and read and read again. I had Keith R.A.D. Candido. I went to a con and I had Keith R.A.D. Candido sign my copy of. It wasn't Tides of War. Was it Tides of War? Hold on. Cycle of Hatred.
Cycle of Hatred.
Yeah, I was able to go to, which is the one that really goes into the friendship between Thrall and Jaina, which I really like. But no, I went to a con and I met Keith R.A.D. Candido, and he had him sign my copy of Cycle of Hatred, and even he commented on the fact that I had reread it so many times that there are oil thumbprints from where I would hold the book in the center again and again over the age on every single page. And I've read these books so many. I know this shit by heart. But that was also like really cool when I got to meet Keith R.A.D. Candido, who wrote Cycle of Hatred. He was like the nicest guy. I was at a kind of small con. I met him and his wife. Him and his wife are some of the nicest people I've ever met. And it was one of these weird like meeting your heroes moments, because I've read the Warcraft books so many times, and he's only written one of them. He's only written Cycle of Hatred. But that con for 2 days, and when I came back the next day and passed by his table going somewhere else, he's like, "Hey Zach, how you doing?" I was like, "Remembers my name." And he pulled me over to talk to him a bit more, and we started talking about more stuff. We talked about WoW lore, and we talked about what we thought about the way WoW lore is progressing, and the fact that Chris Metzen is coming back, or at the time coming back, and I think he's still there, and how that's going to change the way the story in WoW progresses, because now they have Chris Metzen guiding it again. And it was just this really cool moment of when you meet one of your heroes and it goes perfectly well. And he's not like one of my heroes in the fact that, oh, I was like, oh my God, I can't wait to meet Keith R.A.D. Candido one day. But he wrote a book that I really loved. And when I met him, he was super cool. It's like, that's awesome.
Damn, you're fucking lucky as hell, dude. The only guy I got to meet was the voice actor of Cenarius, Neil Kaplan.
Neil Kaplan's done so much voice work, man.
Yeah, I mainly went there. I found him in a con.
Is he Tychus too, I think?
I think
yeah,
he is.
He's Tychus. He's Tychus in the Reapers. He's Madara Uchiha, and he's one of the voices of Madara Uchiha in Naruto, which Naruto is the others. The IPs that I can speak on better than probably like 95% of people are pre-Cataclysm WoW, Diablo, and then Naruto. Me and my ex-wife, one of our first conversations when we actually met up and went on our first date was about the Akatsuki and who our favorite Akatsuki member was and who our favorite non-Akatsuki member was. And we like agreed that Kasama is the best Akatsuki member and Mike Guy is the best of Konoha. And like I could go on rants about the Naruto lore.
I don't know jack shit about it. For some reason, I don't watch Naruto or Dragon Ball Z. I'm more of like I like isekais. I like otherworld anime for me. I like seeing people like either reincarnated or like summoned to a different world. That's how I am.
That's perfectly fair. I'm like a weird. It makes me feel like a fake weeb sometimes, or a fake nerd, because I wouldn't call myself a weeb, but it makes me feel like a fake nerd. I do have a Naruto tattoo, but it makes me feel like a fake geek sometimes, because like people will be going into really big depth about like or like asking me, do you watch this anime? Do you watch this anime? Do you watch this anime? I'm like, no, I don't watch that one. No, I don't watch that one. No, I don't watch that one. because there's so many anime that are on my list, but just the way my brain works, my ADHD works, if I'm going to sit down and watch something new, I have to be in a very specific mental state where I can focus on it. And I can focus on it without having 1,000 different distractions. Otherwise, I won't watch it. Or I'll end up spending so much time rewinding it because I'll miss something. So there's a lot of like animes and shows in general that I've watched before, and I'll just rewatch those ones again and again and again and again. But I have like a bunch on my list that I want to get into. I still haven't watched That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime that's on my list. I still haven't watched Overlord that's on my list.
Hold on, pause. You haven't watched those? Oh my god.
What?
You're missing out.
You don't
All
know
right,
Naruto,
so-
okay? How old are you?
I'm 21, dude.
Okay, yeah, put some respect on my name. Like, respect your elders, motherfucker. How dare you? You don't even know
listen.
Naruto, which I do not blame people at all when they don't want. I haven't watched One Piece just because by the time I was like, I want to watch One Piece, it was like 800 episodes long. It's like, I don't have the fucking time for this.
I took the time and watched all 1,000 episodes in a fucking month, all right?
Yeah, no. Yeah, if someone did a supercut of One Piece where it like removed all the filler and shit, I'd be like, okay, fine, I'll watch it.
I think they're reanimating it like from the beginning. I think they're calling it The One Piece.
But One Piece is the one I haven't gotten into. My girlfriend is finally watching Naruto with me, because like her favorite anime is Soul Eater, and we've been watching that, and then like my favorite is Naruto, just and big part because it was one of the first ones that I ever watched like sequentially, like from beginning to end. Because like my first anime ever was Inuyasha, because it would come on Adult Swim in the middle of the night, and I'd be up at like 2 a.m. trying to turn the volume on my TV down so my parents didn't hear it, watching Inuyasha. But like,
What can I do for you?
I fully understand why other people don't want to watch it, because one, it's shonen as fuck. It is shonen as fuck. And then it is like there's a lot of it, and because of the way they animated it, because of the way they handled the production of the episodes, you'll get one episode, like they had different teams animating different episodes in sequence, so you'll get one episode that ends like on a scene, and then the next episode they will have reanimated that scene but in a different way, and that'll be like the first 3 or 4 minutes of that episode, so it feels like a lot of wasted time. But I would like, it's another one that, and I might do it because I have all the episodes on a SSD somewhere, because my buddy, when I was getting ready to go on, I was supposed to be deploying to Japan, my buddy said, here's this. He gave me like a 2 terabyte SSD that had every episode of Naruto on it. It's like, that'll keep you occupied. I was like, okay, cool. I might legitimately just go through and edit it all together, remove all the bad filler, and fucking cut out all those replaying scenes so that see how much shorter I can make it.
I think you can shorten it down to like 200 episodes.
There is a lot. Well, here's and almost to your note of like liking isekai anime. One of the reasons why I like a lot of the Naruto filler episodes, not the filler arcs. A lot of the filler arcs are just bad, but a lot of the like filler episodes were really nice, and I enjoyed them because it turned Naruto into a slice of life anime. It turned Naruto. It wasn't about the big overarching plot and you know the enemy and whatnot. It was Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura going on these like goofy little missions and doing stuff, and it built out the world and the relationships in Naruto in a way that it made more sense why these people would feel as close as they do. Because if you just watch the canon shit for Naruto's obsession with Sasuke and being like, he's my best friend and he's the only one that ever understood me, makes no fucking sense. But if you watch like the filler episodes that are like, you know, episodic, it makes sense. They have done it, and you're seeing it. You're seeing them do all this stuff together and be friends and get along and help each other and blah blah blah. But you don't see that in the canon, really.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. What's your favorite anime then? What's your favorite?
Oh, that's a fucking.
I hate that question too, because anime's not a genre so much as it is a style.
like there's some. So it's hard to say because there's new anime that drops every fucking season
Yeah.
that you possibly will pick up a new one, new favorite. But currently, I'm rocking That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime.
Okay.
And
Fuck, I need to go back and kill Gricknir.
I think maybe. No, I wouldn't say Attack on Titan. That last 4 fucking seasons pissed me off.
The ending of Attack on Titan was so stupid. Like I had a friend of mine, this girl Kimmy, that like we were super into Attack on Titan. So when the last episode came out, I was at a con, so I didn't get to watch it. And she's like, you need to watch it tomorrow so that we can talk about it. So I texted her. I was like, okay, I'm sitting down to watch it right now. And like, she was texting me the whole, because she knew when shit was happening. I think she was rewatching it when I was watching it. She's like, what did you think about that? Well, take me on. And when we got to the ending scene of it, and it turns into this weird like shoujo anime of love and I love you and Mikasa and Eren and blah blah blah. It's just like, I was raging. Like, when did this shit turn in? Why is Aaron crying like he like this is fucking Oran High School Host Club? Like, why? What the fuck? It ended, or at least like I predicted the turn where it was going to be Aaron saying, "Well, only Eldians can turn into Titans," and he hates Titans so much that he was going to kill all the Eldians. I did not predict him coming back on that and being like, "Oh no, that's just a trick."
I will say the anime did it a lot better than how the manga did it. The manga was, trust me when I say it was worse than the manga.
I have kind of a rule a lot of times when I get into an anime that's still running, I will not, if I haven't watched the manga or read the manga already, I won't read the manga because I don't want to be disappointed in the anime. If I like really like the anime and it's currently still in production, I will not read the manga just so the anime doesn't piss me off, so I can still enjoy the anime.
Well, I made that mistake, but kind of quite the opposite. When Slime first came out, I got to the second season, really enjoyed the second season, and then I was like, fuck, now I gotta wait until they drop season 3, what else am I gonna do? So, I was like, fuck it, so I bootlegged a version of it online, found it, I read the entire series, and I said, damn, this shit's gonna get really good soon.
Did it? Did it then get really good?
No, the third season... what the third season did was just, like... Take an NCO as soon as he ranks up, thinking that he's badass as fuck, but then he figures out there's a lot of fucking meetings.
That just hit me in my soul, man.
That's basically what season 3 of Slime is, just meetings.
Oh my god. They really got into the bureaucracy. People are like, this isn't realistic. This isn't how it would work. In reality, there'd be this. Like, fine, fuck you. We'll give you that. We'll give you the meetings. You want the meetings? Fine. Oh my god.
I had to pull the NCO because that's like an actual fucking thing that happens.
Oh yeah, no, I've had entire weeks where I could not get work done because I was in meetings because I had to go to meetings. But then, like my fucking first class was out on at TDY, so I had to go to all of his meetings. So we would have we would
struck a nerve.
Yeah. We would have at my first command in my division, we would have a Monday morning meeting to talk about everything that needed to get done, and that was with everyone that was at the 70 plus people, the leadership of like the 70 plus people that were in that division, and we'd have a morning meeting on Monday to discuss everything that needed to get done that week with all the leadership. And then there were other meetings that I did not know about that happened after that, which were breaking down further with even the higher up people with, okay, how are you guys going to accomplish this? And then on Friday, there would be an end of week meeting to discuss, okay, did we accomplish all this? Is this all done? What needs to carry over? If we didn't get something done, why the fuck didn't we get it done? And then there's just all the random meetings that happen in between Monday and Friday, because my division was technically supporting other divisions. Like our teams, all the teams in my division were supporting a different team in a different division for a different mission. So we'd have to go to their meetings, and then there would be, okay, the Navy has a meeting that's just for the Navy administratively, and then there's the civilian agency we're working with has their own meeting that they had for whatever reason, and then the command had a meeting, like the greater command had a meeting that we had to go to. So I showed up to the Monday morning meeting one week, got told what needed to get done. Cool, whatever. IS-1's not here. My first class isn't here. I can go to his meetings. I can make sure this all gets done. I spent the entire week in meetings. Didn't have time to get anything done, really, except for like a small things. Went to that end of week meeting on Friday and was like, well, why didn't you get anything done? It's like, because I spent this entire week in meetings. You were there. You saw me. You were in these meetings with me. I spent this entire week in meetings. I didn't have time to do anything. And luckily, they're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Nothing I had was like priority, so they weren't super mad at me. But it's like the audacity of scheduling me for 1,000 meetings and then being mad that I didn't get anything done during the day.
The breakdown of meetings are: you get the meeting, you get the pre-meeting, you get the pre-meeting, and you get the follow-up meeting, and then you have the NCO meeting. It's like 5 meetings in one day, and it's annoying as shit for all the NCOs. I have a buddy of mine. He's a staff sergeant. He complains about it all the time because usually they go in there for like an hour or 2 hours most, talking about the stupidest stuff. Sometimes like an event that they want to do, and he's like, they were wasting my time. I could be out here working, jobbing, but no, I can't. I have to go to these stupid fucking meetings.
And some of the meetings are like, why do I need to be here? Because the stupidest thing about the Monday morning meetings is the Monday morning meetings would include a lot more people than needed to be there. It could have just been the team leads. It could have just been the team leads at those meetings. But no, they wanted the team leads, which the team leads were civilians for continuity purposes. So it could have just been the civilian team leads, and then they could have come back and briefed the military guys that were working for them, because it was like a civilian team lead, and then their entire team was military. And they could have briefed the military guys that were working for them and figured that out. But no, it would have to be the team leads and any of the people that would be considered like an NCO or a petty officer. So if you were E5 or above, you had to be there. Entirely unnecessary, because you know what we did after those meetings? We went to our sections, and then we had a meeting about what was discussed at that meeting and how we're going to accomplish that.
Damn.
It was pointless.
Rogues can learn bows, can't they?
I believe so.
Fuck, alright. I'm gonna do it then. This is gonna be fun. Doing the long-ass walk of shame from Elwyn Forest to Dunmorrow to Wetlands and then to Darnassus.
Yeah.
That's I don't mind it, because it's like, hey, you don't hit level 10, you don't get like a fucking 930% flying speed mount right off the fucking get-go. You have to
explore the world.
You literally have to explore the world until level 40. And then you get a horse that goes like 60%, which is a little bit faster. But you still have to like explore to go get the flight points. By the way, you're about to fucking die.
I know, but I'm not running because I'm in the middle of a cave.
And then you hit level 60, and you get the raids like every fucking where.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have what, 2-3 raids? Yeah, you get 4 raids in Eastern Kingdoms.
Oh, that's why people loved having warlocks on their team, because they would just go and they'd summon the rest of the raid team. Using that ritual of summoning was like the big advantage of having a warlock on your team.
And it, so recently they had like a little, before the 20th anniversary Realms drop, they had like a little community ran fresh server on Deviant Delight.
Mm-hmm.
I hit level 60, started doing some raids, and I was a warlock, and I forgot to bring shards with me. Like I forgot to suck some enemies to get some shards so I can be able to summon people. They were so fucking pissed. They kicked me from the fucking guild and fucking blacklisted me, dude. I was like, what? That's overkill.
A little bit. I forget. Did they bring back for classic that you can't need or greed roll on stuff that you don't actually can't use?
It's up to the party leader.
Mm.
They aren't. Let me actually take a look at this. So you get loot options.
Okay.
You have free for all loot. You got round robin loot, master looter, which is probably the best, and then you got need before greed, and then group loot.
Yeah, need before greed is the best because like when I play enchanter, like I'll still greed stuff that I don't need because fucking I could disenchant it. It's useful to me, but like those early days when you could just need roll everything, so you'd have people coming in and ninjaing everything. It was infuriating, especially when you finally got the drop that you needed, and someone's just like, "I'm just gonna fuck that up for you real quick."
Master looter's not bad unless
one's
it's
Master
the
Looter?
fucking master looter's where the raid leader or the party leader gets control of all the loot and divvies it out over to each player.
I mean, that's good if you got a good team.
That's good if the raid leader or party leader is not a fucking dick and doesn't bring his brand new World of Warcraft girlfriend
Yeah.
to the raid to give her all the loot.
Yeah.
To make her feel good about herself.
No, that definitely is a thing that happens.
I say that specifically because it happened to me about 4 months ago.
No, it happens all the fucking time, man. When you get the like, I don't know. I didn't know specifically about the Master Looter because I didn't even know that was a thing. But like, just in general in those games and in any of these games, you always have the guy that's got his girlfriend there and is going to be giving her all the favorable. I'm only going to heal my girlfriend, or like your girlfriend's just a DPS. Like we can lose her, we keep the tank alive. Shit like that. What is your opinion on who leads the raid? Is it the dungeon rather? Because the raid is far more organized. Is it the healer or the tank?
Who leads?
Yeah, who leads? Who controls?
It depends on the situation. Like if it's like a real heavy tanking dungeon, then it's the tank. But if it's not, like let's say Dead Mines, it's most likely going to be the fucking healer because in Dead Mines, as soon as you get to like the little goblin area, you got the little goblin engineers that will spawn an ad that will run away and pull the entire fucking room. And the healer, when I was a fucking healer, I would say all the fucking time, hey, pull slowly. I'm not going to be able to keep you guys alive. So if you pull one of these guys and make sure that if you guys, let's say a paladin or a rogue or a warrior joins along, they have like one stun per. Make sure you keep stunning those guys before they get those robots spawned in. Otherwise, we're all fucking dying, and that's like a 5-minute walk from Sentinel Hill that I don't want to do. And I will leave because I'm sitting here busting my fucking balls keeping you guys alive because you guys are pulling like fucking idiots.
Yeah. I tend to stand firmly with, and I say this with a little bit of bias because I have no idea, Paul. It just happens sometimes, man. But it is remarkably dead for how it normally is. I normally play healer a lot of times. Like this is probably my first time in a while not playing a healer. I tend to say that the healer leads the dungeon because the healer, you can survive without a tank. You cannot survive without a healer. Because I've had times like what was it? It's Hellfire Citadel. Is that the first one in Cataclysm or not Cataclysm? Burning Crusade.
Burning Crusade. Oh fuck.
I think it's Hellfire Citadel or Hellfire Ramparts.
No, Hellfire Ramparts is the dungeon. Yes, that's the first one.
Yeah. I remember I was playing a Draenei Priest. That was my main, and we were doing Hellfire Ramparts, and we had our tank was just being obnoxious. He was needing shit he didn't need to need. He was pooling too early. He was doing a bad job. So I just to the rest of the group, I was like, "Hey, do we want to kick the?" As I private whispered the druid who was doing DPS. I said, "Hey, do you think you could switch to bear form and tank this if we did it real slow?" He's like, "Yeah, I can." It's like, "Okay, cool." And then just in the team's like, "Hey, everyone cool with getting rid of the tank and just having the druid tank for us? I can just do it real slow, like, yeah, sure." And we were able to because I was a good healer, so I was able to keep him alive. We just did it a little bit slower. So I think you most of the time. You don't always need you can get rid of the tank and still finish the dungeon. You can't get rid of the healer and still finish the dungeon.
Yeah, that's true. I love healing, but sometimes in Classic WoW, it's just very fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Because, alright, so,
Ding.
in my opinion, I really enjoy Druid healing, but Druid healing is kind of balls when it comes to in-game raids, because
Druid healing is largely HOTS, but if you're taking heavy damage, then it's not going to keep you alive.
And the only thing that, it's heal over time, and it's also they have a B-res.
Yeah.
If I was a better priest, then I would fucking be like, all right, I'm gonna go Bert on your ass and heal so much stuff like this.
A lot of times I did Druid for my heals, in part just because I like the fact that if we had a shitty part of any other part of the team was shit at their job, I could just assume that role. Not as well, but I could do it. And the HOTS is really good, especially for the lower level dungeons, because there's nothing that's going to be hitting you so hard that you have to worry about, like, those massive heals that the priests have. So you can drop some HOTS and some buffs on everyone and then just keep those maintained and everyone will be fine. A druid, I think, is a lot better about healing the entire party, especially in the lower level dungeons. But priest was my main. Priest was definitely my main, but then I would get DPS guys that were aggro with me because they would be pulling aggro, and I would just kind of let them die because, like, I can just focus on the tank. We pulled way too much aggro right now. All I can really do is focus on the tank. If you get yourself killed, that's on you. Healer dwarf is a wild concept. It can also the dwarf can be a paladin, right? Dwarf can be a priest. Yeah, I think the dwarf can be a priest.
A dwarf can be a priest.
Yeah. Healer dwarf's a wild concept. Can also picture them being the most dickish Navy corpsman ever. Get your little bitch ass off the floor. You're only missing a limb. You're fine. No, I think that's... I feel like that's the human priest would be like that, because that leans very much to the Catholic Church of, if you weren't less holy, you would be better right now. God wouldn't have done this to you. I think the dwarf would be the really nice one that's like, hey, man, take a day of SIQ, eat some food, drink something, get wasted this weekend, you'll be fine. Hey, what's up, sheep?
What's your opinion? I don't know if you agree with me on this one, but I already don't. Okay.
Okay, go on.
Okay. So I personally think that a druid is one of the perfect classes for brand new players, because it teaches you all three. Actually, it teaches you all four ways you can play WoW. You can play melee, ranged, healer, tank. I think it's perfect for training.
I would agree that it's a good first role for someone to learn the game, but I would definitely not want a newbie druid in a dungeon with me.
Are you saying for damage wise?
For just because they're not really as specialized, you have to do a little bit more thinking, I think. Because a newbie druid, part of what they're going to be doing is dropping HOTS on everyone, dropping buffs on everyone, using Entangle to keep this guy controlled. I guess in the early level dungeons it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter half as much.
It matters with dead mines and
dead mines. There's so many ads, man. There's so many. When you're walking through the actual mine part of it, and you take a step too fucking long, and now there's 7 more peasants coming to get you.
And then you have like the little pack of mobs that spawn right behind you that travel, so they can run into your pool that you already have too.
I will say, Dead Mines is one of the things they did dirty when they started revamping the dungeons, because the vanilla Dead Mines was like peak. It was great. I love vanilla Dead Mines.
They brought it back for the 20th anniversary event.
Good.
For Time Walk in Dungeons.
Yeah, no, the early Dead Mines was the best Dead Mines. But I'd agree with that. I would agree that like if you have a player that does not have any idea what they want to do or how they want to play or how to play, Druid's a good way to go because you get a little bit of a handle on everything. I would agree with that. Now it depends. Like when my mom started playing, when me and my dad got my mom to start playing with us, we had her be a hunter because just stay back there and shoot things. You'll stay out of damage. We'll keep the enemy off of you. It's fine.
You chose her to be a hunter?
Yeah. Also, she liked the idea that she had a pet cat. It was also retail. It was in retail.
Okay, retail, then that's a different story.
Yeah.
But if it was classic hunter, brand new player,
No,
I'd be scared for my fucking life that they're gonna pull the entire
No.
dungeon.
It was retail. But yeah, what you up to, Cheap? And yeah, no, it was the funny thing was it was me and my dad and my mom playing. They tried to get my brother to play with them, but he didn't join. So anytime we'd go into a dungeon, we'd have complete control over the vote. And we got into a few dungeons where my mom, like, still had, no matter how long she was playing it, she had trouble figuring out where to move and why. So she would be running off in a different direction, and the number of times like, hey, could someone, like, kick that bitch, blah, 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 blah. I was like, yeah, sure, we'll kick that bitch, and kick them real quick. The Tism talk is skyrocketing right now. We're talking about WoW, yeah. Yeah.
We're nerding out.
Bro, you should have been here like an hour ago. I was fucking raging about shit. That was, yeah. I made sure to hit my little mark that out button and decide if I want to make a video out of it later. That could be the podcast name, Tism Talk.
Tism Talk.
Tism Talk. Get canceled immediately, but Tism Talk.
Hey, if Shane Gillis can talk about the autistic people...
He talks about Down syndrome. He talks about Down syndrome. It's different, yeah. Tism is a more sensitive topic.
Hey, I think everybody in the military has a little bit of the tism in it.
A little bit.
Everybody does.
Just a tad. I need to reach out to my fucking... Because I do have a pseudo podcast. We have like one actual episode up on YouTube right now with like two of my friends. And then we just have not done anything with it since, just because everyone's schedule. I'm gonna start doing... I've been wanting to start doing, and I just haven't yet. Because I get enough people like in my comments and stuff like, you should do like review videos of Mike Burnfire and comment on Mike Burnfire. I'm like, I'm not going to do reaction content like unless I have something to say. I think like I hate reaction content that's just like watching the video. I agree with this. This is true. Yep. Oh yeah, this is the way it is. Mm-hmm. Totally. Yep. That's just stealing content and having nothing interesting to say. But there's enough of like Mike Burnfire. After a while, I was like, well, there's enough of Mike Burnfire stories that I have my own interesting take on. Or have my own interesting related story to. Like one of my popular shorts is literally just called My Baloney Bob. So I've been thinking about doing that, but doing it with like, it'll be me and one other military person I know, so that way we can get multiple perspectives in on it and like talking about like, yeah, this is my experience with something like this. This is my experience with something like this. This is how but only on ones that I think I have a unique take on compared to what Mike is saying, or Mike or Zach Hazard are saying. I'm not going to do a video that's just like, yes, everything that in this video is true. I agree 100%. That's stupid. Yeah, World of Warcraft, the thing I'm playing right now. So, when it comes to the TISM, what I was told... So, okay. This is how I found out that I might be autistic. My ex-wife's aunt works with autistic children. Like, that's her job. She works with autistic children at a school. And she had to take a class at one point that was how to diagnose and recognize autism in older children and adults. And we were visiting her one time, and she looks at the both of us and was like, I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know what we're doing. She looks at the both of us and is like, I think you two might be autistic. And I was like, what? Why? She's like, well, this and this and blah, 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 and all this different stuff. I was like, okay. Next time I saw my therapist, I went to my therapist. I was like, yeah, so my wife's aunt thinks I might be autistic. And he goes, huh, I can see that. It's like, what the fuck? She's like, is this something you'd be interested in pursuing? And like, like, we can get you on the path to get diagnosed. It's like, I don't want to get diagnosed. Like, I know how I interact with the world, and I know I interact with the world in a different way than a lot of other people do. And I already know that. I don't need a label put on it. I'm fine. But I was just like, that's a fucking wild way to find out that you might be autistic. I probably am. I do not doubt that at all. The other thing my therapist said was that, like, with the range of other issues I have and like coping mechanisms I have and like PTSD and a bunch of other shit that I deal with and ADHD, it would be really hard to separate out the symptoms of all of those versus just the symptoms of autism. And I super don't care about labels. I really, really don't.
Oh, fuck. That's a level 35 undead rogue.
But yeah, no. The majority of the military is somewhere on the TISM scale. Did you ever watch my video about the only dude that got put on Shower Watch?
I don't think I have.
Yeah, no, that dude straight up tistic, 100%. No way in hell he's not. Dude, I got so pissed off the other day because a guy made a channel on a server I'm in called Navy SEALs equals stupid. I mean, that's just gonna fucking happen, man. Like, it's the number of comments I get on my shorts and videos that are from someone who's never done anything in their life, probably still living in their parents' basement and contributing nothing to society. That's like, the military is stupid and everyone in the military sucks and you're all just a bunch of freeloading pieces of shit. It's like, okay, buddy. You keep crying about that into your screen in your mom's basement. I really don't care. There's so many people that they just want to hate on it because they don't really relate to it or because it's the political thing they want to say or whatever. Everyone in the military is a killer. Kinda, but also not in the way you're talking about. That school made me go see if I actually am. I'm level 1. I'm a level up. Zach, this is coming as your friend and not as professional because I'm not LOL. You've been touched by... No, I 100% accept the fact that I've been touched by the TISM. That is... I do not deny that in any way, shape, or form. I just had to learn how to cope with it very quickly because, again, as a 19-year-old, I was very frequently in meetings with generals and commanders and colonels and high-ranking people and interacting with them on a daily basis, so I kind of had to learn how to interact with people. It just takes more effort from me. The TISM touch. His defense was Navy SEALs don't talk about stuff I want them to on podcast interviews. I mean, I was always, and I kind of wondered what you're as a fellow military person, I was always taught, and because my dad was a combat vet and has done some shit in his career, was always under the belief of the quiet professional. And I'm fine. Like, I like the fact, and obviously I do it now, that people are, like, YouTubers and content creators are starting to talk more about their military experience and stuff, because I think that's good. Because very, very few content creators, despite the fact that I've had a lot of comments on some of my shorts being like, you're really trying to recruit hard for the Navy, aren't you? You're really trying to recruit hard for the military, aren't you? It's like, watch the full video. Watch the full video and you know goddamn well this is not a recruitment video. This is... I talk a lot of shit. But I think the fact that the experience is being talked about more by people is good, because people are getting a more honest perspective on what the military is like than what they would get from the recruiter. But when it comes down to, like, especially people that are supposed to be covert and clandestine and Navy SEALs and shit like that are talking about very intricate things, especially coming from what my background in the military was, there is a level of shut the fuck up and stop talking about it. Talk about what Buzz was like. Talk about what training was like. Talk about the lifestyle. Don't talk about your specific missions. You're not even legally allowed to drink talking... What? People who can literally change the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a more realistic approach. than what you get from recruiters. What did your recruiters promise you, Scars? What bullshit did they promise you?
My recruiter
Yeah.
was actually really cool as hell. So basically, what he did to me is I want to be SecFo. I want to be security forces. He's like, all right, see that? That's the top of your list. I'm taking that off because you're gonna hate your life and you're gonna drink every day. It's like, what do you mean by that?
Yep.
He's like, well, I'm security forces, and that is
Fucking
a shitty ass job.
That's
You're gonna
fair.
be, most likely, you're gonna be sitting behind a fucking gate scanning cat cards.
Yeah, everyone thinks it's gonna be the cool thing. It's the one, like, the moment, like, because I kind of talked about being an MA to my first recruiter. My first recruiter just straight up, I think I posted some shorts about it, just straight up lied to me in front of my dad, who was a senior chief in the Navy, so an E8. There's a bunch of shit that went wrong with him coming. But I was asking him about all the different jobs that, like, I was looking at, and like, can I do this? Can I do that? Can I do this? Can I do that? And I was like, well, I'm kind of looking. I'd like to work with training dogs. He's like, oh yeah. If you sign up for MA, I can guarantee that you'll be one of the dog trainers. I can make sure you're one of the dog trainers. Yeah. It's like, no, they can't. No, they can't. There's very little MAs in the Navy that are the dog trainers, and it's really hard to get into, and you can't guarantee shit. And it's like, yeah, I would also like. I'd be interested in working with like robotics and working with DARPA to help work. Well, yeah. I can make sure you can get that. I can make sure you can get that. It's like, yeah. Well, I'm also like, I want to be a Navy SEAL, so I want to go down a path that can do that. It's like, oh yeah, no, I can guarantee in like 6 months you'll be in buds. Like, making a lot of those. And then my dad, after like a long while of this dude just straight up lying to me. Also, he had came in because at this time recruiters had to be in the dress blues. He'd come to our house in his dress blues, leaned back on the couch, and kicked his feet up onto the ottoman in front of my senior chief father. And I saw the look on my dad's face and I was just like, please don't start. Please just let him talk to me. But after a little bit of this dude just making me all these promises that there's no way he could keep, he reaches over to his little end table by his chair and grabs his Navy senior chief hat, puts it on his head, and he's like, huh, that's interesting, because I don't remember recruiters being able to promise shit. And this guy starts going, oh well, I'm just blessed. Like, get the fuck out of my house. Next time the recruiters came by our high school, different guy. And that guy wasn't at the recruiting station anymore. And I never spoke to him again. And I don't know if my dad made a call and basically talked to his chief or talked to someone was like, you need to get this guy out of the fucking recruiting billet right away, or what happened there. But I know he was gone. My second recruiter, I straight up like briefed him. I'm like, because I was like, I wanted to join, but I was still 17, so my dad had to sign off. I straight up briefed him where I talked to him at high school, at my high school, because he would come into high school or into the cafeteria during lunch, and I was like, okay, cool, we can set up a meeting. My dad's going to want you to meet us at our house. My father was a senior chief who served for 23 years. Do not fucking lie to me in front of him, because you will not be able to sign me. I won't be able to sign up, and I'll have to wait until I get a new recruiter. Like okay. That dude didn't lie once. That dude was great. That dude, sucked my dad's dick hard with, just kissing his ass about everything.
How are you? Be good.
I told the recruiter for the Marines that I talked to not to bullshit me, because I know how it worked, and that motherfucker proceeded to say, yeah, with your ASVAB scores, you can pretty much get any job you want. What was your ASVAB score? We'll just give you a Hellcat or something. Interesting, yeah.
If his ASVAB score was anything over 90, he basically can get any job he wants.
Yeah. Well, really 65 for almost every job, and then 90 for like the really technical jobs.
Yeah.
My ASVAB score was 94, so my big thing was I had to tell my recruiter to stop asking me to go nuke.
My fucking brother
What can I do?
pulled the stupidest fucking move in his entire fucking life. And he made a 95 on his ASVAB.
Mm-hmm.
He was about to sign to become a
truck driver.
Nuclear.
Truck driver.
No, his I think he was going to go Navy and work on like nuclear submarines.
Yeah, go nuke.
Yeah, go nuke. And he turned it away, ran off with a fucking girl.
Ooh.
And he got really bad on meth.
Yep.
So now he looks so bad, he smells so bad, and he has a bunch of anger issues.
Yeah, meth will do that, man. I've seen more Navy careers ended by a girlfriend. I've seen a lot of Navy careers ended by a girlfriend. Someone started doing stupid stuff because of the girlfriend. One dude got really hardcore on drugs. He had a top secret clearance, got really hardcore into drugs because of his girlfriend, and just a lot of shit like that. Fuck. Anyways, I gotta go. Ready for work. I'll be mostly free to play tomorrow if you want. Zach, sounds good, man. See you, Paul. You need to get Death Note. But no, yeah, my recruiter really wanted me to go nuke, and I thought about it. My dad had a buddy that was a nuke on a sub, and was like, okay, before you do that, just talk to Brian and you know, see if it's something you like. After like 5 minutes of talking to him about it, I was like, yeah, no way in hell. I'm not going nuke. It's like 2 years of training with mandatory, like, with 8 hours at school, because they can't have you at school for more than 8 hours, but then mandatory 4 hours of after-school study for 2 fucking years. And such a high dropout rate. It's like, no, I don't want that. I'm good. I'm so good right now. You can get out and get a job that's really good and really well paying, but I wasn't interested in doing that job as a civilian, so no.
That was me with ATC. ATC, you have to literally take a mental health test like every other month. It's it's very similar to
air traffic. I got so fucking confused for a second. They have like the highest, suicide rate in the military.
I think I understand why, but sometimes like I sit there and ponder like, why?
It's just such a high stress job, I guess.
I guess, but
I want to say they have one of the highest suicide rates just in the world. Hold on, I'm Googling it right now. I'm trying to find any actual data that's not just speculative. The construction field in 2015 with a 0.5% rate. I don't know, that might have been a lie I was sold. That might have just been something someone said to me.
I know ATC does have a high suicide rate. It's just...
I just fucked up my... What the fuck? Yeah, it's... I mean, I guess it is like a really stressful job.
I mean...
But there's a lot of really stressful jobs, man. I guess it's one of those really stressful jobs that doesn't do anything to numb you to it. Because infantry, really stressful job. You kind of get numb to it. Intel, really stressful job sometimes. You kind of get numb to it. Like, the stuff that makes it dark and makes it stressful and kind of would break you is stuff that you get numb to. Whereas air traffic control is just, like, every day is like, can't fuck up or planes are going to crash.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
But that's the, like, that still does seem like there's a lot of other more stressful jobs. I'm not sure. One of my buddies is an A-10 crew chief at the Davis Monthan Air Force Base. My neighbor is a Vietnam vet too. Both my grandpas fought in World War II, and my uncle was in during Iraq but never got deployed. Yeah, pretty much. My brother is the first male in my family to not join the military. And then, like, because of that, a lot of the people I grew up with were military or military adjacent. We have a family friend that was a Ma-Deuce gunner during Vietnam. I was about to say World War II. He was a Ma-Deuce gunner during Vietnam and went twice, which they could not make you go twice. You had to volunteer for the second deployment. And I don't know, do you know what the life expectancy of a Ma-Deuce gunner was from the moment they opened fire, Scars?
Isn't it very similar to that of fucking Tunnel Rat in Vietnam?
The life expectancy of a Ma-Deuce gunner during Vietnam from the moment they opened fire was 7 seconds. Because every single person that he's shooting at wants that guy dead. And this guy did 2 tours. And he's gotten, after he got cancer, he started talking about stuff a bit more, and it's one of those moments like we'll be by the campfire, and he'll just start talking, and everyone just kind of shuts the fuck up and lets him talk. You don't ask a single question. You shut the fuck up and let him talk, because one, that's the only way you're going to hear any of this, and just kind of like you want to hear the story just out of respect and out of so someone remembers it. And two, just let him fucking talk, let him get it out, and some of the stuff gets dark. I never got to fire at M240. When Navy goes expeditionary, we learn M9, M4.
You talking about the fucking one of the machine fed?
Like the squad level belt fed machine gun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang, that's kind of crazy.
I wish, man. I wish I would have gotten. One of my goals was, after I got out of combat school, was I wanted to try to see if they'd send me back for designated marksman, because it had nothing to do with my job. But there's a lot of times where, one, when the command needs to burn some money, or just because the command likes to have people with different specialties, they might send you back for training. I almost got to go to air assault school at my first command. And there was absolutely no reason for me to go to there. So I was hoping I could get them to send me back for designated marksman. I didn't. That would have been cool, though.
So security forces at my base, they do a thing where if there's like an overstock pile of ammo, they will take volunteers from all the maintainers and all the military personnel in base to shoot that ammo. And one of the things I got to shoot, which was the coolest fucking thing ever, was a fucking, what's that grenade launcher called? I can't remember.
Mark 19?
I think no.
Is it the like mounted? Is it the turret grenade launcher, or
it's the handheld that has like the fucking drum
like
on it?
Fuck. I'm so bad at the designations. Hold on.
I don't remember what it's called, but that was the coolest thing I got to shoot, dude. It was fucking badass.
M32A1?
Let me take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm not super great with the designators for weapons. When it comes to like ships and tanks and shit, like that's what I knew. That's what I had to know.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah. And 240 is what they had on top of the MRAPs, yeah.
Yeah, maybe
it's the belt fed. Yeah, it's the belt fed automatic weapon, belt fed machine gun. Yeah. What?
Maybe one day I'll head down to fucking Texas to go to that little ranch they have to shoot like.
Oh yeah, you can shoot fucking anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go there so bad.
I would have to have so much fuck you money to do something like that, just because like 10 seconds of firing a machine gun, you're blowing through hundreds of dollars.
Sounds like post deployment. Me.
Yeah, fair. I mean, that is kind of, yeah, no. The number of people that I would know that would come back from deployment, like, especially like my second command, you'd get per diem, depending on where you were going. So they'd be getting like $100 a day per diem, basically, for 6 months, $18,000 extra on top of their paycheck, and they would come back broke as shit. I'm like, how the fuck do you manage to spend that much money?
The Marines. The fucking Marines.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Reason why I say the Marines is I was out there, and we're like 3 months into this fucking shithole of a deployment.
Oh, Cheap's been to that ranch in Texas.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
Lucky motherfucker. But yeah, no. Third month in, we're all like. We all hate the fucking place. It's like 135 degrees outside. We're burning our hands on the jet. And one of the things that the military is known for is most of the military personnel does one form of nicotine. I take
Yep.
Zins. I use Zins.
The only reason
Now-
I didn't until I was about to get out was because I was a CFL and we were not allowed to. So if someone saw me, I would have lost that job.
Jesus.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. The Marines. We had Marines stationed at that deployment location with us. Same with Army. The Marines went into the BX, bought every single nicotine there was. They went over to their own little tent and made a personal fucking BX for the Marines.
God damn.
And we were out
motherfuckers.
of nicotine. We were out of nicotine for 3 months because of those.
Oh, that's a dick move. That's a huge dick move.
And once we got our nicotine back, they had you could only buy 1 can of Zin per visit.
Yeah, that's just a fucking dick move. That's very much fuck everyone else, which is the credo of the military. I know there used to be that, army thing that was Army of One and Army Strong and Semper Fi for the Marines and Semper Fortis for the Navy and all this stuff about camaraderie. The true motto of every branch of the military is fuck everyone else. That is the most accurate motto for every single fucking branch of the military. Fuck everyone else.
I mean, I have no issue with the Coast Guard.
They're
No
not military.
issues
They're
with
They're Department of Homeland Defense.
Yeah, I have no issues with them. They're doing their own little thing. They're just police officers close to water. I have no issues with the Army. I have a couple of
I
Army
have
guys.
so many issues with the Army.
But when it comes to Marines and sometimes a couple Navy guys, just a couple, I have so many issues.
I think what's happening there is I have less issues with the Marines and more issues with the Army and Air Force. But that's because the Army and Air Force are like very similar and the Marines and the Navy are very similar. So I'm used to their shit. I hate you guys.
It's funny as fuck when you think about it. Is because the Air Force came off of the Army back in
It's Army Air Corps, yeah.
1948.
Yeah. No,
Wait,
it's
holy shit.
yeah. What the military is just rockism against other branches, kinda. But here's the thing, too. Here's what I love, especially when civilians get involved, and I've had this happen a few times. Is it's kind of like you could break it out in bar fight terms, like. The Navy and the Marines, we might get into a bar fight with each other, but then if an Air Force or an Army guy comes and starts talking shit, we're going to join up and we're going to fight that asshole. But then if some civilian comes in that's never fucking served and starts talking shit, the entire military is going to be like, well, fuck that guy. We can shit talk to each other. We can talk about how much we hate each other because we've been through it. But if you haven't been through it, shut the fuck up. You don't know. Shut up.
I fucking with a passion hate civilians that show up and just start talking absolute fucking shit to you and start telling you you're a piece of fucking shit. You don't know hardship. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
You probably experienced this to a similar amount that I did because you're Air Force and I'm Navy. So we're the branches of the military. When I'm like hang out with one of my Army buddies or something like that, and we're talking about being in the military, and some civilian comes up and it's like, oh yeah, fucking Navy. How are your knee pads? You suck dick for that promotion. It's like, oh, what branch were you in? Oh, I never joined. So you couldn't even suck a dick to get in, could you? You like just that level of like, you can't even talk shit. Yeah, I'm in the Navy. We're the branch of the military. You're not even in the Navy. You didn't even make it that far. How are you talking shit?
Now
I
here's the
have heard a
question.
civilian call me a pogue.
What the fuck?
I have had a civilian call me a pogue. If you don't know, if you're not familiar with military terminology, a pogue is a person other than grunt. It's what infantry dudes use to talk about shit about anyone who's not infantry. And that's fine. We make fun of them for saying it. They make fun of us for being pogues, whatever. But a civilian who's never served in the military coming up to anyone in the military and trying to call them a pogue? What are you then, man? You're not even that far. What the fuck?
What us crew chiefs call people that don't fucking do work a lot, we call them nonners.
Nodders.
We call people that sit behind a desk or people that fucking don't do any type of like hard work. We call them fucking loners, and it pisses them off every time.
We just call them skaters, but like Navy side skaters take pride in how good they are at skating. It's either skaters or dirtbag. But one of them's, you know, less polite to say.
Well, dirtbag is like fucking every like senior airman as soon as they think they're the hot shit.
Yeah, no. It's there that I'll say that though, as someone who skateboard, it doesn't mean skateboard too, bros. It means like skating your job, like avoiding your work. I'm getting closer to Classic. I main retail, but Classic has a nostalgia feeling to it. Fucking join us for it, man. I have a whole channel in my server for WoW. Yeah, no, it means like skating your job. It doesn't mean like a skateboarder. What was I saying?
All right. You were saying something about skating.
Yeah, no, we just call them skaters. It's that. And,
Yeah.
But oh no. I'll say like as someone who became like an E5 when I had a bunch of friends who were E4s and E3s and stuff like that, figuring out how to transition to a leadership role when you're surrounded by all the same people that knew you a day before when you weren't an E5, when you weren't a petty officer or an NCO or whatever, it is tricky. It's very tricky to figure out how to set that boundary without looking like an asshole or looking like you think you're hot shit. So a lot of times it goes one way or the other, where you get that dude who just becomes an asshole, or you get someone who's so afraid to look like an asshole that they let their friends get away with shit that they shouldn't.
All right. Here's a good question for you.
Okay.
So if you were to rank all the branches,
Army's at the bottom.
From the hey scale, if you know what I mean, how would you rank it?
Honestly, Marines are the most hay. If you actually know Marines, they are the most. The shit that they get down to it's borderline pornographic. It's really bad. They are the most hay, but they are also the ones most likely to push your teeth down your fucking throat if you call them that. So 100% them. And then I would say any infantry, to be honest. I
can agree with that.
Any infantry. Any infantry are the most hay of any part of the military.
I would rank crew chiefs with infantry.
Yeah, honestly, like any of those jobs that really suck all the time, that it doesn't even like come down to branch. It comes down to job.
Your escape is just being hay to all your buddies.
Yeah, it's 100%. And then I guess I would say like after the Marines, if we're doing it by branch, I would say after the Marines, it's Navy, and then Army, and then Air Force. Largely just because of the culture of Marines and Navy guys get away with doing stupid and ridiculous shit more often. Like we're kind of expected a little bit more. We're more allowed to be kind of relaxed and informal in a lot of ways, more than I think the Army and the Air Force are, because the Army and the Air Force have such that kind of rigid way of behaving with superiors and with people around them and shit, that at least in my experience in my community, the Navy and the Marines were the ones that in general were being goofier, which means we acted more hey with each other.
Valid.
But it goes any infantry role, Marines, Navy, Army, Air Force. Is it true that you guys call just any senior sir, ma'am?
Like senior NCOs?
Yeah.
They took away the gender option, so we have to call them Senior Master Sergeant, their name.
That's fucking
or
stupid.
Chief Master Sergeant. Like if you go.
Wait, do you guys not just do sergeant anymore?
We still do sergeant.
Okay.
But if it's like a senior NCO,
Yeah.
then you have to do their senior title, like Chief Master or Master Sergeant or Senior Master.
Yeah. Navy more often than not refers by our rate. So like you have a rating, which is your job, and then you have a rate, which is your job combined with your pay grade. So it would be like IS1, LS1, IS2, LS2, CS2, CS1, CS3 is generally how we go. But once it hits chief, it is chief, senior chief, master chief. But for some reason, I remember one of the girls that I worked with that was Air Force would always call, and she'd been in for a minute, would always call anyone that was senior to her sir or ma'am. And she said it was just an Air Force thing. It got her ass chewed a few times because you don't call a fucking chief sir. But I didn't know if that was like a legitimate Air Force thing or if that was just. Yeah.
It's probably all right. So Air Force literally.
This was also 8 years ago, so.
Each
it was
base
fucking
is like
8 years ago. Oh my god. No, it wasn't even 8 years ago. It was 12 years.
My guy. You're getting a little old there.
I'm not okay right now. I'm not okay right now.
Your age is really showing here.
Oh god, and I woke up every day this week with my back hurting.
Oh no.
I just did an adult thing of refinancing my mortgage. I'm not okay right now. I'm not okay.
I don't know if you can attest to this, but I don't know. Did every base you went to, did it have like a little I'm not saying like the actual tism, but I'm saying like for my base I have Fairchildism. So that means like it's just like a little Fairchild thing that the Fairchild does at its own little base. Like say, hey, you can't do this, but it's only at this base. So if I go to another base, I can do that.
I mean,
you have like
kinda. So my first base was a campus. It was the only command at that base was my command. And there were like the subdivisions of that command. There was the MWR and there was, each of the different or J codes for that command, but there's only that command. My second base had largely a training command. That was the biggest part of it. And then there was a lot of other commands that were a part of it too, but it was an annex to a different command or to a different base. So it kind of had that, but like that's the second one, not as much, just because of the fact that I think that one, it was a training command, and two, it had so many different commands at it that there wasn't really a big command controlling you kind of thing. Because the only people at that command that were in the barracks that would be subject to a lot of that shit were the people that were at the training command. So it would happen sometimes that I would be walking around, especially if I was like in PT gear or something, and I'd have someone that oftentimes that I outranked or that, had no authority over me coming up, try to tell me off for something or trying to say, you got to do this, you got to walk this way, blah, blah, blah. Because they thought I was like straight out of boot camp. I was going to the training command. But other than that, like, not really.
Okay.
I mean, not that I noticed, I would say. A lot of the stuff. So one of the SEAL teams was stationed at my second command, or at my second base. So there was like the don't walk down this side of the beach shit, or you'll get fucked up. But when it came to like base wide policy, no.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of every base that I was at for any amount of time to really notice that. I was in Gulfport for about a month. I mean, every base I've ever been on, the big thing that they always ride on is driving. They always lose their fucking mind if you go like a mile over the speed limit.
Oh, I hate when bases have the you can drive 30 miles per hour during the day, but you have to drive 15 miles per hour during the night. I hate that shit so much.
Anytime they drop it below 25, I get pissed off. I got a ticket one time on base that I had to go dispute with like the actual whatever MA garrison or whatever the fuck they call it, because I got on one side of the road after you pass before this stop sign, the speed limit was 20 miles per hour. But after that stop sign, the speed limit was 25 miles per hour. Before that stop sign, 20 miles, after 25. So I pull up to the stop sign, 20 miles an hour, and then when I get past it, I speed up to 25. But I did get to 26. I'll admit, I was a bad boy. I got to 26 miles per hour. I get pulled over almost immediately, and the dude tells me I'm going 6 miles over the speed limit. He doesn't tell me how fast I'm going. He just says, "Oh, you're going 6 miles over the speed limit." I'm like, to me, that's a ridiculous fucking thing to pull you over, but I'm on a military base, fine. He then gives me, he asked me for my insurance, proof of insurance, and I have it on my phone. I have the app that's on my phone. So I go to open it, and as I'm going to open my phone, it's like, well, since you don't have it right here, right now, I don't want to wait for your app to open, so I'm just going to write you the ticket, and you can question it later. And then he writes me a ticket for something else. I can't remember what it was, but I got 3 tickets. I'm like, well, fuck, man, I'm going to have to tell my command that I just got 3 tickets and shit. And then I go home and I'm bitching about it to my girlfriend. And she's like, how fast were you going? He says it's going 6 over. It's like, how fast were you going? It's like, wait, I wasn't going. I look at the ticket and it says I'm going 26 miles per hour in a 20, but also cites where I got the ticket at. So I drive back there, look at the speed limit sign. It says 25 miles per hour. This happened on a Saturday, so I had to wait until Monday. And I go to the garrison. I question it. I'm like, listen, I got a ticket written for this. I was here. They said I was going 6 miles over. I was going 26 and a 25, and this and this and this and this. And the lady is like, whose name is on the ticket? Who gave you that ticket? And I say it was MA3, whatever the fuck. He's like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna toss those. He's been doing this a lot. Like, you're fine. Don't worry about it. It's like, all of them, all 3 of them, because one of them was valid. I can't remember what I was doing, but one of them was valid. It's like all 3 of them. Like, yeah, don't fucking worry about it. But every base I've been on has been a stickler for, driving a mile over the speed limit, and they'll pull you over. No, it was in Virginia. The only places I was in Florida, Virginia, and Mississippi.
Crystal Kelp. Love Crystal Kelp.
Mm. Oh, I do love. So, okay, one of the funnier things that ever happened to me, like when I was in the military, one of the funnier things that ever happened to me with someone not understanding the rules of the base is my first command. Once you got past the parking lot, it was a no cover, no salute area because it was such a top heavy command that all the officers got tired of having to constantly salute people back. So they just made no cover, no salute once you got past the bollards that were at the edge of the parking lot. So I'm coming onto base one day. I get past those bollards. I see this Marine butter bar that's standing outside of the area where you check in to get your base ID, because we had a special base ID on top of our military ID. She's standing in front of the area where you get your base ID, so I can tell that she's new. And I walk past her and she looks at me and I just say, "Good morning, ma'am." I don't have my cover on. I don't salute because it's a no cover, no salute area. And I say, "Good morning, ma'am." And she's like, "Good morning." And I, very snide, I'm like, "Good morning, ma'am." She's points to her cover. It's like, "Good morning." I said, and now I realize what's going on. She doesn't realize no one told her this is a no cover, no salute area. So I'm like, "Good morning, ma'am." And she's getting ready to fume. I can tell she's getting ready to scream at me. This Marine major that I knew, because we worked out together sometimes, not together, but we worked out at the gym at the same time. So he knew me, I knew him, comes walking up, sees her getting madder and madder, walks up to me, and is like, "What's going on, Johnston?" And the Marine butter bar starts talking. It's like, no, Johnston, what's going on? It's like, I think she thinks I'm supposed to salute her. He goes, "Carry on." And as I'm walking away, I hear him walk up to her and go, "Are you kidding me? One of my officers coming on this base doesn't know the rules of the goddamn command. You're making an ass out of us. Why do you have your cover on? You're past no cover, no salute, blah, blah, blah." And it's going off, and I was like, oh, shit. Oh, my God. Ugh.
Oh,
What years was I at in Virginia, or what years was I like? Clarify. I'm confused. Clarify the questions. I knew a guy named Belcher. Hold on.
there's a guy in my shop named Belcher. Kind of crazy when you think about it.
Yeah, it's a weird name.
If I had a nickel for every Belcher I've met, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot. But it's
That's weird.
kinda
That happened
It's happened
I'm trying to think. Oh, fuck. Well, the weirdest names that I knew in the military, that just because of the militariness, we had a reveille.
Oh, I have a sergeant.
You had a sergeant?
I had a sergeant.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, he should have gotten officer. He could have been sergeant major or major sergeant.
Oh, if there was a major, like what was that show?
iZombie?
Major. Not iZombie. Something. I think it's 42 something. I have to take a look.
Catch
once I'm in a
22?
safe spot. Hitch 22. That's it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Major,
remember that. I
major.
never watched it, but I remember I saw the thing on on Facebook Reels.
Where's Major? Sir, I'm Sergeant Major.
No, what years were you asking about, Teddy? Like, were you asking about what years I was in Virginia, or what years that I was in the military, or what years I was in Gulfport? I was only in Gulfport for like a month, so years isn't really the right way to talk about it. Yeah, my ex-wife's name was Burns, and she was in the Navy, so she was Seaman Burns. One of my best friends' name was Slaughter, which was just great.
There's a Slaughter in my shop right now, dude.
We told him he should have joined the army, so he could have been Sergeant Slaughter.
Holy shit.
It would have been awesome. Oh, I need to get more ammo. I completely lost track of what I was doing. I need to get more ammo.
You're leveling.
Yeah.
And I'm casually killing Murlocs.
That's one of the things I wish that they would add is instead of making all these new races and making them Alliance or Horde, add or making them the few neutral races that can join the Alliance or Horde, create a different faction of like the other creatures, like the Murlocs and the Kobolds and the Gnolls and shit, and just have them pissed off at the Alliance and Horde. Make it a completely different thing.
I don't think they're gonna do that.
No, they're never gonna do that. I would love it though.
What's on your mind?
It would be cool. It's like they're never gonna do Tuskar.
No. They're never gonna do the cool things.
Had a guy.
See
This was back when I was going through a little phase class to teach me how to do stuff about my job. Had a guy, we broke for lunch, and it was like an hour lunch, plenty of time. Come back, I'm sitting there, and it's just me in there. And the instructor's like, hey, do you know where these 2 guys are at? I was like, no, I don't. He calls them up. They're like, oh, we'll be there in about 10 minutes. We were doing something. He comes in 30 minutes after that phone call, and he says, where were you? And the guy says, oh, me and this guy, we went to go buy a car. Fuckers bought a Corvette on lunch break. And the instructor said, hey, Martin, you're good to go home. You two stay back real quick. It's like, okay. So I grab my stuff and I shut the door behind me. And I take 3 steps, and then I hear, you stupid motherfuckers! What the fuck do you think you're doing? I was like, oh, let's go.
Yeah, no, you fucked up.
I wanted to say so bad, but I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go home.
Yeah, that's not even like the traditional boot car. The traditional boot cars, Mustang, Charger, Camaro, not Corvettes.
Dude bought a Corvette
During lunch break,
20
he
minutes.
didn't haggle. He didn't do shit. What was like 18.9% interest rate?
I think it was 23% interest.
Oh my
and
fucking god!
And it was for 20,000.
Yeah, we had a guy that bought a. This was when I was just going through A. I might have been in C school by this point because we did A and C school back to back, which is our job training school. And he bought a Dodge Charger, a purple Dodge Charger, at like 18 point something percent interest from a used car dealer. And it was bragging about how good of a deal he got. It's like, oh, okay. No, honey, no. You fucked up.
See, the issue with that guy is it's not the fact that he bought a Corvette.
I'm trying to find where I could buy fucking ammo. Who sells ammo in Doomrug?
Fuck, I have no fucking clue. Check General Supplies. Usually General Supplies or Trade Supplies usually has it.
Okay. Go on.
But it's not the fact that he has bought a Corvette. It's the fact that we live in Washington. And in winter, the roads get really, really wet.
Not the greatest car for that area, no.
And icy.
Yeah.
The dude,
Yeah.
1 month later, totaled his Corvette.
Of course he did. Why wouldn't he?
What can I do for you?
You're right, it's in General Supplies. Oh no, that's dumb as shit. And that's the thing, I don't know about you guys. We got that talking to during boot camp. And then during indoc for A school. We got that talking to of don't buy a car. To the point of, if you're going to buy a car, call us, tell us, and we will go to the dealership with you. Still had so many people going and buying a car without any knowledge, any help, any whatever. And some of their arguments were like, well, why they didn't call, the class leader or the instructor or any of the people was, well, you would talk me out of it. You would tell me not to do it. Yeah, it's a bad idea.
When people, because they don't know how to deal with the interest rate. Like, a lot of people will come out when buying the first car getting like 12+% interest.
Which 9 times out of 10, if you're fresh out of boot camp in the military, you have Navy Federal, they'll give you a decent interest rate.
Yeah, like so for me, I got a pre-approved, like, I just bought a car 2 months ago in October as soon as I got back from deployment. What I did was, before that deployment ended, I fucking got a pre-approval loan for $27,000 with an interest rate of 7%, which is not great, but it's better than what could have been at a dealership of like 15 or higher.
Yeah.
Navy Federal does really good deals because they also they love the military.
Nah, yeah. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. They love being able to say they love the military.
They love dick sucking the military.
Yeah, they love really riding that. But no, yeah, their interest rates are 9 times out of 10 gonna be better.
Same thing with the USAA.
Yeah.
USAA and Navy Fed are like the best two options.
And I will say my insurance was a lot lower when I switched to Geico over USAA. I've accidentally said their fucking slogan before of I saved like 20% when I switched to Geico. Just in casual conversation. Yeah, but
yeah, I gotta figure that out now because I have Progressive.
Yeah,
that shit's $188 for my fucking 2023 Volkswagen Jetta.
You know what's stupid is I can't even drive my car right now because it's at the shop with an engine that's broken, and I'm waiting until like I just finished my refinance and got paid this week for that refinance and cashed out and paid off all my other loans and shit, including my car loan. So and they told me to wait a week after I did that to go get a new vehicle. So I've had my car sitting at the dealership with a busted out engine for the last 2 months, but I've still been paying the insurance on it because I'm required to because I still have a loan with it. So I can now finally cancel that insurance, but I've been paying I have $200 a month, but I got a really bad speeding ticket, so it busted my rates up real high. I got like a it was going to be a misdemeanor speeding ticket until I went to court and kind of argued it a little bit. And they're like, okay, we're going to bust it down to just below misdemeanor. So they raised my rates. Loans raise the shit out of your stress level, man. You never told me what years you were talking about. Now I'm wondering what you were talking about. I got that weird hyperfixation thing. But yeah, I'm hoping I'm going to be buying a new vehicle. I'm going to be getting I'm thinking about just getting a Chevy Silverado.
It's accommodated.
I'm going to be shopping it around a little bit because I've lost some of my loyalty to Chevy. I used to be every car I got was a Chevy. I've lost my loyalty to Chevy. I would like to stick American made. But at this point, I'm just going to buy the car or buy the vehicle that suits my needs and it's at a reasonable price point because now, my dad has a Silverado. It had less than 30,000, 36,000, whatever miles on it, 36,000 miles on it, and the brake rotors tore to shit, rusted to shit. Had a warranty on it. They refused to honor the warranty. They kept giving different excuses. Their first excuse was, well, that's a depreciable part. That part breaks down over time. It's yeah, but I only have 36,000 miles on it. It shouldn't break down in that amount of time. And then their excuse was because he owned it for long enough and only had 36,000 miles on it. It was oh, well, you're not driving it enough. That's why the brake rotors are torn to shit right now, is because you're not driving it enough. Which makes sense for if you let your car sit all year in the garage and don't ever run it, you're not getting any oil through it. That can cause damage. But he was driving it every day. He just lives close enough to his work that it wasn't that many miles. And then when he's not driving to work, he drives my mom's car. But they were still oh, well, no, fuck you. You didn't drive it enough. We're not going to fix the rotors. And then they screwed me on my warranty because I asked to get when I bought the car, I said, can I get the 50,000 mile extension or the 5-year 50,000 mile extension to take it out to, or 60,000 miles, to take it out to 10 years. I wanted to take it out to 10 years. And I explicitly explained, I want it to take it out to 10 years. They didn't give me that. They gave me a 3-year extension on it. So when I called in, and my engine, I was on the way home from visiting my parents. I get the little notice pop up when I'm a few miles away from my house that says, pull over right the fuck now. I pull over right the fuck now, start going through the info thing. It says the oil pressure is 4 PSI. Look underneath my car. There's oil leaked all over my undercarriage. And I have it towed to them, call them hey, what's going on? Yeah, so your engine's shot. We found this and this wrong with your engine, blah, blah, blah. You're going to need to completely replace the engine. I'm okay, well, the warranty should take care of that, right? Yeah, no, your warranty's expired. And I had to call a different person to ask about the warranty. Your warranty's expired? I'm how's it expired? It doesn't have 100,000 miles on it. Or it hasn't been 5 years, 120,000 miles, whatever the fuck it was. Oh, no, you only have the 36,000 mile extension. That's not what I asked for. It's yeah, but that's what they gave you. That's what they were saying. But that's not what we discussed. Well, do you have any proof? No, I don't have any proof. It was years ago. So they fucked me over on that. So now my loyalty to Chevy is gone. My main reason I'm going to go Chevy if the deal's good enough is because that's where my car is right now. Is still at that dealership. And I don't want to have it towed to another dealership. If it's only going to save me a little bit of money, I don't want to have it towed to another dealership. And right now, Chevy is offering so many fucking deals on the Silverados because they're having trouble moving them. That I could get a Silverado for the same price as a Colorado, at least at my local dealership. So it's I might stick with Chevy if they're not giving me a great deal. I'm gonna shop around, obviously. If they're not giving me a deal that makes it worth it, then I'll go with the Toyota. I don't give a shit. I'll go with fucking whatever. But I'm looking at getting a truck.
Damn.
Yeah.
I think something I've noticed about you is you probably picked up a very good trait that a lot of people pick up in the military, and that's talking with your hands.
Yeah, no, I gesticulate like a motherfucker.
I start seeing myself do that now too.
Yeah.
Because usually when you're trying to train other people, you gotta use your hands to show them everything, and you do all that stuff. I started doing that, and I was oh no.
I also a large part of my career was briefing, doing daily briefs and talking to generals and admirals and commanders and colonels and all that different shit. you have to keep their attention. Like when you go through training, they tell you like, oh no, stand basically at ease when you're giving the briefing, and only use your hand to like point to a slide or point to this or when you need to. That doesn't work at all. You gotta keep their attention. They're like fucking cats. If you're not constantly moving, they're not gonna be looking.
If you're standing still trying to brief somebody, oh my god.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the worst fucking
Don't
brief.
be fucking all over the place, but like gesticulate.
Just know how to present.
Yeah, I'll say though the main way you can tell between just a civilian when they gesticulate and a military guy is it's always the knife hand. It always goes into the knife hand. That is the default hand position for military people. It's not pointing. It's not like open hand or what. It ends up becoming flat hand half the time.
It's even better if it like you see it happen more often if like they were prior like trainers like MTIs or drill instructors.
Because pointing's too aggressive. Cool, I'm gonna make a position where I can just fucking slap you from here. No one will even notice. My god, the number of stupid shit that they can't do in training because that's too aggressive. Stupid.
God, I love classic WoW. It's so peaceful.
Yeah.
Unless you get into like Westfall.
I will say just back on the briefing thing, I was always a pretty good briefer. I was also a theater kid in high school, so I was comfortable in front of people. None of that bothered me. I didn't get nervous. One of my big pet peeves when I was in the military, and then when I got into college and they had to do like class presentations and stuff, is the word The word and when you say it just a little bit, it's fine. It doesn't. I barely even notice it. But once it started saying a lot, it's like nails on a fucking chalkboard to me. The word will infuriate me quicker than anything else. You can talk shit about my mom. You can talk shit about me. You can talk shit about whatever. I will remain calm. You say too many times in a sentence when you're explaining something to me, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
I do that every now and then.
It's fine if it's every now and then. Everyone does it. I do it. Briefing was the largest part of my job for sometimes, and I still do it. And I was a very good briefer. But when it is every other word, I saw it happen to someone, and then I started doing it once I had a little bit of rank and authority. We had a girl that was giving a briefing, and she just kept saying and the commander was just like, I'm going to go back to my office. I'm going to get some work done. I'm going to give you 20 minutes. I'm going to let you try again. And left. And we had the meeting again 20 minutes later, which it didn't get any better. It didn't, because I don't think she understood why that was happening.
I think she got nervous and probably got a little worse about it.
Yeah. But is the worst word. Is so bad. It's to the point when I do my videos, I hate it so much. When I edit my videos, I try to edit out most instances of unless I say it too close to me saying something else where it would make the flow look weird. Because I hate it that much.
Where the fuck do I buy a bow at?
Weapon?
Yeah,
Blacksmith?
I'm looking, but they're all like level 10 locked or level 20 locked. Oh, there's a good little thing called the auction house. So
You're gonna buy a low-level bow on the auction house?
if I can, I'll do some. Yeah, here we go.
Yes, but Mr. 4K Ultra Wide, how'd you find the channel? I'm gonna assume since you're on the YouTube side, it was just one of my videos. But I'm always interested in what videos people find the channel from.
You can buy a green bow for 4 silver, but I'm broke as shit right now.
Yeah, money means a lot more. I remember when my dad was the first one, when me and my dad and my brother were playing together and we were sharing an account. He was the first one to get to level 40. So we pulled our gold, all of our gold, so that he could afford a mountain riding training. Because at the time, 99 gold was expensive as shit. I remember I found it was the purple pet, the like High-Kent macaw, that was worth 13,000 gold, and I was like, holy shit! I almost used it, and I was like, I'm gonna see what it's worth on the auction house, and saw it was worth 13,000 gold. I was like, oh my god, I'm rich as shit. Took a break from WoW for a while, and by that point they had changed the economy basically, and I basically had nothing. I had chump change.
Hell yeah. Now I can kill with a bow.
Nice. You gotta get that bow that bow leveling up.
Wait. Can I not? Did I buy the wrong arrows? Fuck. Oh.
You were right. Trade supplies have ammo.
I bought crossbow bolts.
Oh, you dumb fuck.
It happens to the best of us, I swear. Maybe. Do I? Oh, there we go.
My girlfriend's going in working overtime tomorrow, because like her boss is having new floors installed, and they have put it off like every fucking weekend. Like it's every weekend so far for the last like month and a half. They've been saying, okay, we're gonna come and we're gonna do the floors today, and then like a day beforehand would say like, hey, we don't have the wood yet, we don't have the supplies, we don't have whatever yet, and kept doing this. And one, if I were her boss, I'm like, cool, fine, I'm hiring someone else. Have a nice day. Fuck you. But now because she's doing overtime to go like be a person there and help out with any like extra tasks they need of moving office equipment around and shit, because she works in like a metal store, so there's a lot of stuff that I guess they don't want people fucking around with. And now her boss is giving $100 a week raise just to clean the floors. Like not as a stay late thing, just to make sure the floors stay clean.
Fuck it, I fucking sweep
Yeah,
the
man,
floors every
fuck.
day for an extra $100.
Yeah. Hell, I like legitimately. I would like listen. If all the local businesses want to hire me to come sweep their floors at some point during the day, pay me $100 a week. I'll do it. Fuck.
If I got paid for all the stupid shit I have to do in the military, I'd have, let's see here, probably $5 more. I don't know.
I remember I was doing an exercise and I was working night shift for the exercise, and it was 12-hour days, which was actually 14-hour days because hour turnover in the beginning and hour turnover at the end. So 14-hour days doing night shift for this exercise, and I was bitching to one of my friends back home about it, like, yeah, I'm exhausted, I'm doing night shift, it sucks, and 12 hours and blah, blah, blah. And she said to me, well, at least you're making overtime. And I laughed, and I laughed, and I laughed. Because no, the fuck you don't. They can keep you there 24 hours a day, 12 days or 7 days a week. I was about to say 12 days a month. No, 7 days a week, every hour of the day, and you will not get paid a dime more.
That is true. That is 100% true.
At the same time, all our leave is paid leave. We tend to get more leave than most companies do. And
I mean,
if I work less hours, I get paid the same amount.
I think, all right, so
I'm having
how the
trouble
Air
finding
Force-
boars. What the fuck?
I don't know if any branches are different, but I know how we do it. We get 30 days a year total.
It's
And
it's
then-
2.5 a month for us, which accumulates to like 28 days. Yeah.
Yeah, we get 2.5 days a month, and that can build up to 60. But the moment you go over 60, the next fiscal year, all that stuff will go away, and it's called use or lose.
Mhm.
And currently, I have 72 days built up.
Because you got 6
I-
months after deployment to use it if you're over.
Oh yeah, and I have 12 days that I took 30 days and now I have 12 more days of user lose I can get done before next year.
Nice.
I'm so stoked.
Yeah. Us, when I was in, I think it was you can accumulate 90, if I remember correctly. They changed it. Because, again, I joined in 2012. But the wild thing for us about the fact that there was user lose leave is you would get written up. You could get in trouble for not using your leave.
That can happen to me too.
Yeah, we would get, if we did not use our leave, if we let it go past that user leave spot, we could get written up and get in trouble for not using our leave because, like, and this was a part of us was a command-wide initiative, because our command was getting so tired of people losing their leave, they were telling the NCOICs that if your troops don't take leave, we're going to write you up, because the NCOICs and the higher chain of command were denying people's leave for no fucking reason, which was causing them to get into user lose. So then people were going, and there was a few cases of people going into user lose, like losing leave because their NCOICs weren't letting them take leave, and then their NCOICs were trying to write them up for going over. Do you know how much bullshit that is? One, getting in trouble for not using your leave in a environment, in a community where I legitimately got told that I was a shitbag because I took a week off to visit my family for Christmas, because if I'm not maxing out my leave every year, then I'm a piece of shit. But in a community like that will deny your leave for no fucking reason and then write you up and you'll get in trouble for not taking your leave. That's the military. That's the military.
I actually had that explained to me, in depth, why it's a big deal. And apparently, from how it's explained to me, is the commander, every end of the fiscal year, if you have user lose and it goes away, it goes straight all the way up to the sec of defense. And then the second defense is going to be like, why did this guy not get his leave? We guarantee in the military you get 30 days of leave a year. Why is he not using his leave? And it comes down to, like, if people are not being allowed to use it, then it's like, hey, what the fuck is going on with the base?
Yeah.
Other than if it's like you just not choosing to use your leave, it's like saying you're making us look bad to the second defense, so we're giving you some paperwork because of that shit.
Yeah, that's kind of the way a lot of the military works, is that kind of shit rolls downhill kind of mentality, but in a way that screws people over, because there's a lot of stuff that gets instituted and initiated that's meant to help soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, that ends up being used to screw us, like that. Use your leave, and your boss is gonna be in trouble if you don't use your leave. So they're gonna let you use your leave, but then if you don't use your leave because you just don't want to, or for whatever other reason, now you're in trouble because they're in trouble. So it's just like every way they try to help us, they end up hurting us. Everything they do to try to help us, they end up hurting us, because the lowest person on the totem pole is gonna get shit on.
One of my favorite things to tell people about is a Swiss cheese model. And you got Swiss cheese, you got holes in that Swiss cheese. Sometimes you get a perfect hole that goes all the way through. So, Swiss cheese. One layer is peeled back, going through, you got another hole. That's somebody making a mistake. And then another hole appears up. And it's going straight through, and more and more as you go through the cheese. And that lines up to so many people making mistakes that it's fallen down onto one person.
Yeah.
I love the Swiss cheese example.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of some of the stupid examples of stuff like that happening to me personally. One of the like stupider ones that like ever happened to me was, it was around the time with my worst boss story. After basically with the boss from my worst boss story, after I had gone and basically said, I will swear to God, I will report her to NCIS, I'll report her to this, I'll report all this stuff that she's doing that's against the UCMJ, blah, blah, blah. And they solved that problem for me. 2 days later, I got a call from the NCIS saying, hey, you need to report this to NCIS. And I was like, what the fuck? And they said, oh, well, we can't do that. And I was like, what the fuck? And they said, well, you need to report this to NCIS. And I was like, what the fuck? And they said, well, you need to report this to NCIS. And I was like, what the fuck? And they said, well, you need to report this to NCIS. And I was like, what the fuck? And they said, well, you need to report this to NCIS. And I was like, what the fuck? And they said, well, you need to report this to NCIS. And I was like, what the fuck? And they said, well, you need to report this to NCIS. And I was like, what the fuck? And they said, well, you need to report this to NCIS. And I was like, what the fuck? And they said, well, you need to report this to NCIS. And I was like, what the fuck? And they said, well, you need to report this to NCIS. And I was like, what the fuck? And they said, well, you need to report this to NCIS. And I was They removed her from my team. She was no longer my boss. They put her in a non-leadership role. I got a new boss. I'm pretty sure this new boss got told, like, hey, Johnson's been dealing with a lot of shit. Treat him good. But I still had a lot of work on my plate that I actually wanted to get done, and I was responsible to this team for, and this team for, and this team for, because our job was to support other teams. But my new boss would be like, okay, hey, Johnston, it's 2 o'clock, go home. I'm like, well, I got some work to get done. Well, no, just go home, just finish whatever you're doing, go home. And then I would stay, he would go off to do something else, and I would stay, and it'd be 4 o'clock, and I'd still be working, because I need to get this job done. And then I would get chewed out, because my boss told me go home early, and I didn't go home early, because I had work to do. So then I would start going home early, then I wouldn't get work done, and then I'd get chewed out by the other team, because I wasn't getting the job done. And that went on for a little while until I finally got off that fucking team. It was a nightmare. It was most lowest stakes. It's that low. That's the stuff that really, like got me in the military. It wasn't like the hard shit or whatever. It was just the annoying bullshit that there's no escape from.
I think the closest example I have to just a lot of stuff lining up to make mistakes is it didn't affect me directly, but very indirectly. So we had an aircraft run into a lidal, and a lidal is like a little generator that has lights that come out of it,
yeah,
to help light up during night. So we had a age driver that moves aerospace ground equipment around. He put it on the wrong spot of the taxiway during an exercise. Security forces saw it, but they didn't say anything. They didn't tell him to move it. They did not do their little secure flight line security shit that they needed to do. As the jet is taxiing out, the number 1 engine rams into that lidal. The pilot could have stopped, but he did not see it in time. So therefore, it cost the Air Force a $3 million engine.
Lovely.
And it fucked everybody on the base over.
Lovely. I'm sure if I really took time to think about it, I could find a lot of stuff at my second command that was more like that. My first command logistically ran pretty well most of the time. Again, it was a top-heavy command. It was a COCOM. Our commander was General Kelly. He was a 4-star general. That command ran smooth when it came to logistics for the most part. My second command was a clusterfuck of nobody knowing what to do and everyone being stupid as shit. So if I really in my last few months at the command, I was working in the supply shop because I was getting medically discharged. So they're like, we need you to stay at this command. We need you to stay here. But your job at this point is just to go to medical and VA appointments. So we're going to take you off your team so you could do this. I wanted them, because again, I was on the same command as my schoolhouse that I went to. I wanted them to be like, fine, send me to the schoolhouse. That way I can at least use my years of expertise and training to train the next generation. No, they threw me in the supply shop where the most I could do was be a gopher, really. I wasn't authorized to sign off on anything because I wasn't trained on the supply systems. So I was really just a gopher and a handyman. The amount of shit I fixed in that building, just because they're like, we can't get NAVFAC out here to do it. Johnston, do you know how to lay cement? Yeah. Johnston, do you know how to fix ceiling tiles? Yeah. Johnston, can you do this? I can figure it out. But that one was nothing ran efficiently. There was so much shit constantly going wrong there. So if I really took the time to sit down and think about it, I could find a lot of shit about that one that was just not okay. And then I would have to stop and think, what am I legally allowed to talk about? Which is why I don't talk about that command as much during streams and shit, because there's a lot of stuff at that command. It's I can't talk about that. I either can't or shouldn't talk about that.
Yeah, a lot of people run into the issues of when it comes to military is OPSEC.
Yeah. There's a few different levels of it. There's legally can't, I signed an NDA, or because of my clearance and because of my knowledge, like that is stuff that is classified. Those are things that you will never hear come out of my mouth. Then there's the I shouldn't talk about it because it's a gray area, and then there's just the if I give too much information, that becomes an OPSEC issue because enough unclassified stuff accumulated together becomes classified, it becomes a security issue, becomes this and that.
If it's stuff I've seen on the news locally, then I'm going to talk about it.
But there's even a level to that, and it might be the level of training that I got because of the community that I worked in being a little bit different than your community. We were always told, even if it's on the news, don't talk about it. Because of the fact that the news can lie, the news can be different, but me coming from a place of knowledge and expertise, if I comment on it, that comes with more authority. That comes with more, there's more validity behind what I say than what some news reporter says. So that's why there's sometimes, like, you might see me just, like, talking about a topic on stream, and like, I'm just going to stop here because if I go further, it's going to be like this. And then there's stuff that I won't talk about. And there's questions that I get asked in comments or I get asked, during stream sometimes. I'm like, I'm just not going to address that because can I potentially talk about it in a very unclassified way, in a way that is, you know, completely washed and clean? Maybe. It's going to be a very slow conversation, and I don't want to risk fucking that up. So I'm just not going to talk about it. And then
Council tells me not to plead anything.
But no, legitimately, what we were told to say is just I can't talk about that one way or the other. But then, unfortunately, when you say I can't talk about that, people act like you're confirming what they said. So that's a problem. So a lot of times it's I'm not at liberty to discuss this or whatever. But even then, when people ask you that question, they'll assume that you're verifying what they said. Like, do you ever watch the mockumentary Mermaid's Body Found?
I need a target.
I think I have.
The one that, like, it was on Discovery Channel and it was about the Navy found mermaids and they accidentally killed them, and Noah's work to try to uncover the fact that mermaids exist.
How about the one where, like, it had, like, that fake body that washed up on the beach?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now, yeah.
Me and my workout buddy, the summer before I went to boot camp, by happenstance, we were at that night when it came on Discovery, we both happened to watch it. So when we went to the gym together the next day, we, like, started talking about it, like, oh my god, did you see that? Yeah, I saw that. Oh my god, it's so fucking cool, blah blah blah. And during the course of the documentary, they keep talking about how the Navy is hiding the existence of this, and the Navy is the one that's covering up the existence of mermaids, and blah blah. I died with 1 health left and him with 1 health left. God damn it. I'm really struggling here. After I got out of boot camp and I got to A school, like, just fresh out of boot camp, and I got my parents mailed me my phone. I had my phone, and I'm texting my friends and stuff. He messaged me, he's like, dude, were you able to find out about the mermaids? Is the mermaid thing real? Is the mermaid thing real? I was like, I can't talk about that. And this motherfucker legitimately, the next time I actually spoke to him in person, he was still asking me about it. Because when I said I can't talk about it, he legitimately believed that that meant that it was real and I could not talk about it. Like, it was just a joke, man. It was, what the fuck? He was still, like, the next time I saw him, we met up when I was home. He was like, bro, you gotta tell me about the mermaids, man. You gotta tell me about the mermaids, man. Like, why would I know? Why would little E3 Zach understand? Why would they tell me? What?
That would be the perfect opportunity to bullshit him, though. Honestly.
I should have gone down. He ended up actually joining the Air Force and becoming a crew chief. As a reserve, though, so you know.
Oh.
Yeah, halfway there.
Not even halfway. He's like a quarter. I'd say guard is at least halfway.
Yeah, I'll say this. Like, I made a joke at one point to, like, I was like fresh out of boot camp. I was at my first command. I made a joke to one of the specialists there, about how he was just a part-time soldier and, you know, not active duty and blah blah blah. Because the reservists would come in all the time, to do their, you know, week or whatever of 2 weeks, whatever, of fucking active duty at our command. And he just looks at me, he's like, these boots have seen more active duty time than you have. I was like, yeah, you know what? You know, you're right. You're right. I've been in for like 9 months. You're right. And then some of my buddies that were reserves, like, were deploying all the time, man. They were volunteering for it, but they were deploying all the time. I had a buddy that he did not have an apartment or a lease or anything for like several years because he was a reservist. He would volunteer for deployment, and then when he had come back, he would crash with me for a few months, and pay me like some amount of money, and then go on and volunteer for the next deployment. And they were just letting him do that. They were letting him, like, you're not supposed to, but they were letting him. Saved up a lot of money that way. I think he bought a house.
I'm gonna fucking die here. This was a stupidest fucking pull. Oh, fuck.
I'm having like level 8 boars just whoop my shit in. I'm only a level 6, but like I have to get these large crag boars. I hate these quests that are like, get this item from an animal, but the item drops like a third of the time.
Holy shit! I killed her! Let's fucking go! I got a crit!
Good shit, good shit, good shit.
Not time to run from these fucking boars.
We're gonna stay in Elwyn Forest, killing boars. Do you know how many boars we'd have to kill to do that? 2,873. Whatever the fucking number is.
Oh my god. I missed that video.
That movie is still, or that episode is still my favorite. That was where I discovered the song Live to Win. Live to win, till you die. And then once I started playing WoW after that, I realized how much stuff in that was wrong. The first thing, Stan or Randy trying to be like, I have a human hunter, level 2. It's like, you can't have a human hunter. They don't have human hunters in vanilla.
They don't, unless they were playing fucking Cataclysm.
Nope, that was vanilla. That was in Burning Crusade had not come out yet.
I know. And the fucking sword that didn't even exist in the game files.
The Sword of Unending Truth or something like that?
Yeah, I at first can't remember.
I think they added it as a thing. I think that is actually in the game now. Sword of 1,000 Truths.
Yeah, there it is.
It's on Wowpedia right now.
Holy shit.
And it has the story. On Wowpedia, story. Long ago, when World of Warcraft was created, one of the programmers put a sword called the Sword of 1,000 Truths into the game inventory. But the sword was considered to be too powerful for anyone to possess, so it was removed from the game and stored on a 1 gig flash drive. That's not how games work. But it was foretold that one day players who could wield the sword might reveal themselves. The prophecy is fulfilled when Stan, Kenny, Cartman, and Kyle endlessly kill 65,340,285 boars in Elwyn Forest at 2 experience points apiece in order to gain 30 levels. 30 levels also isn't going to get you that far. So they can kill Jenkins, the player who has played World of Warcraft nearly every hour of every day for the past year and a half.
Yeah, and the fact that they were all like level 30. And they were trying to kill. Well, he was like max level, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Like a
well, I think it was like them
level
going 30 to 30. I think it was them going 30 to 60 or whatever. But also, you couldn't after so many levels over, you can't get experience. So there's so much stuff that was wrong about that, but it was still funny as shit. But okay, so the sword is now in the game as the Slayer of the Lifeless, which is fucking fantastic. It does not have the same abilities, but uses the same model and says "foretold by Salzman" in the tooltip. That's fantastic. Oh, I love that. That's great. I gotta wonder, like, I wanted to see if I can find the statistics for how many people were playing World of Warcraft before that that episode came out, and how many were playing after. What's up, Repexer? How you doing, man?
Might not be that bad of a find, honestly.
Let's see.
Rogues are useless without their second dagger.
Hold on, let's see. by month. Let's try that. Can I get it to go back that far? Nope, this only goes back to 2022. Years.
Yeah, baby. I just pissed this guy off. I took his kill.
Okay, so Make Love Not Warcraft came out at the ass end of 2006. Came out in October of 2006. In 2006, the subscription numbers were at 6 million. 2007 was at 10 million. And I gotta
Damn.
think a lot of that came from Make Love Not Warcraft.
Damn.
Yeah.
Probably true.
Yeah.
I'm literally just walking around Elwyn Forest right now, killing rabbits and all other kinds of critters just to level up my bows.
Orientation event? What orientation event, Repexer? I'll do a lot. I get there's that website, I can't remember what it is. It's like WoW Profession something, where it'll give you a good estimate of how much of each resource you need to level up professions to different levels. So I do spend a lot of time just grinding out mining or skinning and shit like that to get all the resources I need to like level up blacksmithing or leatherworking or engineering or whatever. And I'll just wander around doing that. Oh, like orienteering? Like land nav? We did have, I talked about it in one of my videos, we did have for land nav the typical lieutenant, but not just bad at navigating lieutenant, afraid of being in nature lieutenant, who walked into a spider web and panicked and ran and screamed. And then when we're walking along and he was like, we're walking through the woods of Mississippi, and he was like, I smell like watermelon or something. And I say, sir, that's probably a snake. He's like, it's not a snake. Why are they saying? I was like, well, that's what some snakes smell like. That's what copperheads and rattlesnakes smell like. It's like watermelon or cucumber or cut grass or something like that. He's like, no. And then the retired gunnery sergeant who was leading this for us was like, no, that's what rattlesnakes and copperheads smell like. He's like, oh my God, and starts running away. I was like, sir, the snake might be over there. And he just like jumps to attention. He's like, what do I do? Keep walking. It's gonna let you know if you get near it. Don't piss it off. So yeah, so oriented like land. That's cool. What are you doing? Like, what are you a part of that has you doing that? I remember you said before, but I can't remember exactly what it is because I know it's some Latvian version of it. Snakes aren't that scary. Like, if it's right at your feet, yeah, be a little scared. But like, the existence of snakes in the wood is not generally that bad. They're more often than not, they're gonna let you know that they're mad. You guys do land nav Air Force side?
Land navigation?
Yeah.
It's only with Seer and TACP.
I was scheduled before I ended up getting out. I was scheduled to be going to Seer because I was going to go to one class that was like 6 months long, and then I was supposed to go on deployment to Japan, go to the 6 month long class, go to Seer school. Or it was like 5 month long class, and then the extra month was going to be like whatever extra for Seer, and then go on deployment again. And I was actually really looking forward to it. Like, I was like, yeah, because I was still young enough then. I was like, yeah, I'm going to go to Seer. They're going to kick the shit out of me. This is going to be great. Now, as a 30-year-old man, I'm like, oh, thank God I didn't have to do that. Like, especially since I ended up getting out. Fuck. But yeah, I was scheduled to do it, and at the time, I was disappointed. I was like, I didn't get to go to Seer school. Now I'm like, thank fucking God. Thank fucking God I didn't have to deal with that shit. getting professionally tortured to teach you what torture feels like. Yay. I mean, Tier 1 is just survival in the woods, and then Tier 2 and 3 are, you know, sort of torture. Army training for teenagers, essentially. Is it like a volunteer thing, or is it like mandated? Is that just a thing that, because I know like there are several countries that have like mandated levels of military engagement, like Israel and Korea and a few other countries have mandatory military service. Gotcha. Which I'm not against. I think, I wonder how you feel on this. I feel like there should be some level of mandatory public service to teach people at a young age, like 2 years of mandatory public service, so people learn at a young age giving a shit about your fellow man and serving your fellow man in some sort of way. It doesn't have to be military, but like that people choose military, fire department, civil works, EMT, any of those things that is a benefit to the public. Teach young people to, you know, what it means to serve your fellow man, and then after that, free college.
I honestly agree with you.
I don't think that's a bad. I've had people call me a fucking, 1940s German for saying that before, but I don't think that's that bad of an idea. It does not have to be military service, but some sort of public service, because you could be civil works. You can work for the garbage. It depends. Like some cities have, private garbage disposal shit, but you could work for, public works or an EMT, firefighter, any of these other things that is beneficial. Get job experience, get work experience, make some money, and learn what it is to be a part of your community, and then get free college and free healthcare and free all of that. It's a win-win for everyone, and most people, their brains are not developed enough to make these lifelong decisions when they're 18 years old, or even when they're 20 years old. So giving them that little bit of buffer time of, you finish school, now we're going to give you a job that will pay you money and potentially provide some level of housing while you mature into the ability to make these more adult decisions about what you're going to do with the rest of your life.
The human brain does not stop developing until you're 25.
Yeah. But I've had some people say some mean things about me for that, which I truly do not give a shit.
I've had people call me some pretty bad names, so I'm
Yeah.
pretty done with stuff like that now.
Yeah. And then, I think it's ridiculous that we don't have some sort of free higher education system. Like, still have the private schools that, can charge whatever the fuck they want. Harvard can charge whatever they fucking want. But have a 4-year program, like a 4-year college program that is maybe not as nice, maybe not hiring as good of teachers, maybe it doesn't offer every type of class there is out there, but offers people a 4-year education for free. Because that's just beneficial to society in general. I do not understand people that are against the concept of free education.
I think Europe is one of the few continents that actually has your free education up to 4 years. And then if you want, like, higher education, you have to pay for it then.
Yeah. There's... Oh, God, I can't remember what it's... Oh, what was... What's it called? Job Corps. That's what it is. Have you heard of Job Corps?
Yeah.
Job Corps, and here's the thing, is Job Corps, I don't believe it's funded by the government. I believe it's a private organization. And it's wild to me that it is something that has to be provided by a private organization, but also not a lot of people know about it, because Job Corps is an amazing resource for a lot of young people, because it's basically, listen, you can't go to college, you can't afford a technical school. Not only will we provide you a free technical school to learn a trade. Like my ex-wife did it to learn how to do security, but they have a bunch of different jobs for that. We're going to provide you housing, and we're going to give you a little bit of an allowance. That is such an amazing resource for a lot of people that nobody fucking knows about. And I
refuse to take advantage of.
Yeah. I've met a few people that, like, when they're like, I don't know, how am I going to get this? Blah, blah. I was like, well, maybe try a Job Corps, and have every excuse not to do it. But those are just generally the people that are going to have an excuse not to do anything. But no, I think like a free tech, and quite frankly, joining the reserves is the way to get free tech school. If you want to get a trade school for free, join the reserves. Not only will you get trade school for free, you'll be paid to do it.
That word, I would say guard is also a good option because you get
yeah.
I think you get part of the GI Bill too.
Well, I mean, you get the GI Bill for joining the reserves as long as you do enough active duty time. I want to say it starts at 180 days. It might be 90, but I think it's once you've done 180 days of active duty time, you get the lowest level portion of the GI Bill, which I think is like 50% of the value of the GI Bill. And then over time, over the course of doing 4 years, you slowly unlock the 100% of the GI Bill. Because that's something they don't really explain to you, is if you don't do the full 4 years, you still get the GI Bill. You just don't get 100% of the GI Bill. Where the fuck are these? Oh, I have to go in the Grizzled Den. Fuck. Okay.
These stuns are really annoying. And I'm missing every single one of my hits.
In the amount of time that I have been playing today so far, if this were retail, I would be level 20.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I honestly, let's see how long I've been playing this character.
About 3.5 hours.
3 hours, 30 minutes, 6 seconds.
Safe travel.
Time played on this level, 50 minutes.
Yeah.
My fastest time leveling in retail WoW is 2 hours and 31 minutes.
Yeah.
That's from 1 to their new max level, which was 70 at the time.
Yeah, it doesn't take that long.
I think it was with Miss Pandaria Remix, because you just run through all the fucking raids, store all the fucking XP tokens in your mailbox, and then once you've ran like all the raids and got all like the experience buffs on your cloak that was given to you, you collect every single one of those XP tokens, and you go from level 20 to max level.
My fastest time was, God damn it, you abandoned your Wendigo and he attacked me, you piece of shit. I am not strong enough to take on 2. My fastest time going from like 1 to 60 was 30 seconds because I got one of those free level up tokens.
That doesn't fucking count.
That fucking counts!
No, you did not put in the fucking work. Did I go from 1 to 60?
Did I go from 1 to 60?
You did not put in the work.
Young man, respect your elders. Respect your elders. I outrank you. If I say it counts, it counts.
It does not count in your fucking dreams, buddy.
What's up, Stack? How you doing, man? You gonna get back into WoW? Stack is my buddy who was Marine Reservist. He was Amphibious Assault.
So he's a frog.
No. He Amphibious Assault vehicle.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he's an armored frog.
Yeah. He was like the lily pad the frogs walked on.
He was a bullfrog.
He's a bullfrog. No, bullfrog's a seal. Don't fucking go there. You'll get a bunch of people pissed off. Do not go there. It's the same thing. Anytime I made the mistake of saying special forces to refer to anything but the Green Berets in front of an army guy, get the immediate ass chewing of, only the Green Berets are special forces, everyone's a special operator, only the Green Berets! Okay, Pogue.
Fuck the Green Berets, dude.
The Green Berets are the master trainers. They're really good at what they do. But it's kind of that thing when like, you get people that really don't know a lot about it, that like, who's more badass? Who's the most badass of the special operators? One, the PJs. The PJs 100% most badass of the special force. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Two, they all have their own job. Every group of special operators does a different job. So they're the most badass at the thing that they do. I argue that it's the PJs just because the mission of the PJs of, like, hey, this pilot went down over enemy lines just now. You have no prep time. We have no clue what environment you're going into. All we know is you need to go rescue the pilot and blow up the plane. That's gonna be you gotta be the most badass to be like, I'm gonna go in completely blind behind enemy lines, no prep work, let's fucking go.
That's one of the few jobs in special forces in the Air Force I did not qualify for.
Why? Not high enough ASVAB? Or just health thing?
So for the Air Force, you have to do like a overhead strength test before you join, and you have to like push over your head. I think a 90 to 100 pounds overhead, and I got to like 75
God damn it!
pounds.
So many fucking Wendigos fucking me in the ass. Go away.
Pause, buddy. Pause.
Yeah, I was about to talk shit, like, oh, you can't put 90, but when I was joining, I couldn't either. Like when I was 18, 90 to 100 pounds would have been pretty pretty heavy for me.
Yeah.
You gonna lurk? What?
That spell isn't ready. Can't cast that yet.
The biggest people that I hate the most in the army are the fucking airborne guys.
Yeah, you mean the almost rangers?
The almost rangers, because they all fucking, they're like, oh, I'm this badass, I'm a fucking airborne. Like, dude, like, everybody get an airborne.
The more badass you are, the less you talk about it. There's a bell curve. There's a bell curve of when you're entirely unbadass, you don't talk about it. And then as you start creeping up the badassery scale, you talk way too fucking much about it. And then the most badass dudes, the Green Berets, the SEALs, the PJs, the Marine Force Recon, those guys, probably not going to hear about it. You'll never know. The only way you're going to know is that they have a dead look in their eyes, they look right through you, and they're always fucking doing something with their hands. Their hands are always moving. Other than that, you're going to have no idea. They don't talk about it too much.
Because they see shit, dude. They've seen the worst shit that...
And they're professional. The easiest way to know someone's not a SEAL is if they tell you they're a SEAL.
I had a cousin tell my aunt that he failed Navy SEAL training because he was too scared to get in the pool and drown and die.
Oh my god, fucking Christ. That's... Why would that be the one you go for, then?
I don't know.
I mean, they all do drown proofing. They all have to get in the water, but like, sea, air, and land. That is what SEAL stands for.
I know.
They're famous for it. That's what they do best.
What I really want to do badly, though, is I want to try to figure out if I can get over to the SEER side of the base, because we have the SEER training camp is on Fairchild. I want to go over there and see if I can get into some of their static jumps from their Hueys.
Yeah.
I would love static jump from a fucking Huey.
Yeah, I was really... So I almost got the chance to go to air assault school when I was at my first command, because again, I was at a joint command, so at one point, one of my bosses, like the head of my division or my branch, was a sergeant first class. And me and him like had a good relationship. He liked me. I was a PT all-star. He knew at the time my goal was to go SEAL. So he told me, tell you what, I got like, I think he had like a month left or 2 months left or whatever at the time. If you do this next Army PT test with us and you max out the scores, I'll put you in to go to air assault school before I leave. And like, it would have had a good chance to actually get it. My command, the CFLs decided that same day was going to be the day that the Navy was going to be doing our PT tests, and I wasn't allowed to miss it. And I don't know like if they did it to me on purpose because I talked about that or what. But yeah, I had to be at the Navy side. I couldn't go to the thing, and I went to the next. To be fair, I went to the next Army PT test, and I did not max it out. I maxed out like a good bit of this shit, but I didn't max out the run. So I probably wouldn't have made it anyways, but still missed that chance. Kind of pissed at myself for not training harder.
That was a good shot, though.
Yeah, it would have been cool. My dad got to do it. My dad got to go to air assault school. He was Navy, but he just, again, had one of those situations. He had a joint command, and just like, hey, if you want to go to air assault school, I'll put you up for air assault school. I also wish I had gone for the GAF B. Do you know what the GAF B is?
I do not know what the GAFE is.
The German Armed Forces Proficiency Badge. It's like this really, really fucking hard test that the Germans do. That like it's top tier in the sense of like you have to push to get it. It's not like what their operators do or anything, but it's like a top tier kind of soldier, whatever thing. And we had some German liaison troops at our command that somehow came to be that they were able to and were gonna run the GAF B test for us, which would mean that whoever got it would be one of the very, very few people in the United States military that had this badge. Would have been cool. Not worth any promotion points, not worth shit, just really cool. And I didn't end up going for it because like at the time I was recovering from a back injury that I got that I did not end up getting actually like treated for several years, and I was like nervous about trying to do. I was more so nervous about because for the previous like 2.5 years I had been a PT all-star at that command, and then I was recovering from a back injury where I was for like a month I wasn't able to work out at all. I didn't run, I didn't lift, I didn't do anything, and then I was slowly easing my way back into working out. And it was more so I was just really worried about embarrassing myself. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get back into that shape again and embarrassing myself, so I didn't do it. But I like it's a tiered thing. There's like tiers. There's the low, there's the middle, there's the high. So I wish I would have done it, even if I only would have gotten the lowest possible version of it. But I was admittedly just scared about embarrassing myself.
Oh shit! I forgot to fucking heal.
But we did, I think we had about 4 people from my command that got the GAF B, and only one of them was a Navy guy. And this dude was a badass. This dude was a budge drop, but not one of those, I went to budge for 2 days and I got kicked out or I rang the bell. He was like, he made it pretty far and for whatever reason didn't make it and just decided he didn't want to go back because he's like, it's not for me. Like the guy. Really cool dude. And he was the only Navy one to complete the GAF B course. And the Army guys that completed it got permission from the command that they were allowed to wear that in their dress uniform. They were still allowed, they got special permission to wear it because it's not a United States recognized medal, so you can't normally wear it. But they got like paperwork and special that they were allowed to wear it there. Our Master Chief refused to let it happen for the Navy guy. He was not allowed to wear it. I don't know why. It was fucked. It was super stupid. Like this was such a rare thing for a United States soldier or a United States military member to have at all, and then particularly a United States Navy person to have. And they refused to let him wear it, and it was like everyone was pissed off for him that they refused to let him wear it. I don't know what was up Master Chief's ass.
You're probably jealous.
Yeah, I like that Master Chief. That was the same Master Chief that when I was a CFL, I was one of our command fitness leaders, so I was responsible for running like the PT test. I just keep getting fucked up by this Wendigo because I keep reviving in front of it with half health. And now my armor's broken, so I'm gonna try to escape this cave. But he was the same.
That 25% durability res, dude.
But then there's that 10 minutes of
it that doesn't take place until like you're level 10 or 12. I think.
Shit. Okay. Yeah. But he was the same one. I was one of the CFL, so I was responsible for leading PT and the PRTs, the physical readiness tests, and leading our FET program, which is our Fat Kid program. So if you failed a PRT, got close to failing a PRT, or your leadership just thinks you might fail a PRT, they put you on my Fat Kid program. I get you back in shape. Just basically extra PT. And we had a lot of FEPIs that were complaining. That means some of the other ACFLs were being harsh on everyone. That we were pushing them too hard. That we were putting too much work in. Blah blah blah. So we ended up having a meeting with all the CFLs and then all the FEPIs with our Master Chief and our Admiral. And one of the other CFLs asks the Master Chief, so what if we're what if some of the FEPIs are complaining that we're pushing them too hard and that they don't think they can handle this and that we're just being too hard on them? And Master Chief just looks, scans the room, looks at everyone, and just goes, "Fuck them, they're fat." It's like, oh shit, that was just a free pass for us to be as harsh as we wanted to be.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, it was really weird kind of dynamic sometimes, because very top heavy command in Florida that for a lot of people was their twilight command, so their last command before they get out. And a lot of people that just did not got really lax on standards, got really lax on training. We didn't even have scheduled PT there. Unless you were on my Fat Kid program, you did not have scheduled PT there, because enough of the people were complaining, well, we're all on different schedules, so if we have scheduled PT, then it's screwing some people over. I don't want to have to come in if I don't have to. I don't want to have to stay late. I don't have to come in early. So we didn't have scheduled PT. We didn't have structured PT unless you were on my Fat Kid program. And a lot of people were really lax around the PRT season. But once we got that Master Chief and the new Admiral, they were PT All-Stars. Our Admiral did the swim test every time. He maxed out the swim test every time. Not on a, we were letting him slide, on a, he was fit as shit. He was short 5'4" dude, jacked. Fucking, I love that dude. That dude was great. So once they got there, we got a little bit more. Were able to get a little bit more hard on the PT stuff. But before that, we were supposed to be nice to everyone. The number of people that you get was well, my job's mostly a desk job. So why do I have to be in standards? Why do I have to worry about how many push-ups and sit-ups and stuff I can do? Because you joined the military. And legitimately, in our regulations, the way our regulations are worded, part of the reason that we hold fitness standards and height and weight standards and stuff like that is so that you're not an embarrassment in uniform, so that you don't look bad in uniform.
That is true.
Yeah, every time I see some dude walking around, I don't give a shit what your body type is, what you look like, if you exercise, what you eat, when you're just a regular dude in the civilian world. It does not bother me. I do not care. You do you. As long as you are happy, you do you. If you are putting that fucking uniform on, you better not goddamn embarrass the uniform. My perspective on what the military should represent, what I wanted to represent in the military, and why you should look good in uniform, and why you should look healthy and fit in uniform. If someone sees a military person walking into their store, into their place, if they see a military person near them in uniform, they should be able to think, if shit goes down, if there's a fire, if there's an attack, if anything happens, that dude's got it. I can rely on that guy. That dude is going to get me out of here. That dude is going to save me. They should not think, holy shit, are the EMTs going to have a stretcher that's big enough to carry his ass? When I see those people walking around in uniform with their buttons looking like they're about to fucking explode off of them, waddling through the store to get to the fucking Auntie Anne's in the mall, I'm embarrassed. And all I can think is no one can rely on that person. No one's going to think that dude's got shit handled, and that is a shame, because that is not what the uniform should represent.
Sometimes I wonder how they're even still in the military.
It's a lot of that buddy shit. It's a lot of that buddy shit of, I'm not going to fail you. I wasn't the one. I was the one, because our PRT cycle was so long because of the same, well, everyone's on different schedules. We had a month-long PRT cycle. It was October and May of every year. where that entire month we were running a PRT every day. There were like 120 Navy guys at that command. There weren't a lot of Navy guys at that command. So 30 days or 20 days of a PRT every day for 120 people. We very rarely had more people doing the PRT than we had CFLs to run the PRT, which means the CFLs were the ones that counted for them. So the people that actually gave a shit about fitness and were trained to administer the tests and stuff were the ones that were doing the counts for the push-ups and the sit-ups and stuff for them, which is not typical in the or in the Navy. What would often happen once I became a CFL and once they got to know how I handled that is anytime we'd have like a high-ranking officer or a chief or someone coming to do one of those PRTs one of those days that the CFL is going to be counting on them, one of them was like, "Hey, Johnston, you wanna count push-ups for Chief such and such? You want to count push-ups for Commander such and such?" And blah, blah, blah. I was like, "Yeah, sure. I don't give a shit. I'll fail a chief. I'll fail a commander. I don't care." And for the most part, the chiefs loved me for it. I failed a chief one time. He had to run a bad day shit. He like pulled me aside and said he respected that. He respected the fact that I was willing to fail him and I did not like count push-ups that shouldn't have counted and I did not like fake his numbers for him. They liked me for it. I think they intentionally made sure I wasn't there during his bad day shit, but because the Navy, you get a bad day shit. If you fail a PRT, you can write a shit and you can redo that PRT within a week. But yeah. So I was very often the one that they would have whoever the highest ranking person was that was there, the person that was high ranking and looked like they might fail. They would, "Hey, Johnston, you want to count push-ups for him?" Sure. I don't give a fuck. I knew those regulations inside and out too, because we'd get a lot of people that their way of trying to pass it was trying to like pull regulations on us and like act like we didn't know or act like we were doing something against regulations in hopes of like intimidating us into just giving them a pass, especially on the height and weight stuff. And it was like I can at the time I could recite the entire like section paragraph by paragraph for the regulations for how we ran our PRTs. But a lot of it's just that buddy shit of someone not wanting to fail their friend. I did not. I failed friends on PRTs, and then right after they failed that PRT, I said, "Listen, what we're gonna do is you're gonna wake up with me every morning, or you're gonna leave with me every day, because I'm at the gym 3 times a day. We're gonna work out together, and by the next PRT, you're gonna be scoring an excellent or higher." But I had nope. Like I was not their friend when I was in that uniform. I was Petty Officer Johnston.
I honestly believe that the FIP program is a really good program.
The what?
The reason why I say the FIP program, so we have
That might be after my time.
Yeah, so it's the same thing as your program. It's just if you fail a PT test, you have to do some extra PT to score better on your next one.
Yeah.
I think it's the best system. The reason why I say that is because my very first operational PT test, I failed, and I failed it because I chose the shuttle or hammer run, whatever you want to fucking call it, and I don't know how to fucking sprint. And after...
that'll do it.
I can run a mile and a half, easy as shit, but...
Sprinting's different.
Sprinting is hella different. And I made the mistake of listening to people that can sprint saying that's easier than a mile and a half. Now, after doing the FIT program, I was able to work on that, and then eventually I was actually able to pass a PT test with a fucking 90, which gave me another year before I did my next PT test.
Yeah. When I was in, they had just switched as I was getting out to if you scored an excellent or higher, you did not have to do, you only had to do it once a year. When I was in, you had to do it twice a year either way. But yeah, no, the FET program is a great thing because like there was not a person who was on my FET program that did not score at the very least good or excellent on their next PT test. A lot of times what I would tell them is Like, I'd kind of give them each individual advice. We weren't supposed to, but I'd give them kind of each individual advice a lot of times. And the ones that, like, were really pushing and I could tell, I'd be like, yeah, you go for a score, whatever. The other ones would be like, don't go for anything above good. I know you're going to get that run. I know you're going to get whatever. Try to score excellent on your push-ups and curl-ups, and then just try to do good on your run, because if you try too hard, you might gas yourself. But all I care about is you getting a good or above. But I didn't have a single person that was on my FET program that didn't do exceedingly better after the fact. But I failed 2 PT tests the entire time I was in the Navy, and had a bad date shit. Like, I don't have any fails on my record, but I had a bad date shit twice. One, I had a mentor, this dude Vasquez, that I fucking loved. Very much one of those dudes that, like, he would just tell it as is. I respected the hell out of him. He was a first class when I was in E3. Really good guy. And basically one of those dudes that if I went to him bitching about something and he said, you're kind of being a little bitch about it, I'd be like, you know what? I'm being a little bitch about it. But if he said that I was right, if he said, no, I was justified, then I knew I was justified. I knew I was right to be angry about whatever I was angry about. Because, told it like it was. Fit as hell. My second PT test at that command, which was a PT test I had to score a certain amount on in order to be able to take, like, the CFL course to actually get the NEC that not a lot of people had. I got really, really nervous. He was counting for me. He was doing my count for me. I got really, really nervous. Normally, I would max out my push-ups. I'd max out my push-ups and curl-ups like it was nothing, which for me at the time was 92 push-ups in 2 minutes. I hit 60 seconds. I'm at like 60 push-ups in like 61, 60 seconds, whatever it was. And I just can't go anymore. I don't know what's fucking wrong. Like, everything's hurting. And I just kind of fall to my knee and I fail. And I'm like, fuck, man. Like, I'm not going to be able to do this class. I'm not going to be able to do whatever. I'm going to have to take a bad day. Shit, what the hell's wrong with me? I've been training my ass off. And this dude looks at me and is like, what the fuck, Johnston? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what happened. It's like, you didn't fucking breathe. You went a full minute doing push-ups and did not take a breath. What the fuck, Johnston? Because I was so nervous, I forgot to breathe. That was my one fail, and then my second one was after I hurt my back. Like, pretty shortly after that, I had to take a PT test. And I just had not recovered yet, and I was in so much pain. I was in my back was still bad. So I got like halfway through it, and I was in so much pain that I just could not do it.
You weren't on a medical waiver or anything?
No, because if I got a medical waiver, I wouldn't have been able to be a CFL.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't want to get a medical waiver for that. I ended up. That was like one of my last PT tests at that command. I already had orders to go to a different command. It was months and months and months before I was going to be moving, but my next command was going to be expeditionary. So if I did badly on a PT test, I wasn't going to be able to go there. So I did the bad day shit. I, pushed it off, and I did the treadmill. Because I knew, like, and I did the treadmill, and my EXO was there. My EXO was there to make sure that I passed. And, like, when I started slowing down a little bit, he's like, no, you fucking don't, and reached over and pushed the button on the treadmill to bring the speed back up. He's like, if you slow down, you don't make it to your next command. And pushed the button on the treadmill and put it back up. Man, no, I was in so much pain. I was in pain for about 2 years from that. From that fucking back injury before they recognized that it was a problem.
Damn.
Yeah. In short, go to medical, kids, and then if they're not doing what they're doing, fucking force them to.
Medical's free in the military.
Yep. That was my god. I was in so much pain, man. It was about 2 years of at least once a month I would have a few days where I couldn't walk. Like, I would be hobbled over, and I'd have to, like, kind of waddle wherever I wanted to go, like bent over at like a 45-degree angle because I couldn't straighten my back out. And first few times it happened, I went to medical, and they're like, "Yeah, you're probably just having back spasms. That's fine." Turns out my L5 vertebrae was knocked out of alignment during PT. And 2 years later, when I finally got them to X-ray it, the doctor had the audacity to say, "Well, if you had just gotten this treated when it first happened, it probably wouldn't be a problem anymore." Thanks. Fuck you. But hey, I get 100% disability from the VA, so
100% disability.
yeah, I'm gonna be in pain the rest of my life, and I can't sleep normally, and I have panic attacks a lot. But 100% disability.
Fucking go, dude.
Yeah, it's the sleep apnea that really knocked me over because I was at 90% for the first 2 years that I got out, 2 or 3 years that I got out, and then I realized that they didn't have sleep apnea on my record because I had gone to get checked for sleep apnea, and the doctor said when I was still in the military, because my girlfriend was complaining about my snoring, and the doctor said, "You technically I believe that you have sleep apnea, but you don't technically measure on this scale of whatever the fuck it is for me to say you have sleep apnea, but we're going to treat you like you whatever have this and this and that." And they ended up treating me for narcolepsy because I said that I was tired a lot during the day because I wasn't sleeping well, but I didn't have narcolepsy. I just wasn't sleeping well. But they started giving me medication to treat narcolepsy, and because they gave me medication to treat narcolepsy when I didn't have narcolepsy, it gave me really bad insomnia. So now I can't sleep unless I take medication to make me sleep. So thanks, Navy. And it really makes you understand why sleep deprivation is used as a form of torture. Because I'll go 3 days without sleeping sometimes if my meds run out or if they're just not working, because they just don't work sometimes. But yeah, once I went back, when I looked at my record and realized, oh wait, sleep apnea is not on this, but I definitely have it. I went back, got a sleep study done, and got it put on my record, and that knocked me over to 100%.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's nice. It gives me the freedom. I didn't have to worry about having a job when I was going to school, because between the VA, the disability, and the GI Bill, I was fucking set. It's nice to have it. It's better to have it than not have it. But I still say I would trade in not being in pain constantly, being able to sleep and feel like a normal person for the money for sure.
Also, fixing to ding level 10 here.
I'm still at level 6, but I'm level 7 now. Nice. It's this one it's another. There's so many of these quests in the Dwarven starting area that are gather resources from animal, and it does they drop so infrequently. Plus, these Wendigos keep fucking me up. Because I can't pull just one. I'll pull one, and then someone else will run away from one and drag it to me, or one of them will just wander over and get me, and get my ass.
Huh. Honestly, I'm looking at Deadmine's loot. I don't think it has anything good for you, dude.
I'll do it just because I enjoy it.
I think the only thing that's really good for you is this and this. That's about it.
Yeah, rock slicers. But I really need to be specking agility from not strength. I mean, I just killed another fucking Wendigo and did not get a goddamn.
I'm telling you, just do the fucking deep run tram.
I
Forest,
might, man. I might just go do that. I might pick up my skinning profession because I like to very often, if I'm not going enchanting, I will at the beginning I'll just get mining and skinning and just gather a fucking ton of resources and shit, and then I'll have those either for an alt character that I could get for whatever their profession is, or I'll just sell them on the auction house. There you go, finally, Jesus. Yeah, I might hop over on that deep run tram here. Need to take a piss here in a second.
There we go. There's that ding. Oh, talent points. Fuck. What do I want to go into?
Ooh. It just got 10% more exciting for you. I will have to come back to, once I hit level 10, come back here for hunter training.
What do you mean? Can't you just do hunter training in Stormwind?
No, I think it's a specific quest line that you have to do to unlock your pet. To unlock your pet.
Hmm.
I hated the fucking travel mount quest for druids for a while there because I did not know how to get to it, and it didn't really explain how to get to it. The first time I played a druid, was it my Tauren druid or my Night Elf druid? One of them. So I never unlocked my travel mount as a druid when the first time I played through.
So I either go stealthy or pure fucking non-stealthy.
Are you gonna be doing a lot of battlegrounds?
Hell no, I'm not fucking a PvP guy.
Then don't go stealthy.
Alright.
If you're doing dungeons and shit, you're gonna have other people to pull aggro off you.
It's either... Hold on. I keep forgetting WoW Head's a thing. Talent calculator.
Ooh. Got a notification from Twitch. Shared viewership is here. So if you do a shared stream, if you do a joint stream, it shares chat and your views. That's kind of cool.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've done a joint stream with anyone, but it was always confusing doing the joint stream and I'd be responding to something and the person I was doing it with couldn't see it or vice versa.
Alright, I'm going to increase my critical strike chance by 1%.
It is so weird that is significant. Because, like, to someone who doesn't know well, like 1%, that's nothing. That's kind of a lot. But when you get into dungeons and you're fighting bosses and shit, not a lot, but it's significant enough to be worth it.
And there's Sap. Fuck yeah.
Did I unlock skinning yet?
Stupid shit on my action bar.
I forgot to have find minerals on this whole time. My dummy dumbness. Profession trainer. I need the skinning trainer real quick before I go do that. Coolsies. I'm either gonna go engineer or leatherworking. I'm not sure.
What are you?
Hunter.
Fucking hunter. Leatherworking would be good for armor.
But engineering is more fun.
Engineer gets you some really good shit, and for late, like around level 40, you get like a trinket that can teleport you to Gadgetzan down in Tanaris, which helps get you to fucking super dungeon down there.
And I can get a little robot buddy I can summon for 5 minutes.
Off with you.
So
Talk about the battle chickens or the battle sheep.
they have
All
the
those
harvest
things?
golem.
Oh yeah, that too.
Hey,
The engineer just basically lets you do all the stuff all the other classes do, but worse. It's mostly just fun. It's mostly just fun and goofy.
I truly love.
popping away.
I don't really love goblin engineering much, but I'm a huge fan of the gnomish.
Oh yeah, the gnomish engineering's the best. The goblin engineering is more like useful because like you get more explosives and more damage dealing stuff, but the gnomish engineering is just more fun. You get that thing that lets you take control of any like mechanical whatever for an amount of time, which is kind of useful during Dead Mines. It's a little bit useful during Dead Mines, but by the time you can unlock that, I think you're way past the level for Dead Mines.
For the take control of mechanical objects, yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's you'll probably be around it. You'll probably be around Numergon, which would be good for.
Yeah.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Let me make sure I have the Griffin unlocked, and then I'm going to get on the tram. The very first YouTube video I ever posted was in like 2007, 2008 or something, and there was two. I posted a video of Nessie in the Deep Run tram, and I posted a video of the sewer crocodile in Storm and Canals, and one of them has like 15,000 views.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's doing better than any of my videos that I'm actually trying.
Well met. Safe travel.
Deep Run tram.
All right, Rogue Quest. Speak to Matthias Shaw. I'm inviting this guy, then I'm gonna. Oh, he's already in a fucking group. Never mind. I don't know why you whispered me, buddy.
I think he thinks you're cute.
No, there's a thing called layering. So if you invite people to a group, they'll layer into a different phase,
Mm.
so that they can get more mob kills that they need. The fuck is Defias Dockmaster?
Is this
It's not a.
Is the Deep Run tram an instance? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, it
it's-
is. It is. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I could not remember that. I was really confused for a second. Yeah, obviously it's an instance because you're traveling halfway across the map.
What the fuck is Defias Dockmaster? Don't tell me it's in Camador.
Yeah, once I hop on the tram, I'm going to take a piss. I'm not leaving my desk. I just want you to know I'm going to be pissing my pants.
Oh shit.
There it is.
Oh.
Oh, go here, back. Oh, God. Okay.
Welcome back.
I'm back. No, fuck! Don't take me! I'm good, okay.
You almost got abducted.
I managed to escape. I managed to get on the Deep Run tram, get to Stormwind, and then almost got taken back. Is this playing... Is this Snake? What the fuck is this? I don't remember this. Okay.
But I'll take one extra stamina. Let's fucking go. Got my first green.
I got a green, but it's out-leveled for me.
People do not know the significance of a green item.
I mean, compared to when you're just starting out, it's not bad. I'd say that's always the most disappointing thing that happens with expansions, is very quickly all your high-level items are completely worthless.
Whereas here, you can run with I think specifically, if you're playing Paladin, you get the Leggings of Westfall from Dead Mines. That will carry you up to like level 40, and then all the gear from Scarlet Monastery, Herald's Helm, Herald's Shoulder, and the Scarlet Monastery gear will carry you to raid. I think you will actually raid Molten Core with that stuff.
My kind of just biggest pet peeve, and also like was fun when I was able to do it, was twinking. Getting that level 19 just decked out in enchanted gear. Running Battlegrounds with that. Hated it. I never had a high enough level enchanter to really, really do it well. But it was cool. Level 19 just fucking owning everyone, because I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what the two enchants were there, like the rogues would always have on their dagger.
Probably attack power, or
it was a glowing blue one and a glowing yellow one. This was also in vanilla era, so that might be like it might have changed by the time you started, because you said you started with Cataclysm, right?
Yeah. Come on, kill that rabbit for some dagger.
And I was about to like Google Twink Rogue. I realized I can't do that.
Go on the incognito mode. You should be fine.
Okay, where are you at?
I am in Goldshire.
Okay, I can get there pretty quick. Yeah.
Sex capital of Moonguard.
Yeah, that's what they want to be known for.
I mean, it's true. If you log into retail and you go to Moonguard realm and you head to Goldshire, you're gonna see some stuff.
That is true. Gamers are thirsty. My first girlfriend was some girl I met on WoW. Yeah, I was 13 or 14.
I had a girl break up over me over WoW. Not for what you think like the stereotypical girl breakup is, but
what do I think the stereotypical
WoW.
breakup is? Now I'm kind of wondering, what's the stereotypical WoW breakup? I found someone with better stats.
Sitting there playing WoW constantly, and you're not paying attention to her, then she breaks up.
Oh, I thought you meant she broke up with you on WoW.
Oh yeah, no, she did.
Oh God.
I got her into WoW, and she loved it. She got really good at the game.
And you weren't dedicated enough?
I wasn't too dedicated. She became a raid leader, and I wasn't pumping DPS as I should have been. And she's like, if you can't pump more DPS, we're done. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh my God, that's really sad.
I was like, I mean, it's a fucking story. I mean, okay.
How old were you?
I was 17 at the time. It was right before I graduated high school.
I had a buddy that was not allowed. His girlfriend broke. This dude just kind of. Yeah, okay. I'll just explain. His girlfriend broke up with him. They'd been together for years. She's the only person he ever dated. They're married now. They started dating in high school. She broke up with him because she's just like, I haven't dated enough people. I want to date more people. That was the reason she broke up with him. He started getting into WoW. She wanted to get back together with him, but told him that he was not allowed to play WoW because she didn't want to date someone that played WoW because it was just a bad look. And he said yes and stopped playing WoW. Okay, I'm on my way. I'm leaving Stormwind right now.
watching your stream, I'm seeing you struggle through the how to escape Stormwind.
Oh yeah, you're on a 30-second delay. Yeah, no, yeah. It's not as bad as fucking Undercity though. Undercity's a fucking nightmare.
Oh, classic Undercity is so bad.
Classic Undercity's the worst.
Because you have to go through the ruins of Lordaeron, which that's a maze itself.
Yeah.
And then once you get down into the Undercity, everything is like weirdly placed, so you don't know where anything's at.
Thunder Bluff is annoying to navigate just because like the fact that it's like that bridge system, so like it's not a straight line. But you can kind of get places quickly. It's not too bad. Undercity's fucking awful. Orgrimmar's kind of fine once you figure it out. All the capital cities kind of suck in their own way. I'd say Stormwind's the easiest one to get out of.
I would say Darnassus is.
I don't remember Darnassus all that well.
Literally, it's just a open city.
Mm. Stormwind, at least you can look at the map and kind of figure out where you're trying to go. Thunder Bluff, not as much. Undercity, no. And then, oh god, what's the
Go with honor.
Draenei capital in Burning Crusade?
Exodar?
How are you?
Yeah,
See you
Exodar.
around. See you later. Need help? Light bless you. Be careful. Go with honor, friend.
Okay. Grabbing all the questies. I didn't turn in the fucking Wendigo's main quest. I'm fucking stupid. I finally completed that quest. I forgot to turn it in. Son of a
It's
bitch.
fine.
Whenever I'm getting, whenever I'm getting ready to get off, I'll teleport there real quick, turn it on, turn it in, and fly back here.
Don't forget to, once you
Log off in a city.
Log off either in a city or an inn for
Yeah.
that free XP stuff.
Okay, let's see what I have 2 quests complete that I need to turn in. God damn it. Okay, I got to do Gold Dust, Fargo Deep Mine, and I need to speak to Guard Thomas.
Did you get the candles?
No, where's that quest?
I'm pretty sure it is on this guy right here.
I must not have unlocked the quest line.
What about Remy 2 times?
All I got is Gold Dust Exchange, Fargo Deep Mine, and Further Concerns. Can you share them?
Nope.
Oh, shit.
Not those ones. I completed almost all the quests here.
God damn it.
Good day to you.
Oh, let me see. I'll run back to the Abbey and see if I have to, like, if it has any quest lines for you to pick up there real quick that are actually going to give me anything.
I think it's just the Abbey quest stuff.
Fuck. What's this house? This is a nice little pretty house.
1600 tomorrow and 1000 on Sunday. Fuck, dude.
You got watch?
I got weekend duty. We got a couple flyers this weekend.
Hmm.
Gotta be there just in case they have any flight control issues.
Yeah. I
See,
live near an airbase, so I hate when you guys have weekend duty. So I sympathize with you. I live right next to an airbase. They've been flying so fucking much this week.
Oh, yeah. I'll wait.
Yeah, I'm trying to see like if there's just one of those like go to Goldshire quests and that unlocks a bunch of stuff.
The go to Goldshire is locked behind, I think, like 4 quests.
No. Yeah, there ain't shit. Okay. On my way back.
While you're running back, I'm gonna go quickly do my rogue quest real quick.
Okay.
For a green dagger. God, I love general chat and WoW.
Oh, hold on.
Sometimes general chat is gold for the arguments.
Hold on, I gotta send my insurance people. Oh yeah, no, Gen Chat's the best. Gen Chat. I don't. Old school Gen Chat, at least when I first started, was fantastic just for the most random shit. And then like StarCraft 2 Gen Chat it always gets political. Doesn't matter what you're talking about, it's political. But I gotta send someone a thing. Five and six. I had to, when I was doing the refinance, I had to change the policy. Hold on. My insurance policy, because they were kind of fucking me there. The whole long story there. And they, like, I was under the impression that when we changed that policy, that they canceled my own policy, and then I got a bill for the old policy. And like, I was like, "What the fuck? Did you guys handle this? Like, when we changed this, didn't this handle? I was under the impression that you guys handled this." And they didn't. They're like, "Oh, well, you need to call someone, and you need to handle this now." Like, great, thanks, more stuff. Run. I want to send this to them right now.
Oh, this is the pickpocket quest. Fuck.
I still sign off everything, every email with very respectfully. And like, I get some people that have told me that they thought I was being snide. It's like, no, that's just how I'm supposed to sign off emails.
Yeah, V/R, name, phone number, where you're from.
I almost found it a slap in the face when our Master Chief would never slide. Obviously, because it's V/R or R if you outrank them. But everyone kind of just did V/R regardless of the rank difference. The only times I did not do V/R was if I was making a fucking point. And I'll actually always just type out very respectfully. But he would always just sign it off R. It's like, that's kind of like, I get it. You're the Master Chief. You're the SES. You can do, or senior enlisted advise. No, because it's a positional thing. I can't remember which ones. SEL, SES. Then there's SEA. It was whatever it was, because I know there's like 3 different versions of the senior enlisted person that you could be at a command.
Senior enlisted leader.
There's senior enlisted leader, senior enlisted advisor, and I think he was technically senior enlisted advisor because it was a joint command, so it was different because it was a joint command, and he wasn't the highest position enlisted person for the entire command. He was the highest position for the Navy part of the command. So it was different, but I can't fully remember what it was. Because the former Green Beret, oh my god, Sergeant Major, was our command sergeant major, so he was the senior enlisted leader. He was the one who I danced with his daughter and received threats to be buried under his backyard. Fun times.
Fuck yeah. You gotta love it.
He was a cool dude. He was a really cool dude. And his daughter was very attractive, but I wasn't about to date her.
I don't know where I was running to.
Something else real quick. I've been indulging too much lately, and I need to stop. Okay. That's handled. That's handled. I'm going to call my girlfriend real quick. Okay, I'm back. My girlfriend was working late today, and I wanted to call her to figure out what she wants me to get for dinner.
You're cooking a nice meatloaf for dinner tonight.
Gross. I hate meatloaf, and I'm not cooking.
What is... Alright, so I have a lot of people that say they hate meatloaf. I don't know what the problem with meatloaf is. It's great.
And more often than not, it feels very dry, and then whatever sauce or marinara, whatever fucking people put it with, just feels like it's trying to hide the fact that it's dry. It doesn't help the fact that my mom overcooked everything because she was so afraid of food poisoning. That anything she ever cooked was dry as shit. And she was just like, "Oh, gravy will fix that." No, gravy won't fix that. This chicken breast is sucking the moisture out of my mouth. Gravy's not going to fix that. So I've just never. Maybe if I had good meatloaf, but I've had such bad experiences with meatloaf that I have no desire to give it a shot again.
The craziest thing is the best turkey I've ever ate, the most juiciest turkey, was 2 weeks ago at a midnight shift Thanksgiving party for us that the commander was throwing.
I mean,
and he made that turkey perfect. Oh my god, he knows how to cook.
You meet some really good cooks in the military, man. I mean, we had some Filipino dudes at my first command that we would do a monthly like birthday party thing. So everyone like that had a birthday that month would get celebrated and whatever, and it would alternate which team was responsible for providing the food. And we had this one Filipino girl that anytime that she was on the anytime her team was the one that was providing the food, she would make lumpia. It was so good, but one of the civilian that was in charge of the entire division would always make sure he got there first and would put a fuck ton of the lumpia in a Tupperware container and take it back to his office, which was the most fucked up thing to do. But holy shit, was that good. I do think that's like the traditional food of the Navy and the Marines is lumpia.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. It's because there's just a high Filipino presence in the Navy and Marines, and it's a Filipino like spring roll type thing. But I am ordering sushi. She wanted sushi.
2 green daggers. Let's go. And that night elf is not wearing pants.
Of course not. Why would they? I still only have Scout the Fargo Deep Mines, Gold Dust Exchange, and the one that has me talking to someone.
All right, yeah, we can run those real quick.
Okay.
It's not bad.
My brother was also one of the ones that he installed all the mods that were about making the women more voluptuous and naked all the time. That was 100% him.
Blizzard banned that.
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, if you do it client side, it's fine.
If you get like caught, like if they when you like do like a when they do their little Tuesday updates on the games, if you get caught with that in your files, you're like permanently banned for adjusting Blizzard graphics and shit.
Jesus Christ! I wonder if it's specifically to target that, or if it's like just it's a byproduct of like them trying to ban stuff that changes models and stuff because it can affect the like parts of the game and shit. Kind of like how I don't even know how it would do that because I was about to like reference the fact that people that try to cheat at Minecraft in that weird way will just adjust the texture packs so that it shows them where diamonds are. But like, there's nothing like that in WoW. Really, there's nothing that adjusting texture packs would make the game easier for you.
That spell is that's still recharging.
Behind the target.
That's still recharging. That spell is have a target. I need a target.
Oh, dude, this guy died pretty bad.
Yeah, no, he
Damn.
fucked up. He fucked up hard. I don't know what, this just made me think of it. I want games. I want someone to make a Backrooms game. And, like, I know there are a few, but I want someone to make a Backrooms game that is specifically, like, public domain. And then every game developer to put in a little mini game that if you accidentally no-clip through their game, you have to play the Backrooms game to escape.
That would be the funniest shit.
I would love that. Make them play Backrooms to respawn. I have no gold dust yet. I have no bitches.
Oh yeah, no, the gold dust is a pain in the ass. It's like Gore-Tusk liver in Westfall.
Fucking, it's just make it a kill X number of things. Why does it have to be like this all the time? Although this is a good place to farm copper.
Red apple?
I don't remember what rolls I like at this place. I know I'm a fan of the candy cane roll. I'm ordering sushi. I wish they would, like, on their website, instead of just giving the name of the roll, like explain what is in the fucking roll.
That's still recharging. I need a target. I
Don't forget to loot after I do, because sometimes quest items can drop from
Yeah.
enemies I kill.
Dream roll, candy cane roll. Actually, I'm not gonna do candy cane. I'm not gonna do candy cane. I'm gonna do
I can't cast
dragon
that
roll.
yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
I ain't getting shit.
I killed a guy back there. If you want to go loot that body.
I can't cast that yet. That
Holy
spell
shit,
isn't
that's a big pull.
ready. Still recharging.
Don't worry, I'm right behind you.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't carry anymore.
Okay, where's the guy behind you that you killed?
You should see the sparklies.
Oh, there it is. Oh, there's some gold dust. What do I want to drop? What do I want to drop? Well, I'll use this recipe. Hold on. The fuck? Where the hell'd you go? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay. I'm not gonna
This
get
is
any
a
sake.
really
I'm not gonna get any
dangerous-
sake. I'm not gonna do it.
Can't cast that yet.
Oh,
That spell isn't ready yet. Can't cast that
I'll get this guy real quick.
Yeah.
I can't cast
He needs gold tooth.
That's still recharging.
Okay. Ooh, got a mine, got a mine, got a mine.
Oh, I literally got a gold tooth.
Wow.
That is 28 copper.
That makes a lot of sense.
I love like mining gold and it costs less than its actual.
Yeah,
fucking
it
value.
makes no fucking sense. Gold dust. Oh fuck! I accidentally switched my hotkeys. I was wondering why that wouldn't. I switched the bar. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I've never had a yellowtail roll. I don't know if I want to try it right now.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Now, my girlfriend's working tomorrow, so I might
Cast that yet.
pop on for more tomorrow.
Recharging.
Hell yeah.
Because normally I try to, like, you know, spend at least one full day of each weekend with her since she works during the day and shit. But she's gonna be working tomorrow, so
Can't cast that yet. That's still
I'm gonna try to get some editing done,
That spell isn't ready yet.
and then
A target.
might hop on.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can't cast that yet.
That didn't work for me.
I'll probably grind out
Recharging. I can't cast
a
that.
healer at some point too.
Can't carry anymore.
Hell yeah. It's really good for like getting into dungeons quicker.
Oh yeah, no, the healer has no problem.
Recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
That is the other cool thing about being the druid, though, is especially like looking for group in retail and in like classic Cataclysm, you can sign up for every role. So if you're just trying to grind out some dungeons, you can sign up for every role.
Inventory is full.
Yeah, I love. It's nice, but when you don't know how to tank, it's don't do
Don't
it.
tank if you can't tank. No, don't. It's
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
I love how what they did season discovery and they came out with rogue tanks and
Yeah.
warlock tanks. It was really weird.
yeah. No, I played a little bit of Season Discovery, but I did not end up
That's still recharging.
doing a lot of it, just because I was playing a bunch of different stuff. And there's too many games I'm playing.
I can't carry anymore. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I need a target. I don't have a target.
Fellows, we rich with 3 silver.
It is, yeah. It's wild how much the income disparity is between classic and retail.
That's still recharging.
you.
Inventory is full.
I'm at 5 gold dust. I still need to scout through the Fargo Deep mine. Is this the Fargo Deep?
This is Fargo Deep Mine.
Why
I don't
hasn't it
know
had?
how you
How does it give me
haven't
scout
got-
through? Yeah. Is there something I missed?
just gotta walk through it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wander.
Hmm. God, I hate the fact they pulled like the tertiary weapons, like having a bow and arrow on like a warrior. I hate that they removed that from the game.
Did they really?
That spell isn't ready.
Yeah, it's not in retail at all.
Why?
That spell isn't
I have no idea.
It's dumb.
You can still equip it, but you can't use it. You will use the bow and arrow or whatever it is as like a battering ram.
I mean, maybe that's okay. That's weird.
That spell isn't ready yet.
I mean, maybe they just were like wanting to make the hunter more special. I guess. Oh, I'm about to get my shit pushed in. I'm about to get my shit pushed in.
Oh,
a lot
I
of
didn't
them,
know you were...
a lot of them respawned on me all at once.
I'm coming. Don't worry.
I bet you are, big boy.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
Yeah, they all started spawning on me.
I can take this. I can take this.
Yeah, you can. I believe in you. Fuck, I'm dead. Okay. You got this.
Don't worry,
I
I
believe
gotta
in you.
We live these things. All right, yeah, you got some bodies to loot.
Yeah.
You died like that fucking guy.
Did I die in the space?
You died in the air.
Okay. It's just because we're cooler than you. You don't get it.
I die on the ground.
You don't
Like a
get it because you
man.
don't get bitches.
Okay, now that one just hurts.
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck you.
I bet you want to, big boy.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Why are there-
spent all that time downrange. You know, you get home, you want a little. We had the whole conversation of which branch is the most hay. We had that conversation.
Yeah, I
Hey.
should have expected it.
Yeah. You should know better.
I should have.
God damn it! One spawned on me again. Fuck you, you little bitch.
Let's still reach.
They keep spawning on me. I'm getting tag teamed right now.
Don't worry. I'm clearing this entire dungeon. Run to me!
Oh, okay. Yeah, yes, daddy. Oh, sorry, mommy. I forgot your lady character. That
Yeah,
is-
you got some bodies to loot.
That is still the creepiest thing that I've actually had people call me daddy before, like seriously, and it's so upsetting.
It's yeah, it's really weird.
It's yeah.
Hopefully you get some gold dust from these guys.
I have all the gold dust, but I still need a scout, and I don't know why. I've been everywhere.
Maybe it's do a slash reload real quick.
Oh wait, no. Okay, it counted. It counted. On the display, it wasn't counting, but when I actually went to my quest log, it counted.
All right, that should be everything from here then.
Yeah. I'm going the wrong way, aren't I?
Yeah, you are. And you pulled like 5 more mobs too.
That's 2, okay? 2.
That spell isn't
3.
Air Force don't teach you to count.
that spell isn't.
I know how to convert time into degrees.
It's fair. Oh, that's not us. Okay, you can fuck off. She can die. I don't give a shit. She ain't Polk. She ain't people.
For the win.
Yeah, someone explained to me like how the rogue tank worked. I thought it was kind of cool because it's mostly just off of vampirism and like pulling aggro because of doing a lot of damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's a cool concept for a tank. It's a way I built out like characters and like the Warcraft RTS, like some of the Hero War games. Is just I'm going to do a lot of damage and have vampirism, so you're not going to be able to kill me.
I need a target.
My God, everything spawns. See, that's the issue with classic realms when they first drop. For first like 3 weeks, it's going to be like really fast respawns because of the influx of people.
Yeah, everyone in the same area, and they base the respawn rate on how many people are there.
Fuck you, spider.
Didn't do anything. It's a good boy.
It's a spider.
It's a good boy.
All spiders should eat shit and die.
Wow. Okay. You kiss your mother with that mouth?
Yeah.
Gross.
Well, I'm from the south, so.
You don't. You kiss on the cheek. That's.
Well, the French kiss on the lips. What's the difference?
They're French. You really want to be like the French? Is that really your excuse? Oh, the French do it.
Yeah. Okay. Honestly, that's valid. That's valid.
Yeah. No, that's upsetting that you just said that. I'm calling your command.
Oh shit, dude! Looks like I'm gonna be out in Spokane streets wearing a fucking tube top.
Okay.
Gonna get money.
Goddamn.
Hey there. Safe travels.
I do know there were people that made a lot of money during deployments in the Navy by
Bless you.
a little bit of light prostitution.
Oh yeah, like dorm bunnies.
Yeah. Well, our ship bunnies, but yeah.
Oh, I
Good
had
day to
the
you.
biggest case
Have
of
a good one.
fraternization on my deployment.
Yeah.
There was this girl.
Like
She was
buy
like
and
the
trade.
only female that
Be
came
careful.
with us on deployment,
Okay.
and she was an A1C. That's an E3.
Okay.
A staff sergeant got to her.
Yeah,
And that's
it's never the same. It's never peer to peer. It's always some like skeevy E6, E7 with the brand new E3.
And the funny thing is, we had a little maintainer confession board for like stuff we're not supposed to be doing. And somebody on the board,
Why, only
which
the
we knew
finest
who it
food.
was, wrote, "Everybody thinks me and this
Delights.
other airman are
Like these
dating and having intercourse, but I have a fiance and she has a boyfriend." And we were all like, "Yeah, we know exactly who it is."
Yeah, that's not anonymous. If it's everyone
Yeah.
thinks, that's not anonymous.
He did not beat the allegations with that.
I don't imagine he would. The fact that I just spent 5 silver to get a bag and it's a shitty bag and 5 silver was a lot. It hurts my soul right now. Okay, what quest did I just unlock? I unlocked. I need to close Dune Marag. Okay, now I have Kobold Candles, Further Concern, and Jasper Load Mine.
Now you have kobold candles?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, now I do.
All right. We can go to Jasper Load Mine.
No, we had in A school we had a little bit of fraternization go on. We had there's a club. It's an 18 and up club, pretty close to base called Peabody's, and we would jokingly call it NJ Peabody's. It's where you went to get your NJPs. And people had seen one of the instructors there with one of the students. Everyone was over 18. She was over 18, but one of the instructors with one of the students fresh out of boot camp at NJP bodies together. Not the smartest move, considering that was kind of where most of the students went to, since it was the only 18 and up club in the area. So that caused a good little bit of controversy. And then there's another case of one of the instructors immediately started dating one of the students right after they graduated, or publicly dating one of the students right after they graduated. So we're pretty sure there was some shit going on before then.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. Let's start recharging. I don't
Thank you, Druid, for the
Random schmeck.
105 armor.
Ooh. Ooh. I got 65.
Oh.
65 and 2 attributes.
Oh.
Yeah.
4 attributes.
Ugh.
That was a gnarly burp.
Oh, that was nothing, man. I've been not drinking soda as much. I'm only drinking, like, water with Mio in it. Let me check something quick. Make sure she hasn't gotten an email back to me yet. This fucking insurance company refuses to do any business over the phone. Everything has to be through fax or email, and it makes it a pain in the ass to get anything done.
God.
Yeah. Because I have to wait. I'll email them, then I have to wait for them to email me back. And, oh, I'll get the email back in 24 hours. Then, yeah. Adulting sucks. Be happy you don't have to do it.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're, you know, a little young boy in the military.
I pay bills.
Oh, that's cute.
I know how to adult.
Do you have BAH yet?
Yeah, I got VH.
How do you get BAH so early?
I live off base.
Yeah, but like, how did they let you?
I was like, hey, I don't want to be hoggled by the Air Force, and I moved off base, and the first sergeant said, okay.
Fucker.
Do you have a car? Okay.
We weren't allowed to until E5. As like, you could occasionally, there'd be times when you could get BAH as an E4, but only if the barracks is overfilled. Normally it's E5. Like, I didn't get BAH until I turned E5.
I wonder if the elite in here is up.
Maybe.
That'd be some dope gear. What was it, Mother Fang or something like that?
Oh, fuck if I remember. It's been so long since I played anything in the human area.
We got like 8,000 things on us now.
I mean, I'm not going to judge, but anyone that plays a fantasy game and chooses to be a human is the most boring person in the world.
Okay.
Yeah. Not going to judge,
Human's not my first choice. Congrats on the level.
Thank you,
My
thank
first
you.
choice is Night Elf, but I got tired of Night Elf, so.
That's fair, that's fair.
And Mind Spiders.
I need 2 more candles. I do love that WoW did decide to go a completely different route than every other fantasy property when it came to kobolds. Like, they're just weird little rat creatures. And they're not dogs, they're not dragons, they're just weird little guys. They're borderline human.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Alright. We gotta be careful with these spiders. Alright, level 10 elite. Fuck it, we ball.
Oh, okay. We ballin'. We fuck ballin'.
She's almost dead.
Oh yeah, you forgot you're a rogue that's a high enough level.
She didn't drop anything good. She dropped some lame ass boots that are cloth that are terrible for both of us.
Okay. I need 2 more candles. This is very alien right now. Just a bunch of creatures trapped in cocoons.
Oh yeah. If there was giant spiders in real life, I'd hate it. I'd actually hate it.
It depends. If
Unless
they were like dogs, if they acted like dogs, like if they were intelligent and acted like dogs, I'd be about it. But if they were just like spiders but big, no way in hell. I would kill myself. I'd become a nuclear engineer and I would destroy the world. That said, small spiders don't bother me at all. Like I let some of the small spiders in my house live because they catch the flies that occasionally get in.
But if it's like a big ass like recluse,
If it's a recluse, yeah, no. If it's something that could actually hurt me, no, fuck it, dies. No. Like if I saw a black widow, I'm not gonna be like, well, you do kill spiders. No, I'm gonna kill that fucker.
Oh, chest. You can pick that chest if you want it. I'll take care of these guys.
Gotcha. Thanks, Daddy. Oh, sorry, Mommy.
What the fuck?
It says I'm in combat. I can't do that.
Oh.
Now, see, I got the kill. Don't worry. I say, oh God, fuck you.
That spell isn't ready.
He just spawned in, didn't he?
Yes, shit keeps spawning on me. Ooh, silver bar. Linen cloth, tough of hunk bread, return shiny red apple. I got some foods and some silvers. I got all the candles I need. Did we get scout through? We got scout through. So we're good there.
Should just have to leave this hellhole and go to the lumber mill.
Yeah.
For those quests.
I'm just gonna abandon you there. You're good, right? You cool?
Yeah, I'm good. It's not like I'm gonna die or anything.
No, you're fine. You'll be good. You'll be so good. You make little rat friends. Ah, fuck.
You're going the wrong way.
Yeah, I had the auto run activated and I accidentally moved my camera.
Nice.
What?
I just got a small black pouch.
Ooh, you didn't have to pay for it. Being a woman really has its advantages. Okay. I haven't looted anything nice. My order, like, they texted me about my sushi order, and I freaked out for a second because it was really weird. It just came from the number. The caller ID was unassigned. It was really weird. I appreciate the fact that this sushi place works fast, but it also makes it really hard to time out because I was like, oh, your order when I was ordering is like, okay, it'll be done at like 7. Like, okay, cool, that's plenty of time, and they just texted me say it's on the way, and it's about a mile. It's not even. It's like a quarter mile away. It's the drive is like a mile, but it's a quarter mile physical distance away. So my sushi's about to get here.
Hell yeah.
Yep, when it gets here, I am going to get off. Oh my god. Hold on, I gotta go let my girlfriend in because I still have not been able to get a spare key made for her. 1 second.
All right.
No, I had to change my my door knob out
Light be with you.
because I somehow managed to break a key off in the doorknob.
Be careful.
And when I got the new doorknob, it came with 2 keys. So I have one for me, one for my roommate. And every time I've gone to one of those key kiosks, it's every single fucking time it's out of order or it doesn't have any keys in it. It's like, how the fuck hard is it to get a spare key made? Like every place and one of them was like, we don't have any of the whatever keys on site, but you can order it and you can give us your details and we'll mail it to you. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna. It's gonna charge like however much extra money. I'm not gonna do that. No, it's fucking stupid.
And silver for a medium quiver. Okay.
Jesus Christ. You don't really even need that big of a quiver.
You just need a small light quiver. That's all you need.
Yeah. Oh, where do I turn in the large candles? I'll do that.
That's back at Goldshire.
Yes, love?
What does lumberjack say?
What?
Simple wood.
Do you just jack someone's ring? With all the diamonds out? No, they're gone. Yeah. 'Cause it's got the grooves where they would have fixed into. That's cool. Oh, thank you. Love you. I know you did. Thank you. Sushi should be here soon.
Hell yeah.
Need help?
Okay.
Be
My
You just
girlfriend.
want to run to Goldshire and get in an inn?
Yeah, I'm gonna run to Goldshire. Well, I'm gonna run to Goldshire, and then I will Hearthstone back to because all those quests that I forgot to turn in Dude Morog are still yellow. So Hearthstone back there and turn in some quests.
Maybe that will get you to.
Or I'll do that when I log on next time. I'll get on a little bit earlier. Do that. I don't feel like doing that right now.
It might get you halfway through.
Yeah.
level 8.
Yeah. I am like I've been on like a weight loss diet trying to trim back down, and goddamn does it sap my energy, man. Like today, and part of it's just I forget to eat. So today I've had a protein shake and some eggs.
Protein shake and eggs.
Yeah, not at the same time.
Okay, good, because that's usually a gassy combo. Also, fuck this cow.
Boy, it just saps my energy, man. I get so fucking tired. Yeah, fuck that cow. I'm gonna skin it because it's a little bitch. Yeah, teabag that fucker. Yeah, yeah.
Critters are only good for leveling your weapons skills.
And skinning for the early levels of skinning.
Yeah, for early levels.
Yeah. Get some ruined leather scraps out of it.
Think you need 3 to make 1 light leather?
Maybe. I don't get people that hunt squirrel religious. I had a guy I served with that was always excited whenever he got to go on a squirrel hunt and would like he'd make a day out of it. Like he would get there hours early wherever he wanted his site to be with his little 22 rifle, or he used an air rifle, I think, and would just wait there for hours before it started getting light out so that the squirrels would be used to him so that they wouldn't be scared and running away from him, and would put that much effort into hunting squirrel. I mean, I don't get it.
I hunted squirrels when I was living in Georgia. But that was just so I can eat some squirrel dumplings.
Did you put that much effort into it?
No, it's just like go outside,
Shoot a
look
squirrel.
at a fucking tree, and look, there's a squirrel in that tree.
Yeah.
Shoot it.
I mean, I don't like. I've had squirrel. Like, I don't have a problem. Like, it's like I get like going out and getting squirrel. If you want to eat squirrel, that's the way you get squirrel. Just that much effort into it, though. You ever have gator?
Yeah,
Gator's good. Gator's real good.
gator honestly is the stereotypical tastes like chicken.
It is, but it is the best way of tastes like chicken. It tastes like chicken, but better. It tastes the closest thing you can equate it to is chicken, but it's better.
Deep fried gators, so good.
Yeah. Like I lived in Florida for 3 years. I was right next to the Everglades. And then
I lived on
rabbit. I really like rabbit.
What can I do?
Rabbit's not bad.
It's another. It tastes like chicken but gamier. The
Probably
end.
gonna run Nomergon later.
Okay. But
and
I'm gonna
hate it.
Oh, I need to turn this one into.
Hello. See you later. Safe.
Bam, bam.
Inventory is
God damn it! I need to drop something.
You need something?
Okay. Yeah, I am going to get off, get some food, and like I said.